Sapien Book 1, Awakening, written by Alan Hopkins. A short prologue. The year on Earth is 10,542 BC. The evening sky blazed as the home star's final rays bled over the horizon, and day gave way to the night. Nuamu raised her visor, felt the balm of the evening air against her cheeks, and tried to remember the last time she had been free of the protective suit that covered her. Although battered and dirty from prolonged wear, it still did its job and reflected the soft colors of the half-light, making her form harder to see. Inquisitive eyes disappeared into the shadows of the simple dwellings away to the right as she lowered her gaze upon them, but they were not the real concern here. She turned to Enlil at her side, but as she reached for his thoughts, there was nothing but darkness, and Nuamu knew her mentor was not pleased. At their feet lay a body, also humanoid, but somewhat smaller. With rich olive skin, a wiry frame and thick black hair, the figure wore beautifully tailored white robes, and it was, however, these garments that gave away the harsh reality. With the shoulders drenched in blood that was not yet dry, the coppery stench filled the surrounding air as the breathless face looked up. Wide, fear-stricken eyes frozen and mortified in a final moment of terror, while to his side sat the jagged claret-covered rock used to end him. Nuamu felt despair, and although her silver eyes were full of sadness, she did not cry, just looked to Enlil and solemnly shook her head. He turned towards her, and without a word, made a simple gesture. His whole hand outstretched, he moved it twice horizontally, and once vertically, and she understood at once what he implied. They would leave for good this time, and there would be no more chances. Again and again, attempts to lead this species from violence had met with failure, and with little more they could do. It was with great sadness they would withdraw now forever. There was but one piece of work left to finish, and then they would be gone. Chapter 1. Apparition. Lucy Watkins was practically running by the time she arrived at the bungalow on Greenstone Crescent. Caught up on the Netscape researching her latest topic of interest, she had allowed time to run away, and was now a few minutes later than expected. It was routine to pick up her nan's Staffordshire Bull Terrier Sykes and walk him in the woods every Sunday at 5. Her nan was the only person Lucy knew who still had a dog permit, or indeed lived in a bungalow, and she delighted in taking part in an older world that had all but disappeared. Sykes was old and deaf as a post, but he still yelped with delight as the back door opened, and taking hold of the fake leather strap from her nan, Lucy bent down and clipped it on. "See you soon, Nan," she said. "Yeah, see you soon, darling. He needs a good run out. He's been driving me crazy," said Lucy's nan. Trotting off out, Lucy smiled defiantly at the mounted camera further down the street as it clicked and buzzed unsuccessfully, attempting to identify her. "Not today, mate," she said, and waved up at the lens. Lucy had no wish to hear the artificial voice provide targeted adverts or reminders to stay on the pavement, and had deliberately left her folder phone at home so it could not engage with the device. Unlike the cities where they popped up on every corner, community cameras or comcams were few and far between in the countryside. Although Lucy preferred to describe her hometown as being countryside, the fact was it was only a few kilometers from the urban rim. Further down the road, it was possible to access the woods, where a pathway began upon passing between two posts. If Lucy ignored the trash-strewn footpath and looked more at the trees, the place maintained a rural charm that always cheered her up. Stepping out of the streetlight's orange glow and into the moonlight that illuminated the forest, she breathed in the exhilaration of the crisp autumn air and started down the track. "That's more like it, Mr. Sykes," she said, and released him from the lead. As a thick grey mist swirled about them and the shadows danced around the place, had a far more eerie feel to it than usual. The weather had been dry for a couple of weeks, and the floor covered in crisp brown leaves that crunched beneath Lucy's feet. Down to the left was a small stream, which trickled along beneath the fog, and as Sykes foraged around below the undergrowth, Lucy heard something scuttle away just down to her right. Sykes heard it too, and reappeared in a state of near frenzy to investigate. "What you got there, boy? Where'd he go?" She laughed as the dog tried in vain to locate his prey. On the brook's far side, the mist was even thicker, and at 2 o'clock sat some trees bunched together in a group. 2 silver birches stood proudly at the rear, behind an oak and some hawthorns. It was as Lucy glanced in this direction that unexpectedly a figure appeared to the right of the oak tree. Partially silhouetted by the moonlight, he was from what she could see a young man. It was, however, his appearance half covered by the fog that shocked her. He looked naked, or at least his top half any lower was harder to make out. The boy's hair shone silver, with a light all of its own, and his skin had a bluish hue, but it was the eyes that truly captivated her. No whites, each filled with midnight, they drew her in like doors to another universe. Mesmerized and rooted to the earth below, her mind raced. Who was he? A ghost? An apparition? She heard her name softly spoken, but his lips had not moved. "What the—" said Lucy, as reality hit her, and she dropped to the ground. Adrenaline punched a hole through her chest, and she looked around for something to protect herself. "Sykes come here," she whispered, and tried to peek through the leaves. Sykes did not move an inch, but what seemed odd to Lucy was he had not barked once, just stared at the boy. As her hand reached around, she found a large pebble that fit her grip so well it might have been tailor-made. She squeezed the stone in her palm, and finding the heart, raised her head a little higher. "Why am I hiding like an absolute idiot?" thought Lucy. "He's just a boy. Get a grip, girl, and speak to him." As Lucy found her courage and stood back up, the figure immediately stepped back behind the oak, and the spell was broken. "I need to catch him," thought Lucy, as without any hesitation she headed straight toward the trees. There was the stream to navigate, just a shallow, muddy bank, littered with rubbish, and a 2-foot jump to the other side. As she jogged up to the oak and walked around the back, there was no sign of the boy. "Where did he go, Sykes?" said Lucy as she scanned the area. She had clearly seen him just seconds before. Confused, Lucy looked upwards. Had he climbed quickly out of sight before she arrived? Impossible. There was not enough foliage to hide him at this time of year. Lucy fearlessly kicked the leaves below out the way and fruitlessly scoured the undergrowth, but there was nothing. He had quite clearly vanished. The mist was beginning to clear. What on earth was going on? She sat down by the oak, and Sykes joined her, wholly soaked. "What the hell just happened, Sykes? Was he some sort of ghost, or am I just losing the plot?" The dog turned his head slightly to the side, as if trying to understand. "You just want your dinner, don't you, fella?" It was the boy's eyes that Lucy could not get out of her head. She had seen fantasy art, pictures of demons that looked like this, but he appeared more angel than a devil. Lucy had never really thought much of ghost stories, never attached importance to them before now. Had she just seen one? She knew the world was not always as it appeared from some of her own unusual experiences, but this was way out of her comfort zone. "Maybe it's one of those idiots from the park, eh, Sykes? Got off his head on whatever crap it is they are on over there and decided to have a wander down here?" She was aware that some of the local youths took drugs for kicks. She had seen the fits of laughter as they fell around demented with cherry boosts and psychonol, but no amount of pupil dilation could make someone's eyes appear as her mystery boys had just done. She would simply have to find out more. It was time to get back to her Nan's house, and maybe she could do a more detailed search next Sunday on her return. It was unlikely she would have time beforehand with her homework and cadet nights, but she would simply have to investigate. Slowly she gathered herself together. "Come on, Sykes, it's time for dinner." They soon passed back between the posts and into the normality of Green Rock Crescent, before Lucy clipped Sykes's lead back on and covered the last few yards over to the bungalow. "Collections for this bin are every second Tuesday. You are currently above your target limit. Please consider more efficient recycling options," said the automated voice from the side of the driveway. "Oh my God, Sykes, that's all we need. We are being told off by the bins again," said Lucy, as she stared disparagingly at the automated waste containers. Heading up the side path, she took off her muddy boots by the step and opened the kitchen door. Lucy's nan gave her a curious glance. "You look like you've seen a ghost," said Lucy, finishing the sentence. Her nan burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" asked Lucy. "You always do that." "Do what?" "Finish my words off for me. I feel like I must be forgetting what I'm going to say next. Must be losing my memory with old age. You look like you could use a quick juice." "Thanks, Nan. That would be lovely." As they finished their drinks, it took very little time for the conversation to rotate to schoolwork. Being an ex-teacher, Lucy's nan often took a more than healthy interest in her granddaughter's progress. "Make sure you do the research, Lucy. Make sure you, my goodness." "What, Nan? What is it?" "Well, my dear, the way you have just whizzed that drink down, anybody would think you were late to an important meeting." Lucy smiled and grabbed her nan's hand. "Gotta go." "What so soon?" "Sorry, got stuff to do." "Always in a rush, you kids these days. If you're always racing to the next moment." "Then what happens to the one you're in?" said Lucy, as she wagged her finger in the air. "Cheeky monkey, that's twice you've got me today. Go on then, on your bike. Mind you don't forget to ring me when you get home Tuesday, and let me know how you got on with that physics exam. I'll see you next Sunday. Tell your mother to call me tomorrow." "Okay, will do," shouted Lucy, as she started along the path. Pausing for a second, she took one last look back at the woods, and then began her way home. Beating out a rhythm of finger clicks as she walked, Lucy toyed with the thought of involving her mum in the mystery, but soon decided against the idea. Some things were best left undisclosed, in her opinion, and semi-naked ghost boys indeed fell into this category. Such stories might well raise questions about the sanity of the witness, the kind of attention she did not need. "How was Nan?" asked her mother as she walked in. "Yeah, she's okay," said Lucy. "You have to ring her tomorrow." "I've a sticky on my work surface, darling. It's all under control. Are you ready to eat?" "Yeah, defo. I'm starving." Lucy soon demolished her vit fritter, and was so tempted to open up with the forest incident, her knuckles turned pearl white under the table. By bedtime, her secret had remained intact, and Lucy was glad she had kept her mouth shut. As her eyes closed, all she could see was the strange figure in the mist. Right there, calling her name from the darkness. She did not sleep so well that night. Chapter 2. McQuillan Square. The Washington One air had the kind of dampness to it that followed heavy rain. The black velveteen sky had almost cleared and was shot with steel-blue streetlights as the city buzzed like a hive. One of the 5 axial capitals, the streets did not sleep, and McQuillan Square's U-Tran station was busy as always. For years, the walkway to the entrance had become a place to bed down for the homeless, and a dozen dirty, bright-coloured thermozips lined the sidewalls along the path, with the human traffic making it an excellent place to beg. Vagrants could make decent money from the stream of everyday commuters that trooped relentlessly up and down the ramp. Passers-by were only too keen to feed their social consciences as they rushed to their city jobs. Slinging a bee chip to a beggar was always a good reminder that the fruits of the daily grind kept a roof over your head. Crackers was a regular at the station, and he liked it there. The travellers were generous, and he could feed the birds. He had matted blonde hair like a bucket of straw that ran well over his skinny shoulders, while his filthy rolled-up jacket sleeves exposed a tapestry of old tattoos. In his early 40s, Crackers had spent most of his adult life on the street, but he was not the only long-term resident at McQuillan Square. Seated across from him were Radar Ron and Arby, who were both already stewed on cans of cider boost they had spent their begging money on earlier that afternoon. "Look at him," said Arby. "He's talking to them stupid birds again. Hey, Crackpot Crackers, you're losing it, you goddamned Fruit Loop. Crackers could hear Arby chirping away in the distance, but paid little attention to him, having long since become immune to his miserable comments. He had his birds to keep him company, and that was all he needed. Crackers fed his pigeons every day, and they all knew him, and even though he had nothing left to give, they still pecked gently at his fingers, while a large, older bird perched on his shoulder. "Nothing left, my dears, you'll have to wait till tomorrow," he said, looking down affectionately. "Give it a rest, you freak," shouted Arby, as Cracker's contentment seemed to irritate him all the more, as he looked over with an innocent grin. "What a nut job!" screamed Arby, as he launched his empty can, which narrowly missed Crackers and hit the wall behind. As Crackers turned toward the crash, he spotted an unusual shadow. It appeared as an elongated black rectangle that moved slowly along the opposite wall. There was nothing he could see causing the projection, and curious his eyes followed its path before settling along the walkway. Stood at the end, against the light from the shop front windows, stood a solitary black-suited figure with short grey hair. His head slightly bowed, he faced straight toward the fair-haired beggar. As Crackers caught a glint of the man's eyes, the fears that lie hidden within us all started to unlock, and his hands began to shake. The soles of the man's expensive black shoes rapped on the paving as he advanced. All of the birds had scattered, except the older one still sat on Cracker's lap, oblivious to the outline that approached. Suddenly, the man was upon them, and dropping to his knees, he held Crackers in his stare, wearing a smile that was anything but friendly. "You have a little companion, I see," he said. "Yes, sir. He's old, this one," said Crackers, as he relaxed a little. "Well, now tell me, my degenerate friend, do they comfort you?" whispered the man, as he reached out his hand toward the pigeon. "What do you mean?" said Crackers, as the man's cold grey eyes stared down upon him. "Do they comfort you in your despair?" replied the man, as suddenly he scooped the bird up into his hands. Crackers felt the fear retake him, and as he looked up, his speechless expression seemed to irritate the man. "Has the cat got your retarded tongue?" the man said under his breath. His eyes widened slightly, and with one swift flick of the wrist, the bird's neck shattered as Crackers watched in horror. "Lower your gaze, tramp. Were there not so many eyes, it might be your own filthy little neck." Crackers stared at the floor as his left eye twitched uncontrollably. "Hey, buddy!" shouted Radar. "What you doing to him there? You leave him alone." In a flash, the man spun around and slammed his foot down on Radar's scabby hand. "Did you have something to say?" "No, please," winced Radar. "I'm not looking for trouble." "Not looking for trouble," replied the man, mimicking Radar in a pathetic tone. "What if I take out your eyes? What if I take out your eyes so you cannot look at all?" he said, slowly reaching toward Radar's face. "No, please," he replied. "I didn't mean to annoy you." "Then shut that stinking mouth and look away." Radar dropped his head and stared at the flags in front of him. As the man turned back around again, the tears in Cracker's eyes, as he cradled the dead bird, seemed to please him. He looked at the misery that surrounded and basked in it for a second or two. With his head raised slightly, eyes closed and a smile wide across his face, he then spun quickly on his heels and strode back up toward the main road. Within a couple of seconds, a black H-Glide Diplomat-class saloon slid up beside him. The grey-haired man jumped into the car and sat for a second in total silence before he looked towards the driver. "Blackwell, drive to the small office." Paul Blackwell did not need telling twice, and simply checked his mirror, made a U-turn, and sped back out of the street. The man in the black suit was Richard Wolfe, and although officially employed by the Axial Jurisdiction Bureau, he answered to no one. Chapter 3. Lucy. "Hi, Lucy," said her Nan, as she opened the back door of the bungalow. "Would you like a quick juice before you take Sykes out?" "No thanks, Nan," replied Lucy. "I'll just get straight off. Where is his lead?" "There you go again, rushing around. It's on the back of the chair in the kitchen. shouted Lucy's Nan as she disappeared into the living room. Lucy fastened Sykes's lead and made a hasty exit as they started down the crescent toward the entrance to the woodland path. It had been precisely a week since Lucy's apparition, and she had counted down the hours before getting back to reinvestigate. As they entered the woods, she let Sykes go and started to head toward the spot where she had seen the boy. The weather was much milder than the week before, with no sign of any mist. The leaves were soft and damp under her feet from the earlier rain, making the woods seem far more ordinary than they had done previously. The forest has lost its magic, thought Lucy, as she popped out her bottom lip in mockery of the situation. Nonetheless, she hurried down the path to the spot where the silver-haired figure had appeared, but was soon disappointed. The place was quiet, with nothing unusual at all this time. "Who were you?" she said, as she tapped the oak tree with her knuckles. Lucy Watkins was a very bright girl, smarter than most people would have guessed. Even as a toddler, she had stood out as remarkably intelligent, having had a grasp of reading by the age of 3. On reaching 11, she had an intelligence quota of 168 and was able to discuss all manner of advanced subjects, leaving her teachers somewhat dumbfounded. Her star began to rise, with excited talk in the staff room of fast-tracking to a top E-Tech platform. She even got a mention on the Netscape from the local news. Unfortunately, success came at a price, and the attention she had received irritated some of the "it girls" at her school, which in turn led to 1 or 2 unpleasant bullying incidents, primarily orchestrated by a girl who was in the same year as Lucy. The playground spotlight rarely fell very far from Chelsea Foster's doll-like looks and designer wardrobe. Unfortunately, anyone else auditioning for the center stage was only too likely to find themselves quickly on the wrong side of Miss Foster and her pouting entourage. Things came to a head one afternoon as Lucy meandered her way home from school, looking forward to getting her homework out of the way so that she could continue researching her latest interests. As she turned the corner halfway home into Central Drive, the sight that presented itself made her heart sink. Chelsea and a small crowd were waiting by the garages on the corner next to the old Nag's Head, which had closed decades earlier. The garages were often a focal point for after-school disputes, and as Lucy approached, everyone was staring at her. Her stomach churned as panic gripped her. She tried to pass without eye contact, but Chelsea stepped out right in front of her. "You trying to ignore me, you swatty bitch?" "I'm not trying to do anything, Chelsea. Just leave me alone," replied Lucy. With that, Chelsea grabbed a tight hold of Lucy's hair, dragged her to the ground, and punched her twice in the face. "I don't like snotty little swats like you. You'd better watch your back." As she stood away, Chelsea spat on Lucy, while triumphantly winking to her gang. Lucy looked up into the leering circle of faces that surrounded and could feel them willing her to break. But after dusting herself down, she replied in a tone that surprised everybody. "You're a disgrace, Chelsea Foster. You're nothing but a weak-minded bully, ignorant and insecure, and guess what? I can see right through you." With that, she spun around and marched defiantly home. As she slipped into the house, Lucy went up to the bathroom and locked the door behind her. As she looked in the mirror, her lip quivered, and the tears started to flood down her cheeks as the full shock of the event hit her hard. How could they be so bitter and nasty? What was wrong with people who hated like this for no reason? As she silently wept, something truly unexplainable happened. The mirror, as though it somehow reflected her anger and frustration, cracked violently right the way across. Recoiling in confusion, she headed to her room where she disappeared beneath her fleece. Lucy decided right there, and then it was time to damp down her abilities. She had just completed a history project about Claudius, the Roman emperor, and learned he had been very smart indeed. "You had the right idea, mate," she whispered. "Play dumb. No one worries about a fool." She knew the emperor's story well. He had managed to act stupid, exaggerating his defects caused by cerebral palsy. Allowing his enemies to think him slow and worthless, he evaded assassination and went on to be a great leader. Lucy had no illness, but she could certainly play down her intelligence, and this was a plan she adhered to for the next few years. She was shrewd now with her workflow, and slowly over the next few months brought it back into line with her fellow students' performances. Good, but less than remarkable. Teachers were confused at first and tried to interact with her, but in time they soon forgot. They were underpaid, overworked, and had 1,000 other kids to worry over. Lucy was quickly yesterday's news. She continued to educate herself secretly at an astonishing rate and was a genius in every sense of the word. Shortly after the Chelsea incident, Lucy began to ponder the bathroom mirror. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became it had been a projection of herself, and wondered if she could do it again. Reaching for her Surface one day, she typed in the word telekinesis, an alleged psychic ability allowing a person to influence a physical system without physical interaction, announced the definition on the screen. After reading on for 10 minutes and wearing a mischievous smile, she trotted down to the kitchen. She reached into the cupboards and brought out a collection of items and neatly placed them in front of her. First was an orange cup with a double handle, followed an old plastic hairbrush that didn't belong in there. Finally, she reached for a large ball bearing that had been in the cutlery drawer for years, its origin something of a mystery. Lucy began first with the beaker and placed it aside on its own. She held her palms down over the mug and willed it with all her heart to move. Her digits outstretched, her mind entirely focused, and yet absolutely nothing. "Come on," she said as her hand banged on the table. With a frown, she moved the bearing to center stage. Maybe it would be far easier with something round. "Move!" she said, as her fingers projected like electrodes towards the ball. A minute later, Lucy skulked back up the stairs and returned to her research. Disappointed as she was, the more she read, the more her intrigue was aroused. Old world governments had spent millions on research into such a phenomenon. What did they know? Time flew as she jumped from one site to the next. Almost about to finish up and grab a micropot from the freezer, she stumbled upon a new story. There had been a man who had managed to take the whole world's attention way back in the 70s. It seemed he could bend metal objects with just the slightest of touches, and even after rigorous scrutiny, he had baffled the world. Lucy watched a couple of very convincing old videos, then drummed her fingers twice, snapped the Surface shut, vaulted off the bed, and ran back to the kitchen. Opening a kitchen drawer, she pulled out a dinner fork and placed it on the kitchen table. "This is going to be easier," said Lucy, brimming with anticipation. Picking it up and gently rubbing the fork, she felt a strange sensation. Like warmed plastic, it fell apart between her fingers, and in shock, she hurled it to the floor. Shivering as the hairs on the back of her neck stood up, Lucy Watkins suddenly felt very special indeed. The initial shock subsided, and she began to expand and enlarge her newfound skills. She repeated the action with a knife and a small screwdriver, and the process worked every time. In a daydream, Lucy headed back up the stairs, then swung into the bathroom and looked into the cracked mirror. "Do not tell a soul," she whispered, to her broken reflection. Convinced she had adopted the right approach since the Chelsea episode, she saw no reason to change this formula. Over the following years, she taught herself to open doors without touching them. She could bend and distort objects, and even make smaller things jump to her hand. Lucy's mental power increased all the time, but she remembered all too well how weak and vulnerable Chelsea had made her feel. To her mother's dismay, she joined the Axial Cadets and a kickboxing club. The boxing instructors there were delighted with her quick uptake, and the cadets quickly promoted her. She was soon a far cry from her former self, the girl that Chelsea dragged to the floor with such ease. Her psychokinetic abilities were more advanced than anything the Unions or the AJB knew about, and she fully intended to keep things that way. She and Sykes had wandered around for almost an hour with no sign of the mysterious visitor. She had scoured around the tree clump and covered most of the surrounding area to no avail. "I know what I saw, and I'm going to find you. Sykes, come on, boy." He darted out from the nearby undergrowth, panting with excitement. "Sorry, but it's home time, Mr. Sykes. Phantom Boy isn't playing out this weekend." Disappointedly, she snapped the lead back onto Sykes's collar and started to track back over toward her nan's bungalow. As they walked through the posts onto Green Rock Crescent, Lucy's mind was still on her missing ghost as the blue car booted around the corner. On the other side of the road, an empty plastic bottle rolled off the curb. Lucy hardly had hold of Sykes's lead while in her daydream, and he was off in a flash after the tin, straight into the path of the car. "Sykes!" Lucy shouted. Then there came a dull thud, a sonic wave that was so low in pitch it was only just within Lucy's hearing range. Now it was as though she observed Sykes through a thick lens, the edge of which shimmered like the heat blur on a desert horizon. The rest of the world around him seemed out of focus. There were blue and white flashes, and time itself had stopped for the car as Sykes ran straight past. There was an old-fashioned galvanized pole-mounted electricity transformer further up the street that had been there for decades, which suddenly sparked while the lights in the street dimmed for a second. The driver had started to brake when he saw the dog set off, and as his time caught back up with Lucy's, he screeched to a halt. Bewildered, the driver shook his head, having seen the dog disappear on one side of the street and then reappear on the other. Lucy expected him to be angry, but he simply carried on with his head down. What she could not have known was that the man had not only been drinking earlier that afternoon, but had also taken some painkillers for his toothache. The car computer would clearly show it was him at the wheel, and convinced the cocktail had fooled his senses, and he was not about to risk jeopardizing his license for an accident that never even took place. "Oh my God, what's going on?" thought Lucy, frightened by the events unfolding. Were things starting to occur that she could no longer control? Did anybody see what happened? Hopefully not, she thought, looking up and down the street. "Shit, Sykes, what did we just do?" she said, and hurried him up as the panic crept up through her body. "Hi, darling," said her nan, as the door opened. "You were gone ages today." "Yeah, he was enjoying himself, and it's not too cold. I tell you what, Lucy Lou, I need to get your Uncle Terry over to have a look at my electrics, I think." "Why, what's up?" said Lucy, finding it difficult to make eye contact. "The main switch tripped a moment ago. Maybe something is shorting out in the kitchen again. Always best to check." "Yeah, I guess so," said Lucy timidly. She didn't spend long with her nan feeling quiet and a little detached. It was impossible to process what had just happened and indulge in small talk at the same time, and she left at the first opportunity, just wanting to be alone with her thoughts. As Lucy closed the gate and turned from her nan's house, a figure appeared near the entrance to the woods. The boy with the silver hair was clothed now and wore a hood that shadowed his face, and narrowing his eyes, he watched her walk away. "Yea, Annette, I mean Lucy," he said, and disappeared back into the trees. Chapter 4. Hack. The barmaid was beautiful. However, as she pushed the bill for the cooler boosts he had ordered under Kevin Sutton's nose, he sighed in despair. "On my life. Sean, mate, have you seen this?" He moaned, his eyes directing fellow journalist Sean Laird's attention to the amount that flashed on the paying node. "Dear, oh dear, that's a bit salty," replied Sean. "Salty. You expect to pay through the nose in these places, not to have your eyes taken out," said Kevin, as the two laughed and greedily began their beverages. Cloud's bar in New CG was expensive, but frequented by more than the odd celebrity, and Kevin thought if you are having a drink, it might as well be where you could catch some gossip. "We need to find some new shit to write about, mate," said Kevin. "Something different, 'Cause I'm sick of serving up celebrity gossip fodder and political treachery 24/7. Speak for yourself, pal, laughed Sean. My rebel funding story brought me a good 6 months of grace. Oh, that old chestnut again, scoffed Kevin, as he winced at the reminder of Sean's recent success. What's up? Is your boss Johnson giving you a headache again? He's a pain, but I can deal with him. He's quite partial to the occasional sprinkling of old Kev's subtle sycophancy. A dangerous tactic, Kevin, said Sean. Don't let him stress you, mate. You've got a lot of respect, Kev. You blasted your way in as a youngster with all that block riot coverage. That scary shit raged on for 2 years, and you did good work. As for the things I heard about when you were a student with the mega squat eviction story, and it was legendary, you were everyone's hero. Yeah, I know fearless days, but no one gives a damn about that now, do they? Well, maybe not, but you helped uncover a lot of crap in axial politics over the years too, so give yourself a break. You do have a point, though, and it would be nice to find some fresh material to go at. Did you see that story the MASH ran front page yesterday? Indulge me, replied Sean, leaning in with some interest. It was about some psychic locating the shallow grave of a missing boy in the UA axis. Different, said Sean, raising his eyebrows. That was on the landing page? Main story, don't you see it? People just lap that stuff up. Ghosts, aliens, and anything supernatural that goes bump in the night. Something to make our mundane lives a bit more interesting. I see what you mean, mate, but most of those stories are pure nonsense generated by head cases looking attention. You'd have to come up with something pretty solid for Johnson to let you upload, and if it turned out to be nonsense, he'd pull the trigger on you. You got something on the go? No, not at all, but I need a new angle, said Kevin, as he took another swig of his drink and looked towards the bar. Isn't that young bird off that new reel dram over there? And hello, who's that bloke she's with? You're unlucky there, mate, replied Sean. That's her boyfriend, and he does kids stuff over on Rainbow Cast 5, I think. What jumping about in multicoloured sweaters singing songs about animals like the happiest guy on the planet? Yeah, something like that. How degrading, said Kevin, as they both burst out laughing again. Kevin eyed some people that had just walked in and stood at the bar, in particular, a man in his early 30s in a dark grey suit. Sean, mate, the bloke with the burgundy tie. He's Popo No. His name's Cushway. He's high up in D branch. Well in with the big boys over at AJB too. AV heard he ain't all that, though. No, how's that then? Well, his old man was top brass years ago, very connected, I heard. Sonny boy rushed through the ranks like no one's business, having lots of friends in high places. But I heard he's made more than a few mess-ups in his time, and when it comes to police work, he doesn't know his arse from his elbow. Is he married? Not sure, but probably. Why? Because he's had his arm around that girl in green for the last 5 minutes. She looks about 19, and you can take it to the bank that she's not Mrs. Cushway. Turn it in, mate, honestly. Do you ever have a day off? Idle hands, Sean. Idle hands. Kevin smiled. He was definitely staying for another, and it was definitely Sean's round. Chapter 5. Dispatch. The taut geometric shadows followed Richard Wolfe as he paced through the thick tufts of the rug below his desk. The room temperature had dropped below 0 as his foul mood stretched its invisible hands out into the room. The beautifully adorned office in which he sat was lined with glossy panels and shelves crammed full of axial law books. On the desk were 3 large monitors, one of which was active. "Where are you, Rinder, you stumbling fool?" said Wolfe into a small microphone attached to the terminal as he clenched and unclenched his fingers. The delay only served to fuel his anger, his eyes wide with frenzy as he glared towards the screen. "Sir, good afternoon," came a middle-aged male voice. "Colonel, I need you to keep things moving over there," said Wolfe. "Something has cropped up that demands my attention." "No problem at all. As you know, I'm on site now every day. Sir, I was wondering, There are a few things that I need to go over with you. Will you be away very long? What is it that cannot wait, Rinder? You get paid to do a job, and I can assure you, I am in no mood to have my patience tested. Colonel Rinder paused for a second. I'm only saying, sir, that the food supply is starting to become a strain with the numbers. It's sustainable for the time being, but I think we need to look at the logistics when you have the time. Things are going to be arriving at their conclusion a little earlier than originally planned, Colonel, so I can assure you it's not going to be an issue for very much longer. Ah, right. Okay. Well, I won't trouble you any further on the matter then. I'll await further instructions. We are done here, Rinder. Next time we speak, I expect a full update on the Pithos, said Wolf, cutting the call before the Colonel had the chance to reply. Wolf closed down his surface and spent the next 2 minutes in total silence. Behind the desk, he was completely still, and his breathing had dropped so low it was undetectable. His eyes had closed, and he was totally inanimate when suddenly there came a sharp rap at the door. "Come," said Wolf. "Sir, I've the stuff back from operational surveillance and perception," said Blackwell, as he entered the room waving a large envelope. "Put them out on the desk and let me see," said Wolf, sounding almost impressed. Blackwell began to spread out 3 photographs. "This is the best resolution we could get, and obviously it's very dark, but these are the exact coordinates at the specified time. Am I to assume you have a name for me?" "Better still, sir, I have the EAID photograph," said Blackwell, as he reached back into the envelope and placed a large colour picture on the desk in front of Wolf. "Oh, this is good, Blackwell. This is very good indeed. Just for once, it appears you may have earned your keep. You may leave now." Wolf turned sharply away, clutching the photograph, while he stared at it as a man possessed. "So, finally you come," he said, as if the picture could hear him. "Colonel," shouted Wolf into the microphone. "Sir!" came the reply. "Right here, sir." "I need a CH unit dispatching right away," said Wolf. "Of course, no problem. When briefing, you patch me through, and you leave. Understand?" "Yes, definitely. I'll get on it now. Dispatched where, sir?" "The same coordinates I gave you earlier. United European Axis, England." Chapter 6. Breakfast. "Morning sunshine," bellowed Sean, as he appeared in the doorway, wearing a pair of bright yellow shorts and armed with 2 microbakes. "Yeah, morning, mate," managed Kevin, sounding a little rough. "What you planning on doing there?" he grinned, gaining composure and nodding towards the bakes. "Well, matey, I'm going to knock us up a couple of Shawnee's world-famous breakfast bonanzas." Sean spun around back towards his kitchen, happily whistling Zippity-Doodah. Kevin found it rather irritating that Sean had been born genetically blessed with immunity to hangovers. He could drink 15 cooler boosts and still be full of zest the morning after, whereas Kevin Wright wished the ground would swallow him whole. Kevin raised his carcass from the bed and wandered around to the kitchen. As he looked through the door, he was met with Sean's perky grin. "Don't stress too much about work, mate. Keep your head on. Something will turn for you. Always does." "Yeah, you're right. Just need to catch a break," replied Kevin, narrowing his eyes as if in thought. "When you came across that rebel funding fiasco and the trafficking article you did last year, where did you pick up the initial threads?" "Just poking around, really. The rebel story might have gone a lot further if those idiots from the AJB hadn't come and confiscated the research under the banner of threats to Union security. Thanks for your input, but we need to pick it up from here, kind of thing." Kevin grit his teeth as Sean wiggled his imaginary quotation mark fingers in the air, a habit that had never ceased to irritate while reminding him of the posh kids back in his E-Tech days. "The trick is trusting your instincts," continued Sean. "You catch a whiff of something, you must pursue it with irrational commitment. See where it goes. You still have a free rein at the Nova, don't you?" "Yeah, as it stands, I can do as I please. I just need to pump out a couple of winners, and it's all roses again." "Here, grab this," said Sean, sliding a plate towards Kevin. Shawnee's world-famous breakfast bonanza was a godsend for Kevin when it arrived, the gargantuan mouthfuls he took hardly touching the sides. Another bonus was that he and Sean shared the same shirt size, so by the time he had showered and got dressed, he was beginning to feel somewhere approaching normal again. As they sat back down in the living room, Kevin began to check his emails quickly. "Oh, what a result," he said, clicking his fingers. "What's occurring, mate?" asked Sean, glancing over. "An old Union snitch I haven't heard from for ages. He's absolute gold dust when he does call in." "There you go, mate. Happy days." "Yeah, should be. He wants a sit-down Wednesday." "I was thinking, though," said Sean, "about that thing in the MASH you were on about. You have a point. An out-the-ordinary story, something new that breaks the boundaries of normality, would be an absolute winner, if it were tangible." "I couldn't agree more, Sean. But in hindsight, it's wishful thinking. Superheroes are just cartoons, and the only flying saucer I ever seen was at Greek Tony's wedding." "Stick with the bread and butter stuff, and you can't go wrong, eh?" "Right then, shall we do some proceeding?" said Kevin, as he grabbed his jacket. "Taxi's on its way. Another coffee, pal?" "Yeah, mate. Make mine a double," said Kevin, as they both bust out laughing and high-fived each other. Chapter 7. In the Shadows. In the darkness, like a statue, the figure wearing a black field jacket had not moved for over an hour. The fingers of his right hand flexed just a fraction, when suddenly an encrypted folder phone in his pocket buzzed into life. "Hello?" said the ill-lit figure in a robotic tone, opening the device and placing it to his ear. "Are you in the area that you were assigned?" came a muffled voice down the line. "Yes, Master. I await further instructions." "Have you familiarized yourself with the local geography?" "I have memorized a 2-mile radius." "Perfect. This will serve you well. Find somewhere to put yourself close by and out of eyeshot. I do not want you wandering around, letting people see your face. Do you understand?" "Yes, of course. I will take care of this. I will contact you again in the next few hours with the target's details. The manner you pursue the objective will be your choice. Your training will be more than adequate to complete the task, and you will follow your normal rules. You speak to no one other than the target, and at all costs, you must not come into any contact with the authorities over there. Am I clear?" "Yes. Any sign of police or AJB and you disappear. A mission failure would be preferential to you finding yourself in custody." "I will not fail you, Master." "Be at the ready, and I will call you back later. Now disappear." The phone went dead. The dark figure was around 185 centimeters in height, with a muscular frame. As well as the black jacket, he wore lightweight combat boots and a beanie covering most of his head. As he stepped forward, it was the queer angle of his eyes that gave him a wider field of vision. He erupted from the alleyway and walked a few hundred yards, then came to a halt at the next corner. He then spun around, strode down the street to his left, and then cut a diagonal over towards some garages. To the right, an old disused pub had a loosely boarded window on its second floor. Checking his surroundings for witnesses, he stepped towards the derelict wall, and with 3 lithe, panther-like jumps, he had negotiated his way through the window. Turning around to face the board, he pulled it back toward the frame as his eyes adjusted to the light. Reaching down to his canvas jeans and rolling up one leg, he pulled out a knife with a 6-inch blade and bared his teeth for a second. He reached towards the window board, and with a swift incision, cut a slit and put his eye up against it. Once satisfied with the handiwork, he replaced the knife to his calf scabbard, then squatted down and glanced around his dark, dusty surroundings. His unusually long tongue sampled the colourful textures of stagnated air, and then slowly he scanned the room as if committing every inch to memory. Looking up at the water that seeped in from a crack in the ceiling, he heard a faint noise down to the left. In a single move, he leapt across the room, and as he stood back up the brown rat he had captured in his hands, squealed with terror. For a second, He looked into its eyes, wearing an odd smile. He had met Rattus Norvegicus before. He knew from his training it lived near humans in every continent and had been one of the most successful mammals on Earth, for which it deserved respect. The rodent might well have gained a few more seconds of grace, but the screech was irritating, and he decided to drive the rat's skull straight into the wall in front of him. Happy the creature had drawn its final breath, he sank his teeth deep into the flesh and tore away a chunk of meat as the blood slowly dripped down his chin. A minute later, he slung the bare bones into the far corner of the room, and wiping his mouth across the sleeve of his jacket, he returned to the spy hole. Staring out from the darkness of the room, he looked onto the illuminated street below and smiled again. He knew the master would soon call to release him from his boredom, and when that happened, somebody would be in for a very nasty surprise indeed. Chapter 8. Professional Opinions. As Kevin repeatedly drummed his fingers on the work desk, David Smythe Pickford's facial muscles began to twitch. With his jaw visibly clenching, he was no longer able to focus on the work in front of him, and amused at causing such visible irritation, Kevin opted to continue his rhythmic impertinence a little while longer. "Kevin, old chap, do you intend to continue that ghastly racket all day?" "Sorry, old bean, didn't mean to offend, and I shall stop this very second." "You know, Kevin, inverted snobbery is no less despicable than the traditional type, and anyway I thought you had somewhere to be." "Well, Dave, me old china, I do, but not right this very second. You're stuck with me for just a little while longer, I'm afraid." "Marvellous. I can never quite get enough of the backstreet wit and beer house anecdotes." "Susie, darling," said Kevin, as he clicked his fingers towards the automated sandwich trolley. "Saucer of milk for Mr. Smythe Pickford, please." "Oh, very droll, Sutton. Very droll indeed. Ever the comedian. Where exactly is it you'll be off to anyway?" said David, his feigned interest not fooling Kevin for a second. "Well, it's a trek really, but worth it. An old political source wants a sit-down. I don't meet up with him until later on this afternoon, but it should be fruitful." "You don't much care for party members, do you, Kevin?" said David, who was wearing a faint smile. "It's not that I don't care for them, Dave. I just think when they assume such responsibilities, they ought to keep their pants up and fingers out the till, don't you?" "Do you imagine journalists should also operate around a certain moral compass?" replied Dave, laughing. "I can see where you're going with this, Dave, but we do not get elected by the public in the same way, are we, mate? Our job is to expose the truth. If that means bending the rules a bit to get to the nitty-gritty, then I'm all for it." "Well, would that be including the kind of illegal surveillance techniques that have seen people locked up and irreparable damage done to the reputation of our profession?" "The truth, old chap, the truth. It's a fine line." "Yes, I believe some refer to it as the law, Kevin, and I think we will have to agree to disagree." "No probs, pal, but I won't lie to you. I think sometimes snoop technology is a necessary evil. We can't be too tightly wrapped in this caper. Perhaps you should have opted for a different career, Dave. Maybe's took some oaths, and donned the sacred robes, and told the rows of empty seats how to survive without sin. It's a dim view of the world you carry, Kevin, and it's a shame." Kevin resumed his finger tapping, and once satisfied that David was again clenching his teeth and sufficiently agitated, he whipped off his reading glasses and exchanged them for another pair from his top drawer. "Right then, matey. That's me out of here. Tell the boss I'll message him later." "Okay," said Dave, breathing a sigh of relief. With that, Kevin headed for the coat hangers and made his exit. As he walked out, Kevin's folder phone buzzed and displayed a link from Sean to a story that was being run by the Metro. "Alien saucer spotted by Highland workers," it announced, followed by Sean's message. "Thought you might want a heads up on this one, pal." "Oh, you're a funny guy," said Kevin, as he shook his head as he pressed the lift button. "Talking to yourself again, Kevin?" came a familiar female voice. Sally was about the same age as Kevin and had worked in copy since he could remember. Stress Sally completely lost the plot. It's a miracle I haven't wandered out into the garden with the fairies yet. Let me know when you do, Kev, and I'm coming with you. Catch you later. Kevin stared down at the story Sean had sent him and frowned. One of these days, mate. One of these days. Chapter 9. Hunted. The cold darkness pressed against Lucy's bedroom window as the alarm clock exploded into life. Angrily, her hand shot out from beneath the fleece and ended its bothersome melody before the third note. Then came the unmistakable buzz of a driverless opticab, starting as it picked someone up for work, then hummed along on its way. In slow motion, Lucy forced open her eyes, drew back the covers, and faced the day. No one had witnessed the episode with Sykes the previous Sunday evening, but as Lucy began to wake up, it was the first thing on her mind. Creating a dimensional change of this nature had frightened her. Had her powers slipped out of control? Refocusing, she dragged herself from the heavenly warmth and made for the bathroom. 20 minutes later, still in a semi-conscious trance, she opened the front door and braved the chill. Lucy usually set out before most other kids, and the streets were almost empty. On her back, she wore her student bag. Other girls at school opted for more feminine versions, but Lucy's, which she had requisitioned from Axial cadets, was somewhat sturdier. Inside was some history homework, which was due to be handed in, and Henry VIII was the topic of debate. Although Lucy's teacher, Mr. Wren, had discussed in class a Renaissance man of high culture, her findings had been more of a tyrannical wife-murderer in whom she struggled to find any admirable qualities at all. She enjoyed a good relationship with her tutor and thought the candid essay on this larger-than-life Tudor would undoubtedly create a healthy discussion. As she trudged down the road, the cold had woken Lucy up, and the spring returned to her step as she rounded the corner at the garages. Suddenly, she became aware of a figure in a black field jacket 100 yards behind her on the other side of the road. Her head spun around to look, but he didn't return her glance. Something was very wrong with him, and Lucy's senses went into overdrive. There was underlying malice radiating so strongly that she felt physically sick. Lucy quickened her pace, and the figure did likewise. She glanced around again, and he looked right at her. Her throat tightened, and as instinct overwhelmed her, Lucy bolted down the street, chased by the figure in black. As she glanced back, her heart pumping, Lucy could see him gaining at an unearthly speed, and knew he would be on her in seconds. The 770-day rider was pulled up at the bay a few yards ahead, and if she could just make it, there were some passengers already on board. As Lucy ran for the door, the figure in black reached out to grab her, and his pale skin gave off a vile, unrecognizable stench that made her reach. Just then, at the very same instant, another figure approached from the opposite direction. Slender, and wearing a grey hood pulled up over his face, he stretched out his arm toward the man in black, and light radiated from his hand, so blindingly bright that Lucy had to close her eyes for a second. She looked towards the figure in black, and as the beam caught him, he stopped dead in his tracks. The unworldly scream he let out pierced her senses, and as his pupils stretched to reptilian slits, Lucy froze, disabled with fear. Disorientated, she was quickly bundled onto the bus by the hooded stranger. Buses in Lucy's town still sometimes had a real driver, and today was her lucky day. "What the hell's going on?" demanded the man behind the wheel, as he closed the bus doors, unimpressed with the performance outside. "There's nothing to be worried about," said the stranger, almost whispering as he fixed the man in his gaze. "But where are you going?" said the driver, who was now a little bewildered. "Greenbank," said Lucy, as she gathered her wits. "Greenbank," repeated the driver like a robot. The stranger reached into his pocket and scanned a B-chip across the receiver, while the driver printed out the tickets, and as they began to pull off, the man outside lunged towards the door and made Lucy jump. There were 5 adult passengers, and a couple of younger children on the bus towards the rear. The grown-ups were all over 50, and Lucy could hear them talk about calling the police. As they sat at the front of the bus, she turned to the stranger and shook her head. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" he replied. "Is there an echo on this bus? Who are you?" The man was about to say something, but Lucy did not give him the opportunity. "Do you know what? I don't even want to hear it. I'm getting off at the next stop and calling my mother, the police, or maybe the AJB. We'll be reporting you and that other weirdo, and you'll both be arrested." "Lucy, you need to look at me," said the stranger. "I don't need to look at you, Beck." Lucy stopped, her mouth wide open. "Oh my God," she said, catching sight of the man's eyes under his hood. At first, they had appeared blue, but now changed. They had filled with a moving kaleidoscope, and it was like looking into the depths of the universe. Distant galaxies swam in a sea of black and purple. Then she caught a glimpse of silver hair. "It's you," she said, her eyes wide with excitement. "I saw you in the woods. How do you know my name and what's happened to your eyes?" "Please, Lucy, make quiet your voice. Eyes are upon us." "Excuse me, miss," called one of the male passengers who had stood up. "Are you okay there?" "Yes, everything's fine," answered Lucy, managing a smile. "Just two friends who had a bit of a fallout." "Well, if you say so, didn't look too friendly from this angle. And as for you, young man, I don't know what you had in your hand before, but there are laws about bright strobe lights. They can trigger seizures." "You have my apologies," offered the boy in the hood, sounding genuinely humble as he looked searchingly at Lucy from under his hood. "You have 1 minute," said Lucy. "You must make choices, Lucy. You are in danger. You need to get off the bus and come with me somewhere safer." She was about to argue the point, but then remembered the figure in black, with his twisted face and lizard eyes, so reluctantly, Lucy nodded in agreement. At the next stop, the stranger rose, and she followed him off the bus and down a side street. "What did you do to the driver?" asked Lucy, in a demanding tone. "What do you mean?" "Please don't bullshit me. He was about to kick off until you stared at him, and he went into some kind of trance or something. What did you do?" "He was going to be a problem. I relaxed him." "Well, if you say so, more like mind control or brainwashing, if you ask me. Where exactly are we going?" "I have taken a car. It is not so far. We need to—" "Taken," said Lucy, interrupting. "Do you by any chance mean stolen? Are you expecting me to get in a robbed car with you? You're clearly delusional. I'm supposed to be arriving at school right about now. Do you seriously think that I'm jumping in some randomer's stolen car? I don't think so, Ghost Boy. It's not happening." "Okay, listen," said the stranger, as he spun around, stopped dead in his tracks, and stared Lucy in the face. "You must listen to me. Things are happening to you, are they not?" "What things?" "We have not time to make games, Lucy. You have abilities. You have known about them for a long time. A few days ago, you did something that attracted dangerous attention. Do you understand?" "Okay, maybe. But who are you, and why are you helping me?" "My name is AmArn. I will explain later where I have come from, and why I am here. Understand? Please, we are similar. The abilities you have are going to increase. You will get stronger quickly, now it has begun. Some do not want you to develop and seek to murder you. You are a threat to them, and they want to destroy you. I can help, but we must act now. Please follow me. Or do you have a better idea?" "You're scaring the living daylights out of me. But let's say I believed you. What are you suggesting?" "Do you have your folder phone?" "Yes." "Do you have a friend? Someone who you might stay with sometimes?" "Yes, my pal Laura. But why?" "While we walk, if you made a message to your mother that you will be staying at Laura's tonight, would your mother check?" "You mean double check with Laura's parents?" "No, probably not. But this is ridiculous." "Okay, you will do it, and then give me the folder phone. It will gain time for us." Lucy popped the phone off its wrist strap and folded it open to full size. As the shape memory allowed the keys to morph up to the surface, she completed the task and handed the phone over to AmArn. As he delicately placed his thumb and forefingers around the device, there was a fizz as the circuits fried before he crouched down and dropped into a grid. "You idiot!" shouted Lucy with tears of frustration in her eyes. "You absolute idiot! That's a 3-month-old phone my mum got me. We can't afford another one." "I am sorry," said AmArn, "but it is tracked. You know every camera with a sensor will recognize you, and satellites can find also. Please trust me, and it is dangerous to keep the device. Come, we must go quickly." "But why are we hiding from the cameras?" "Because it would not help to let the AJB see where you are. You must trust me." Lucy's head dropped in defeat as she hiked along behind AmArn. After a time, they headed down a quiet side street, and it was here that he had parked a grey 2-door electroglide. AmArn raised his hand, and the locks on the vehicle popped open. "Cool trick," said Lucy, and starting to ease up a little, she jumped into the passenger side. "Electric things are easy, but you already know this," replied AmArn. "Where are we going?" "First, we will drive to the city." "You're kidding me," said Lucy in protest. "Why is this a problem?" "Because I hate cities. They're overbearing, unnatural places full of comcams, drones, and people rushing everywhere, stressing their lives away. Why are you so keen to go?" "Because it is easier to hide in the crowd. Understand? Busy is safer. It will be less encouraging for our enemy to confront us. Just keep away from the drones." "Okay, I get it. But who are we running away from? The scary guy at the bus stop?" "Yes, but no," said AmArn, leaving Lucy none the wiser. "He is just a soldier. Did you notice anything different about him?" "He screamed like some animal, and when he did, his eyes changed." "Hybrid Lucy. Only part human, and that part is camouflage." "Downright scary. Why is he chasing me?" "Because when you bent time a few days ago, you attracted dangerous attention. The creature has been sent to deal with you, or perhaps take you captive. Hard to guess which. I will explain later. No time now." "What are we going to do?" "Are you registered for biometric travel, or do you have the old EAID card?" "The old card. Biometrics are expensive as hell." "This is good. You do not have to go past a scanner." "Why are you asking me?" "Because after the city we may need it." "You're crazy. Where do you think we are going?" "I'll go home tomorrow or the day after and just keep myself to myself. I'll never make a time bend or whatever you call it again." "Lucy," said AmArn, turning around to her, his eyes completely black. "I understand you want things to be normal, but they will never be. Please realize this is no dream that you find yourself in, and action is needed." The unearthliness of AmArn's eyes focused Lucy's attention toward the apparent gravity of the situation. "Okay, sorry, I'm listening. The creature you just met doesn't work alone. There will be more of them. So far, we have been lucky, but more will come. We need to go back and get your ID before we leave for the city. Your mother's house will be watched, so prepare yourself." "Can you stop them if they come?" "I can deal with 1 or 2, perhaps no more." "What if there are more?" AmArn reached out to Lucy, and as he placed his slender fingers on her shoulder, a wave of calmness was upon her. "What if, Lucy? What if the universe collapses today? What if we sit consumed by fear and do nothing?" "Right. Like what if we just go for it then?" said Lucy firmly, nodding her head. AmArn raised a hand, and the engine fired. His fingers danced around in shapes, while the steering wheel and gear stick spun and jumped like his puppets. "That's a pretty impressive set of tricks you have there," said Lucy, as she watched in amazement. "It is not my normal way of traveling. I am using available options. It's tiring, so I make use of the auto-drive." Backing into one road and pulling back around into the other, to face the opposite way they moved away. AmArn drove at a sensible pace as Lucy looked around the vehicle. State-of-the-art electric, scape-linked with auto-nav drive. There was a small pod sack sitting on the floor behind the seat, and she could see the handle of a knife protruding from a side pocket. "It is a useful tool, nothing more," said AmArn, without even turning around. "You're seriously creeping me out. How do you know what I'm thinking?" "The same way you do with other people sometimes. Am I correct?" "Well, yes, maybe. Your mind is a powerful tool, Lucy. You are more advanced than anyone on Earth I have ever watched. But with talents comes danger. Aside from the evil that hunts you, imagine what the AJB will do if they discovered your abilities. There would be endless tests to understand you. They would want to exploit your gift for their benefit, and you would never be free." "Well, you sure know how to cheer a girl up, no doubt about that." AmArn paused for a second. "Lucy, I am going to take a longer way to your mother's. Let us come from the opposite side, so we get a better view." "Really? Do you think so?" "We must be careful." The pair sat quietly for a moment before Lucy chirped up again. "Oh well, look on the bright side. At least I do not have to hide things from you, the telepathic stuff. Strange, but your biggest ally is that you did not discuss this with anybody. It's unusual, but good. Does your mother know?" "No, I didn't tell anybody." "Curious," said AmArn. Leaving the car parked up, they slowly approached Lucy's house from the forest end of the street. "I don't see anything that causes concern, do you?" said AmArn. "No, just looks like normal." "Okay, I will wait by the gate, get your ID card and something warm to go under your jacket, and be quick." Lucy soon bounced back down the path in jeans and combat boots. By the time they started, it was mid-morning, and Lucy took one last look at the woods where AmArn had first appeared. Now he sat right beside her, and there was one thing of which she was sure. Nothing was ever going to be the same again. Chapter 10. The Savantari. The reek of incense and money besieged Richard Wolfe as he opened the double oak doors and entered the candlelit room. 7 figures gathered around a circular table, the top of which dimly depicted the New World map. The low illumination did little to flatter the group as it flickered amongst the crevices of their aged faces. Wolfe was well accustomed to the peculiar rituals of these men, but paid little attention to their quirks, and as he sat down, all eyes were upon him. "Good morning, Mr. Wolfe. Glad you could make it so early," said the man nearest, turning his head around to peer over his gold-rimmed glasses. "I have had important business to deal with," answered Wolfe, making it clear he was not about to apologize for his unpunctuality. Although the faces changed as the years went by, the Savantari had always numbered 7. They were an irritation to Wolfe, but for the time being, a necessary one. The only thing he did like about them was their love of secrecy and the low profiles they seemed so miraculously able to maintain. "We need to do something about the goddamn temperature in here, it's freezing," said the smaller man with a beard on the far side of the table. "Come now, Mr. Wolfe, let us begin our business." "Indeed," said Wolfe, as he reached into a folder and brought out some papers. "Take one of each and pass around," he continued, offering the pile to the first man who wore glasses. Each member of the group soon had a booklet with 6 pages each. "You will hand these back before you leave, gentlemen." "You question our integrity," laughed a round-faced man, who sat second on Wolfe's left. "Many have been silenced completely to maintain the secrecy of this work. You will return the papers as we leave," replied Wolfe, without even looking up. About to complain, the round-faced man was interrupted. "My God!" said the first man with the glasses, excitedly directing his colleague next to him towards a photograph. "The progress is impressive. How does something like this even take off?" "Oh, you need not worry," said Wolfe. "They will do their job, but make no mistake here. Once we begin, there can be no turning back. The game will change forever." "The sooner, the better, Mr. Wolfe," said the man with the beard. "With this, we can exercise real control once and for all. Regulate movement, change the tax systems, and finally start to deal with the population issue," added the man with the glasses, "and stamp out all the nonsense beyond the axial borders. Union and AJB troops cannot win wars with their hands tied behind their backs. Rest assured, you have our full support. Good, gentlemen. Very good indeed, because I would like to propose moving our plans forward by 6 weeks. The group exchanged glances, and for a moment there was silence. If my calculations are right, said the man with the glasses, that would mean pretty much within the next week or so. You are correct, replied Wolf. Do it, said the round-faced man, slapping his hand on the table as the others nodded in agreement. Do it as soon as you are ready. There is just one thing, said the man with the beard, raising a finger in the air. We did, if I remember, speak once of a possibility of closer inspection when this day arrived. We did, but this is not convenient with things now speeding toward a conclusion, said Wolf. Well, nonetheless I will take you up on this offer anyway, smiled the man with the beard. As you wish, replied Wolf nonchalantly. Somebody will contact you later on today with the details. None bar those present here will attend, and you may not record your visit. That's fine, Mr. Wolf, but you need not worry. It will be just myself making the trip. There was much nodding around the table as Wolf gathered himself together to depart. I will leave the country for a day or two, and will meet with you when I get back. Any questions? Is your presence not more productive here at this time? Asked the man with the glasses, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps, but there is a small issue elsewhere that cannot be allowed to develop. I will be overseeing its resolution personally. You can reach me if it's urgent, but time is precious, and I manage my schedule carefully. I will be in touch. With that, Wolf passed the folder around the document folder and marched through the oak doors without another word. Chapter 11. Origin of Species. Lucy winced as they passed through the city zones, and she watched the environment change from country to urban. The designs and planning always seemed to her so ill-conceived, with operational decisions determining aesthetic outcomes, the results rarely pleasing to the eye. The sick, unhealthy trees and foliage that were sprinkled here and there just added insult to the injury. Some smart lights flashed during emergencies, becoming brighter as the traffic increased. Then there were the annoying comcams that picked up your phone ID and then either tried to sell you something or reminded you to follow regulations. It all made her wonder how people did not go completely insane. Lucy's early memories of cities were the block riots she had seen on the netscape. People were often sealed into the blocks for days, supposedly for their protection from the swathes of urban unrest that ravaged for years following the cash crash and the EMP attacks. After the troubles died down when she had been around 10, the landscape began to change slightly as more and more people smart worked. Individuals were afforded healthy bonuses by the Axis to live away from the city if they could log in from home to do their day's work. Nonetheless, half the world's population still lived in these metropolises, and she found them very suffocating. AmArn, said Lucy, looking for something else to occupy her mind. Lucy, replied AmArn, who are you? I mean, really, who are you? Where are you from? You deserve an explanation, said AmArn, as he stopped for a second as if composing himself. Lucy, I am not from Earth. Well, no shit, Sherlock, laughed Lucy, highly delighted. Are you not shocked? You have eyes that change colour, drive cars without touching them, and you can vanish at will. No, I'm not shocked. When I asked where you're from, I wasn't expecting you to say darkest Peru. Well, it is good your mind is open. It will need to be. My people are the Nolofan. We come from Algan at the center spiral of the galaxy. We are like you, but not like you. I and others of my kind have spent much time on Earth to study your cultures. You look just like me, said Lucy, or maybe a couple of years older. How can it be that you speak our language so well? The Nolofan learn language quick. We are known for good balance, and are called by other races to assist in dispute resolution. Mediators, you would say. My mother is one of the leaders on our planet, and she would like for me to begin this kind of political work in the future. I must pass many tests first, before I can start the training. For youngsters like me, an important part of education is to learn the affairs of other planets. I have traveled for a long time, making many studies across the galaxy, but Earth and the human race are my main project. You are at an important stage. Earth is an inception planet. You are the senior species, but not yet enlightened. Enlightened? Not able to control your minds properly. The galactic community cannot accept you until this is so. Anyway, the research I have done on Earth, I must present later to my tutors. It's hard to compare to things you understand, but like a dissertation. Lucy burst out laughing. Oh my God, I'm going to wake up with my nose in my breakfast in a minute. That's it, isn't it? I'm dreaming. Are you seriously telling me that I'm part of your interstellar homework? Your humor is appreciated, but still, what confronts us is not a joke. Well, sorry, Mr. Serious, but us humans often use our humor to get us through a tough time. But please go on. I want to hear more. Well, I did not foresee this situation developing, but the danger you are in forced action. We must work together. I have involved myself more than I should, and will have to explain for my decisions later when I return home. But I am committed to you now, and so it will be. How did you know about me? Said Lucy. I sensed your presence some time ago, said AmArn, because you are almost unique here, and I was close enough one day to pick up on signals that you are emitting. You are projecting thoughts without realizing you're doing it, and I tracked you. I was surprised at first that there was finally a human like you. There have been others before with lesser skills. I have contact with one other human, but you are more advanced. It was luck that I found you. I believe this to be destiny. More like a miracle, if you ask me, said Lucy, raising her eyebrows as if questioning AmArn's explanation. We do not have the time to go into the workings of our universe, Lucy. If you saw yourself as part of it, rather than an isolated entity, you would maybe begin to understand more easily. Now, I will just have to ask that you trust me. As Lucy looked at AmArn's gentle face, she could do nothing but nod in agreement. Okay, I believe you, she said, as she studied AmArn more closely. So how old are you then? It would be best at this point that you did not know this, I think, said AmArn, looking less than comfortable. It won't help. It would be hard for you to process. Oh my God, you're going to tell me you're like 1,000 years old or something. It's not important. No, please, I want to know, replied Lucy like an excited child. Well, okay, I suppose. About 19 of your years? No way. You look my age, said Lucy. We eat differently to humans. Food is important, said AmArn, as he directed the car to a parking area. Where are we going now? Said Lucy. We need a break. You would not realize it, but operating this vehicle in such a way is very tiring for me. Why not just drive the normal way or use the auto drive? I will when we return, but now I must be free for a moment. It is important that we keep moving along and not to waste time, but I need to think clearly, and being in a vehicle is no help. As Lucy and AmArn exited the electroglide, she gazed around for some clue as to their whereabouts. The place was busy with hundreds of people, mostly families hurrying here and there, but the majority heading towards what appeared to be an entrance. As the sign above became readable, her eyes widened with joy, and she pulled at AmArn's sleeve. You have to be kidding me, said Lucy, as she pointed to the notice which read, City Zoo. Let's take a look, said AmArn, as he fumbled around for a bee-chip stick. Where do you get the money from? Said Lucy. We create things we need for visits here. Sounds a bit fraudulent, laughed Lucy. Our technologies allow us to manipulate yours, said AmArn, as the confidence of his answer quietly amused Lucy. Oh well, that's just fine then, she said, her sarcasm apparently lost in translation. AmArn paid their tickets, keeping his head down, and seemed to have to concentrate very hard on the transaction. They headed toward the center of the zoo, with AmArn leading the way. There was a large board to the left that read the Gorilla Kingdom. Lucy gave a curious frown. She followed AmArn toward the enclosure, and as they approached, her eyes widened in interest. There, just in front of her, was the most beautiful creature she had ever seen. His huge forehead had a browner hue to it than the rest of his body. The nostrils on his shiny nose flared as he turned towards her, and she noticed his jowls had started to turn grey, giving a sign of his age. He had bright amber eyes, reminding Lucy a little of her own. As she stood looking at him sitting just yards away on the grassy knoll, the way the gorilla stared straight at her made her feel a little uneasy. His eyes were almost human to look at with intelligence behind them, and she suddenly felt an odd connection as AmArn turned to her. "He is your brother, is he not? Or your half-brother, they say." There was humor in his tone. "It's quite sad, but it says this type was declared extinct in its natural habitat just last year. Anyway, why do I feel you're about to make a point?" AmArn gestured toward the gorilla, getting Lucy to study him again. "You believe humans lost body hair, most of the bone density and 2 chromosomes in such a short time due to evolutionary accident?" he said, almost teasing. Lucy stared first at the large primate, and then slowly looked at some of the people milling around the zoo and began to smile. "Well, yes, I understand that there are anomalies in evolution where humans are concerned. What are you suggesting here, then? Divine intervention?" she added, while narrowing her eyes in anticipation. "Intervention indeed, Divine. Decide for yourself. It will be a shock and difficult at first. You need to know the true origin of your species. You need to know where you came from. Do you know much about the ancient structures around your world?" said AmArn, as they began to walk away from the enclosure. "Which ones? There are hundreds." "Pyramids. Mayan. Egyptian?" "In Giza, the big ones." "I know they were the tallest buildings in the world up until the Eiffel Tower," said Lucy. "I saw something on Dockcast saying there is confusion as to how they were erected. But wasn't the Great Pyramid of Giza a tomb for an Egyptian pharaoh?" AmArn was roaring with delight. "His name was Khufu, and that is not the truth," he said. "Let me give you some ideas. The Great Pyramid is placed exactly on your planet's 30th parallel and aligned within 1/12 of a degree with the true north. It sits precisely at the center of Earth's landmass. The outer layer consists of 2.5 million carved stones that weigh 2.5 tons each." "Wow." "Yes, wow. Some inner stones weighed over 70 tons and were brought from 600 miles away. The sides, Lucy, they slope at 52 degrees, meaning it uses pi and the Gush Muduta." "Excuse me," said Lucy. "You call it the golden ratio." "Okay, yes, I know it. The Fibonacci numbers, the divine proportions." "Correct. The Great Pyramid is a geometric representation of your planet. The size of the bases, the height, and the angles all correspond with the circumference of Earth, its diameter, and surface area," said AmArn, frantically drawing shapes in the air to illustrate his points. "The corners align with your compass points, and they meet with accuracy that the best architects on your planet today could not hope to achieve. It is the most accurately aligned structure on your planet." "So if the Egyptians didn't build it themselves, then who did? Their gods." "The Great Pyramid existed long before your books would have you believe. 10,000 years ago, the gods that built them with you humans lived and breathed and were anatomically like you and me. They were here for over 200,000 years. You have ancient cultures that give some account of them. They gave you things like writing and base 12 mathematics. There is much can be learned from base 12. It is used across the galaxy and illustrates the harmony of the universe." "You can use it for geometry too," said Lucy excitedly. "Yes, you have the idea. I must tell you, Lucy, these beings gave much to you, but were here for their own reasons too. There were elements very precious to them on Earth, gold in particular. Anyway, while here they took primitive genes, crossed them with their own to create the hybrid you know as sapiens. Then they decided to try and educate you to use the powerful minds you had been gifted with. said AmArn, as he gently tapped the top of Lucy's head. "So what happened? Why did they go?" "Things did not work out well. There were some problems with the genetic mix. They watched, despaired, as man's violence began to unfold, tried their best to teach you and bring man forward, but no luck. Eventually, they left here, and I do not believe they have ever repeated such an experiment. Human beings have a huge brain, an immensely powerful engine that at best, even with some of your history's geniuses, has only been partly used. You were left great knowledge, but lost much of this. Your true creators are the Aanorloran, Lucy, the Starlighters. They are the most powerful beings in the galaxy. You have their minds, but were unable to use them, until now." AmArn smiled as Lucy digested the story. "So these aliens that you told me about, who have engineered mankind?" "The Aanorloran." "Yes, the Aanorloran. Are you and them responsible for all the close encounter stories that I've read about? There's loads of that stuff on the Netscape." "Ancient stories, perhaps. More recent ones, no, not really. But there are loads of accounts very often similar." "Did the descriptions that you read about ever look like me?" laughed AmArn. "Well, no, not exactly," said Lucy, as thoughts of bulbous grey heads and almond eyes raced through her head. "The Aanorloran have not been to Earth for 10,000 years, and when the Nolofan come, we do so discreetly. These stories you mentioned began, I believe, starting in your year 1947. It's what happened on Earth immediately before you have to think about." Lucy considered her answer carefully. "Well, the Second Big War, I guess." "Which ended with your use of nuclear weapons, and this did not go unnoticed. You have neighbors. Your little visitors are called the Eraow. They have been here many times, and often break the laws." "What laws?" "Many laws, but worst kidnapping." "My God, kidnapping who?" "Humans, for experimenting." Lucy stared at AmArn, her mouth open. "Oh, this just keeps getting better and better. What kind of experiments?" "Eraow have powerful minds, but their home is low gravity. It makes them weak. They try to mix human genes with theirs. Remember who your fathers are. They get substances from your animal's adrenaline glands also, to create medicines they need." "Incredible." "Their home is not far from Earth. They observe your advancement, especially atomic colliders." "What? Why?" "In this, they break no law. If you make too much antimatter, you might destroy the area. Community law says they have permission to monitor Earth." "So the famous story from the 40s about a crashed spaceship, is it all true?" "Eraow had a problem with their shuttle vehicle. The wreckage is now AJB property, with the suspended remains of the pilots' bodies." "So they know then," said Lucy. "It's disgraceful. Why is this not public?" "You are smart, so do not act naive. Those who control much of your world would never give up such a secret. AJB have the bodies, and they have the ship, but they cannot understand the technology. The ship is intact, but it is interdimensional, and powered only by the minds of the Eraow. How can you possibly know so much of the history of our planet, no more than I do, and what's interdimensional?" "Interdimensional is the strangeness your scientists discover at the subatomic level, like consciousness affecting the physical world." "You're talking about the double-slit experiment, wave function and all that stuff, aren't you?" "You are clever. Yes, it's consciousness that moves everything. The mind can alter dimensions, but I need not tell you this. You already experienced it when you moved time." "I suppose I did," said Lucy, as she recalled the power of her adventure with the blue car. "The way humans attempt spaceflight is not possible. We have our spaceships. They might not be up to your standards, but the technology is advancing all the time. Your scientists work hard, Lucy, but rockets do not reach the stars. It would be like shouting at the sky to make radio signals. But with the mind, interstellar travel becomes simple. Your experts never found a solution for deep space travel, but it is within you all." AmArn stopped for a second to think, and then continued. The Eraow are not the most powerful beings in the galaxy, but ahead of humanity. They have the capacity for space travel. The shuttle found was, like its mothership, propelled by the minds of the Eraow. Hopes of ever getting it back online were as dead as the pilots. I must tell you. AmArn stopped dead, his eyes utterly black, as he pulled his hood further over. "It's time to leave," he said, and pulled Lucy's hand back towards the way out. "Are we in trouble?" said Lucy, as her colour drained. Slowly AmArn reached out his hand, which was filled with the cosmic kaleidoscope she had seen in his eyes. Nervously, she placed her fingers on his palm. Instinctively closing her eyes, she saw just patterns for a second, but then, searching around in the distance, was the man with the black combat jacket. Quickly drawing her hand away, she whispered, "Is he here?" "It was just a flash, not precise, but we need to move, and I feel I know now which way to go." AmArn pulled his hood over his eyes, wild with colours, as he seemed to think hard. "There is a place called Harwich, do you know it?" "East Coast, but I never went there." "I neither, but we go now. Come." "You know the way?" "I know the first part. Then you may help me with the navigation device." "Okay," said Lucy, sounding slightly confused. As they hurried back to the exit, her imagination raced with all the information AmArn had given her. On the way out, the doors of the zoo had two short white towers either side, each of these capped with an olive-green tiled roof in the shape of a pyramid. She stared up as they passed between them, longing now to see the last remaining wonder of the ancient world. They walked toward the car park in total silence, with their heads lowered. In less than a minute, they were back on the road, and Lucy closed her eyes, trying to imagine the Aanorloran in all their majesty. Gods made of flesh and bone, whose wisdom most certainly would have been seen as divine by early humanity. The idea that Adam might have been the first test tube baby brought a slight smile to Lucy's face, but AmArn's stern expression quickly brought her back to earth. Chapter 12. Missing Person. Jane Watkins was only too glad to arrive home as she turned the key in the front door. Having managed to resolve a minor crisis at work earlier that day, she was looking forward to putting her feet up for half an hour. She turned on the newscast from her folder phone, walked into the kitchen, and headed for the wall unit. "Teddy," she said, as she released the cat's food sachet into the bowl, and laughed as he slid on the laminate floor in a rush to get to his dinner. As she dropped into her seat, Mrs. Watkins dialed Lucy's folder phone and then vacantly stared at the screen. "Weird. Why's your phone off?" Lucy's phone was rarely even out of range, let alone turned off altogether. Quickly scanning through the directory, she called Laura Banner's home number. "Ged Banner!" came the cheery voice down the line. "Hi, Ged, how you doing? It's Jane Watkins." "Hiya, Jane. How you keeping?" "Oh, not too bad, Ged. How are things with you?" "Am 3 days on, 3 days off at the moment, Jane. Far too much time on me hands." "Lucky old you. There's not enough hours in the day at my place. Ged, can you pass me over to our Lucy for a second, please?" "She's not round here, Jane. I can give our Laura a shout for you if it helps." "Well, no. No thanks, Ged. I must have got the wrong end of the stick. I'll catch up with you later. Give my regards to Emma." Her mind racing, Jane searched her text messages, having put her phone on silent that morning during a meeting, and sighed with despair when she looked at the second one down. Aspire Axial Academy. Lucy Watkins was absent from AM registration. Can you text or vidcast a reply to this message or contact the Academy at your earliest convenience? Thank you. Jane stood frozen for a second and then dropped into the chair behind her. Colour abandoned her as beads of sweat appeared on her upper lip, and she felt nausea climbing up her chest. As her breath quickened, the noises all around her became suddenly magnified and unbearable. As Jane swam in despair, the father of all menaces, fear, came and grabbed her by the throat. Lucy's text earlier that morning was the last one she had read, which had flashed up at around 9 to say she was going to stay at Laura's. Jane had responded with a simple, "Okay." One thing she was sure of was Lucy was a good girl. Never any trouble, and never any lies. If Lucy sent the text, it was a lie, and if she did not, then who did? Jane was familiar with missing persons protocol. She wasn't even sure exactly how she knew, but she was aware, firstly, you didn't have to wait 24 hours anymore to make a report, and that you would need a photo, the child's folder phone number, and a DNA sample like a toothbrush. She felt sick as she thought of all those poor parents she had seen over the years, appealing for news of loved ones at press conferences on TV. Such stories never seemed to end with anything but the worst. Everything she worked for, everything she lived for, was wrapped up in this beautiful, clever girl that she had given birth to 15 years earlier. There should be no delaying, and this was an emergency. It was totally out of character, and if Lucy was in danger the earlier she made the call, the better. Without hesitation, she punched in the numbers and waited a few seconds. "Police desk, please," she said. Chapter 13. Pursuit. In the depths of the city, the neighborhoods they now passed through were very different from the one where Lucy had grown up. As AmArn slowed down at a large junction to give way, something caught her eye. A gang of youths that were idling around the entrance to a full-licensed convenience store, playing hoverball from their folder phones. As they laughed and cursed, it all looked quite intimidating. One of the young men seemed to have his eye on an old lady who struggled with her groceries, and Lucy began to fear the worst. Suddenly, one of the shopping bags fell to the floor, and the boy shot out towards the old dear. "AmArn!" she shouted. He turned and gave a confused look, his attention taken up with the lights as they began to change. Lucy looked back round to see what was going on, and saw something she was not expecting. The boy picked up the bag, pulled back his hood, and smiled. "Now then, take it easy, Mrs. Bates," he said, and passed the old lady her bag. "You say hello to your Bradley for me now." "Thank you, Marcus," she replied, and continued on her way. As they pulled away, Lucy felt a little guilty, having expected the worst from the boy. She smiled, her faith in community spirit now restored, and turned her attention to AmArn. "You haven't spoken in over half an hour, and you check your mirror every few seconds. What's happening?" said Lucy. "There is a black vehicle, and it's been there since the City Link Smartway, maybe even longer." "Yeah, 1,000,000 cars are going in our direction. Do you not think he's headed for the same place as us?" She laughed, and began to turn around. "Do not turn round. Who is it?" "It's him, the hybrid from before." Lucy's heart quickened, and the cold, clammy sweat she had felt at the bus stop returned. "But you scared him off, got away from him. How could he have followed us?" "Scared him off," replied AmArn, seemingly amused by Lucy's comment. "I wish I were able to perform this magic. Our friend does not feel fear as you or I do. He never lost us. He moves quickly and is bred to fight and hunt." "Bred by who?" "I will explain later." "You can't keep saying that to me. I promise you have details later. Now we must deal with the problem behind us. He has changed clothes and maybe picked up our path at your mother's house. It was too easy to get your ID card and not find trouble. What can we do?" "We must get rid of him. It would be better if we could escape before we get to the Smartway. If not, the easier he sees our plans. Face forward, as soon as an opportunity comes, I try to get away. We have the advantage of surprise. He does not know we are aware of him." "What are you planning to do?" "We must lose him. I do not have any other idea. I would not like to fight him face to face again unless we had no choice. He will be good with your vehicles, but we must try." Just ahead was a fork in the road, and AmArn's eyes widened as the lights turned red. He checked the mirror, opened his right hand out over the wheel, and turned out sharp left. Mounting and crossing over the central reservation, a symphony of angry horns began as AmArn sped off down the street to the right. The hybrid reacted in a second, and pulled out into the contraflow. A car swung hard onto the pavement to get out of the hybrid's way as he drove a few meters up the wrong lane before speeding around the corner and ending up 2 cars behind. "Shit, he's followed you," gasped Lucy. "I would not expect otherwise. Hold tight," said AmArn, seeming to embrace the occasion as his hands and fingers became a blur and the car followed its instructions. The pair travelled along a busy but narrow road with little room for manoeuvre. "What does he do now?" said AmArn. "He's just sitting tight a couple of cars back. He could probably use the curb to gain on us, but he doesn't." Lucy hesitated for a second. "Oh no, I spoke too soon. He's on it again now." Both vehicles veered right into the next street, and by now the hybrid was just a car's distance away. He had sped up, overtaking the vehicle behind them, appearing to their left as he approached to overtake. He stared at Lucy, his head gyrating slightly, wearing something between a smile and a snarl. As adrenaline smashed its way through Lucy's body, the fear energized her, and she stuck her head out of the window. She stared into the creature's eyes, and he seemed confused for a second. Then, as if momentarily forgetting his business, he decelerated. The hybrid screamed with rage as he put his foot back down and started to gain on Lucy and AmArn again. Whatever she had done to slow him down made Lucy sick and dizzy, and it seemed a bad idea to try it again. With the hybrid catching up and about to overtake, AmArn looked confused as they hit a crossroads with the lights about to change. At the last second, he followed the lights, allowing the creature to pass them, who then crashed straight into an oncoming car from the right. As he assessed the situation, fury filled his eyes, and the air rang once more with the hybrid's vile chorus. The family carrier that he had collided with contained 2 passengers, and although there was little damage to the jeep, the carrier was in bad shape. The passengers looked like father and daughter. The girl, who appeared around 8 or 9, was injured, and the driver wore the epaulets of a Union police sergeant. The hybrid let out a final screech that would have torn through anyone listening like shards of glass and ignited pure terror. With his knuckles clenched around the steering wheel, he smashed his foot onto the accelerator so hard that it caused the wheels to spin violently. Smoke appeared, and there was a smell of burnt rubber left behind as he sped away. AmArn's eyes were completely black. "We need to get away quick." "We need to take a look at the girl in that car. She's hurt," replied Lucy. "You're not listening." "No, you're not listening," yelled Lucy as she flung the door open and rushed to the estate car. Pulling open the passenger side door, she looked at the girl's injuries. The child had a broken shoulder and a nasty bang on the side of her forehead. Without hesitation, Lucy took the girl's hand, while at the same time her father leaned toward Lucy. "Get your dirty hands off her." As the sergeant looked into the amber fires of Lucy's eyes, he was unable not utter another word, and watched as his jaw scraped the floor. Lucy looked back on the young girl's injuries. The fracture was closed, but visible underneath the skin. As she held it in her gaze, then stretched out her fingers, there was a sickening dry sound of crepitation as the broken ends realigned and snapped back into place. The girl simply stared at Lucy's eyes, as though oblivious to any pain. The police sergeant was transfixed, shaking as he looked on, glued to his seat. Lucy moved her focus to the head wound. With a noise reminiscent of water draining through a plug hole, the wound closed up and disappeared. Lucy wasted no time in her departure. She simply looked at the father, smiled, spun around, and ran back to an impatient AmArn. There were a few people that had left their cars to offer help, but nobody tried to stop her. She jumped back in, and although AmArn had to pull out very wide and partially mount the pavement, he was able to navigate a way out. "What did you do?" said AmArn. "She's okay now," replied Lucy. "That's not what I asked. That man was the police, wasn't he?" "Yes, I think he was." "Not good. AmArn, just get us away from here. Let's follow your plan. I could not leave that girl when it's our fault that she got hurt. I just fixed her up." "What was wrong with her?" "Head injury, and I think her shoulder might have been broken." I do not criticize your motive, but fixing her up will bring attention. We must move now. It scares me, AmArn. I've no control. It's like the time thing with Sykes. I don't even know how it happened. I mean, how I did it. It seems when your emotions are high, your thoughts manifest instantly. It is good you did not bend space-time again. What do you mean? Don't worry. What did you do to the hybrid back there? You slowed him up for a second. Same again. I'm not even sure, but I felt very sick afterwards. But it worked. You slowed him down. You know, Lucy, if you venture into the head of such a creature, it is never going to be the pleasant experience, continued AmArn, as they sped off, joining the main smartway out of the city. Chapter 14. Decisions. As Kevin approached the police sergeant, he felt a buzz he had missed in recent years. "Excuse me, sir," he said to the sergeant who stood next to the recently damaged vehicle with his daughter. "Excuse me, but I couldn't help overhearing. My name's Kevin. I work for the Nova. Are you saying your daughter was injured, but this other girl healed her somehow, like instantaneously?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," said the sergeant. "Sir," Kevin continued, "I don't mean to appear rude or anything, but do you think with the shock of the accident you could have made a mistake? I mean, you can imagine how it sounds like the girl performed a miracle. It's a bit far-fetched, to say the least." The sergeant looked straight into Kevin's eyes with total contempt. "Listen to me, pal," he said, whispering, so his daughter did not hear. "I don't like your lot, vipers every one of you. A colleague of mine lost his job and his pension last year after getting involved with one of you idiots. A good man who would have still been doing a good job now if it weren't for the likes of you. What did you say your name was again?" Kev Sutton, sir." "Well, Mr. Sutton, I've been a serving police officer for 22 years. 4 of those years with DDS Alpha. I'm sure you're familiar with the unit." "Oh, absolutely, sir. I've complimented their courageous contributions in maintaining law and order in at least 2 of my articles." Kevin lied through his teeth, but considered it acceptable if it put the sergeant a little more at ease. "Okay, so then tell me, Mr. Sutton, do I strike you as a man who would make up fanciful stories?" "I see your point. No, of course not. My daughter was hurt after that nut job smashed into us, screaming like some animal off his head on God knows what. Her shoulder was broke and her head was bleeding, Mr. Sutton. That girl held her hand, touched my daughter's head, and the injuries disappeared. Do you hear me? Vanished. The girl's eyes came over strange when you looked at them, like little orange fires, almost unearthly, supernatural. She ran away, jumped back in a car, and hightailed it out of here with what was probably her boyfriend. That's what happened, Mr. Sutton. Nothing added, nothing taken away, just the facts as they were." Kevin pinched his chin with a curious smile. He believed the policeman had seen something and could smell the beginnings of what might be a truly remarkable story. In the sergeant's hand was a notepad with some scribbled list, but upside down was a series of letters and numbers in much thicker writing. EAKM 70 HYE. Kevin memorized the sequence, guessing them to be the registration for the car. Always rely on the law not to miss a trick, he thought, as he smirked to himself. "Okay, thanks, sir. I hope your girl is okay." Kevin turned away down the road, thinking it was best, given his mood, not to ask the officer any more questions. "Here we go, then," he said, and jogged back to his vehicle. The police had bigger fish to fry and would take days to chase this up, but they would put a dispatch out on the car plates. What would I do if I were them? Kevin thought. They were near enough to the smart road straight out of London, maybe put some distance between them, and the incident, then ditch the car. The decision Kevin made next was irrational, impulsive, and something he could never honestly explain even to himself. Acting purely on instinct and the information from the sergeant, he jumped back in his jeep and was off. It was such a long shot, but the trail was warm. There was a story here, and Kevin Sutton did not miss a scoop should it present itself. No, sir, not old Kev. He would follow the A Smart 12 out and do a swoop of any service stations, feeling convinced the odds were fair for them to show up somewhere along the way. Kevin's BVX Jeep had a powerful engine, and he wasn't that far behind his newfound targets. He would use the nav system to stay within the speed limit, rather than risk any police problems and check out any possible stopping points. They might come off this road, but intuition told him differently. "Oh shit, what about my interview?" thought Kevin, as he rattled his palm off the dash. Thinking on his feet, he punched 2 on the speed dial of his folder phone, which was linked to his car, and got through to Johnson's voicemail. "Boss, it's Kev. I'm onto something. Could be big. I don't want to go into too much detail on AM driving, but I need you to go in the jotting tablet in my drawer. There's a number for a bloke called Charles. We had a meeting this afternoon. Can you get Dave or someone to call him and say, 'We are sorry something's cropped up,' and pencil him in for next week? I'm going to follow this boss. I'll call in later. Cheers." Chapter 15. Mrs. B. Jane had spent little time away from the window over the last hour as she waited for the police to come and take their report. They had said they would be there in 10 minutes, and quite obviously the police's concept of time did not tally with the rest of the world's. P.O. Fairhurst and P.O. Rimmer arrived a little after 7 to take a missing person report. They had parked their car on the front of the house and rang the bell before being invited in. Fairhurst was a big man and certainly looked the part, but from the start it was clear Rimmer was the more experienced officer. "We are so sorry for the delay, Mrs. Watkins," she said as she extended her hand. "I'm Police Officer Rimmer, and this is my work partner, Police Officer Fairhurst. We were flagged down on the way by a pedestrian over an incident near their home. It's been passed over to another team, as we needed to get to you as a priority. May we come in?" "Please, yes. Follow me," said Jane as she led the way. P.O. Rimmer had a sincerity in her voice that made Jane feel a little better. "I know I've called you practically straight away, but I'm really worried. This is very out of character for Lucy. She's a good girl, never any bother at all." "The sooner, the better, Mrs. Watkins," said P.O. Rimmer. "We came as quick as we could. Missing children is always a very high priority for us, and there are few things considered more urgent. Okay then, we just need to ask a few questions so we can start to fill in the report. Is that all right?" "Please carry on, of course." The 2 officers both sat on the settee while Jane took the armchair. "Can you give me first your daughter's full name, please?" said P.O. Rimmer. "It's just Lucy Watkins." "And a general description," said P.O. Rimmer. "She has brown hair, brown eyes, and she's around 5'8". Each time Jane answered, there would be a pause, allowing P.O. Fairhurst time to catch up as he typed away on his field surface. "Does she have any distinguishing marks?" asked P.O. Rimmer. "No, she doesn't." "Okay, so what would she have been wearing?" "Well, her school skirt, which is dark grey, you know her uniform for Aspire Academy, white blouse, her blazer, and also a blue quilted zipper." "What about her folder phone?" "It's turned off, completely dead." "I'll need the number anyway before we leave." "How is her mental and physical condition?" continued P.O. Rimmer. "She's fine, and she's a very normal and intelligent girl. No problems." "When did you last see her, and how long has she been missing?" "I left early for work, and she was still in bed. I had a message sent from Lucy's phone saying she was going to stay at her friend Laura's house, which I received in the morning. Nothing unusual, they often stay here together or at the Banner's house. Can you give us a number for the Banner family, in case we want to speak to them?" "Yes, of course. Anyway, I missed the text from the school saying she was absent after putting my phone on silent at work. Later on, I called her, and when I couldn't get through to Lucy's mobile, I called Laura's house only to find out she wasn't there, nor did Laura or her family know where she was. I panicked and phoned the school, and then you guys." "Okay, so from about 7 or 8 this morning, really, and she was definitely still in bed when you left?" "Yes, I looked in to see if she was awake, but she was still sleeping. Lucy doesn't take long to get ready." Were there any suspicious or unusual circumstances the night before? No, not really. Jane paused for a second. What do you mean? Well, Mrs. Watkins was there any kind of argument, for example, said P.O. Rimmer. No, not at all. So you have been getting along okay recently? No parent-child disagreements of any kind? No, absolutely not. Why are you asking all these ridiculous questions? The more time you spend asking me questions, the longer it's taking you to get out and find her when you're already late as it is. Isn't there supposed to be a golden hour for this sort of thing? Jane shook visibly as she began to well up. Here, please, Mrs. Watkins, take this, said P.O. Rimmer, offering her a tissue. It's normal for you to be upset and under a lot of stress, but to conduct an inquiry and a possible search, the details we find out from you are essential. Okay, sorry, but I just want to find her. Please find her, Officer Rimmer. She's a good girl. Mrs. Watkins, we will do our utmost. Are you okay to continue? Yes, I'm fine, she answered. This might sound intrusive, but does Lucy have a boyfriend? Is she in a relationship? No, I don't think so. I mean, there are boys she knows at the academy and axial cadets, but nothing that I'm aware of. I think I know her well enough that we can talk about something like that. Okay, that's fair enough. I'll have to ask you for a recent photo if you have one, and it may sound odd, but I need Lucy's toothbrush, please. Jane made herself busy gathering the things P.O. Rimmer and returned with a small bag containing the brush. Will I send you a photo now? Send it to my folder phone, Mrs. Watkins. It's a work number, said P.O. Fairhurst, before reading out the digits. We may need to speak to you again quite shortly, Mrs. Watkins, said P.O. Rimmer. We have your number. Please keep it on you. We can see ourselves out. No, please let me walk you to your car. It's the least I can do. She did so, and exchanged polite farewells on the pavement outside. Looking on from the other side of the road at number 22, leaning on her garden gate, was Mrs. Barnett. Locally known as Mrs. B, she was at best a vigilant member of the local community, and at worst an odious old gossip. Standing arms folded, spitting poison like some gynocratic puff adder, Mrs. B would happily assault the ears of anyone who gave her the time of day, with a tirade of criticism levelled at her latest victim. With the appearance she might be sucking a lemon, she continually wore a headscarf that belonged a couple of centuries earlier, whether there was sun, rain, or snow. Earlier life had not been kind to Mrs. B. Mr. Barnett dug up and moved on after less than 2 years of marriage, having tolerated as much incessant mithering as his sanity would allow, and went off to work abroad. Mrs. B never married again, and year after year she sank deeper into a personal cesspool of bitterness and resentment. Her job in the local school as a helper made her privy to plenty of local tittle-tattle on which she would put her spin before regurgitating it. Mrs. B had lived across the road since Lucy, and her mother moved into their 2-bedroom house. Jane's overall opinion of Mrs. B was less than favourable, as she remembered only too well the snide comments that filtered back to her. Would you believe it, not another single parent on the street? Relations had become far more pleasant in recent years, mainly when Lucy was the talk of the staff room at the school for her academic achievements. Mrs. B wasted no time at all in making it clear to all how well she knew the family and what a delightful girl Lucy was. If the police had turned up at 3 a.m. with their headlights off, Mrs. Barnett would have known, so it was an almost foregone conclusion that she would be on her usual perch to witness their departure today. Frantically waving, she saw no shame whatsoever sticking her beak in the mix. "Everything okay, Mrs. Watkins?" she inquired in an annoyingly chirpy tone. Jane, a bit of guard, offered more information than was probably necessary. "Lucy's gone missing, Mrs. B." "Missing?" said Mrs. Barnett. "Well now, I thought it strange when I saw her back here with some boyfriend of hers around 10 this morning. I know your Lucy's usually a good girl, Mrs. Watkins, but he looked a bit unsavoury to me, wearing one of those heavy hoods, pulled up so you wouldn't know if it was the devil himself, and what with her bunking of school and all, very out of character." "You saw her, Mrs. Barnett?" said Jane in shock. "As clearly as I see you now, Mrs. Watkins." "Mrs. Watkins, we will be in touch," said P.O. Fairhurst. "You're going to find her, though?" said Mrs. Watkins. "Of course," said P.O. Fairhurst. "We are going to investigate, but this looks like good news. Let us speak to your neighbour, and obviously we will keep you in the loop. You have my number if anything comes to mind." "Mrs. Barnett, is it?" said P.O. Rimmer. "I wonder if you have time to have a word." "Always got time for the police? A hot drink, officer?" asked Mrs. Barnett, who was quite clearly in her apple cart. They filed off up Mrs. Barnett's path, leaving Jane dumbstruck on the curb. Feeling like she had made a complete fool of herself, she wandered slowly back to the house and tried to find the positive in Mrs. Barnett's information. Lucy was alive. Had she decided to run off with some boy? It was bad, but it could be worse. She was a teenager herself once. Girls that age fall in love and can easily do silly things. Had she lost the connection with her beautiful girl, she thought? It indeed appeared so. When did this happen? Jane knew she had to get to Lucy wherever she was. She had to find her girl. Chapter 16. All Change. "I haven't seen any sign of Scary Guy," said Lucy, who had taken to continually monitoring the car windows and mirrors. "He has disappeared, and we learned something important." "We have?" "Our friend did not like your police being around." "What, the girl's father, you mean?" "At least I guess it was her father, but he must have been off duty." "Maybe, but he wore his uniform." "Yes, he was a sergeant." "The hybrid saw him and ran. That scream he let out was in anger at the situation. Avoiding police seems the priority to him. We were lucky. We will put now the distance between us and this incident. We must change cars. We need to get to the place where the boats leave from, Harwich. Do you know how to use the navigation on this vehicle?" "Yes, don't you?" "I have never used your vehicles. Never needed." "Okay, I can do that," said Lucy. "Find a place to stop on the way, a refueling base with car parks." After a couple of minutes figuring out how to work the device, Lucy turned to AmArn. "I think you should aim for the services here," she said, pointing at the screen. "You have not explained why you want to go to this place we are heading for." "No, I have not. We need to use a car boat." "A what?" "A boat where you put a car inside." "A ferry?" "Yes, a ferry." "To go where exactly?" "There is just one human on Earth that we have contact with. Not as advanced as you, but special to us. We can trust her." "And she will help us?" "She will definitely help, and you will like her." "So where does your special friend live then?" said Lucy, as she began to laugh. "She is on mainland Europe in Netherland." "The Netherlands?" "Yes, correct. She will help us with shelter for a short time, until we can decide on a plan." "She lives in the city, or out in the country?" "In the forest," said AmArn, smiling. "Wow, bonus or what?" Lucy glanced into the side mirror. "AmArn, what's that?" "What is what? I cannot see what you mean." "Something's right behind us in the sky." "You mean like a helicopter?" "No, nothing so dramatic, but a problem nonetheless. It's one of those black and white police drones." "Police drone?" "Yeah, with cameras and stuff." "I understand what a drone is." "We don't have them where I live, but cities and smartways have loads." "Not good. We have to bring it down." "You're kidding me, right? How do you propose to do that?" "We must stop the vehicle. I must see it properly. Help me with the roads. You may tell me where is good to stop." "Okay, no problem." A minute passed, and Lucy suddenly sat up straighter. "Right here. Go behind the lorry. It's a parking bay." AmArn moved his hands in opposing circles, and the car slid in behind the wagon. "Don't move," he said, pulling up his hood and reaching for the door. In a second he was out of the car and staring up at the now stationary drone. AmArn, his head down, waited for a second to let the traffic to die down, and then raised his hand. "Ana smite al Anak," he said, as a flash of light appeared from within his palm. The drone faltered, spinning off towards the trees, and disappeared from view. "And so we continue," said AmArn, as he smugly flicked out his fingers to restart the car. "We are going to be in trouble for that," said Lucy, rolling her eyes. "Oh yes, the road cameras will track us. Will be a problem if we do not change the vehicle." "I'm getting worried. What about the accident back there? The police, or even worse, will be after us." "No, I don't think so. Not so quick. We did not cause that accident. Our hybrid friend did. The policeman will not be quick to tell other police what he saw you do. He will not want to look crazy, not good for reputation. They will be more interested in the creature. He ran away from an accident he caused, and the victim is police himself." "You seem to know an awful lot about how people will behave." "I told you I have been studying humans." Lucy wasn't sure if she welcomed the idea of humanity being AmArn's lab rat, but decided not to dwell on the thought. After driving for another 20 minutes and arriving at the services, AmArn pulled into the car park. "Wait 1 second, he said, looking rather excited. Jumping from the electroglide, he hurried over to a dirty old 4-door, then grabbed what appeared to be a plastic envelope from underneath the wiper, and returned looking pleased with himself. "What on earth are you up to now?" "Look," he replied, handing her the envelope. Quickly, Lucy scanned the contents. "EDA penalty charge notice. It is an offence for anyone other than the driver or a union officer to remove this notice. How does this help?" "The vehicle has been here a long time. Nobody will notice very soon. Let's get some water. When we come back, get your things. We are changing cars." "You drink water?" asked Lucy, now curious. "Active cellular systems all use water. There are no exceptions for this," said AmArn. "Cool," said Lucy, as she wondered what other common bonds humans might share with the rest of the galaxy. Chapter 17. Reschedule. "Charlotte," said Kevin towards the car's phone microphone. "Hey, Dad, you okay?" "Yeah, all good." "So what's up?" "Darling, I know I said I would pop over tonight, but something's cropped up. I might be onto something interesting." "Oh, really? So who is the poor soul getting his dirty laundry thrown out in public this time?" "It's not that type of thing, darling. Can't say too much." "Okay, Dad. With your big secrets, no problem. You want to maybe call over at the weekend instead, then?" "Yeah, that should work better. No probs. Did you get that bit of money I transferred?" "Yes, thanks. Dad, listen, I'm gonna dash. Jelly Logan is on one cast in a sec. You know how much I love him." "Yeah, okay, darling, speak soon." Kevin had driven hard for the last 40 minutes and was thoroughly enjoying himself, feeling more like an AJB agent on an essential assignment than a reporter. His Jeep was full of all manner of surveillance toys, and he was ready for battle. Many would have frowned upon the types of equipment he carried for his day-to-day work. There were various types of transmitters for eavesdropping. He had 2 kinds of GPS tracker, one for people and one for cars. His behavior was undoubtedly less than ethical at times, but it helped him bring home results in some circumstances, and results, as far as Kevin was concerned, were all that mattered. Nobody could ever accuse Kevin Sutton of not being happy in his work, as when he got hold of a decent story, he genuinely enjoyed his vocation as much now as the first day he had started. He had already checked out the first service station. Having seen no sign of his quarries, he had simply spun straight around and rejoined the smart road. He kept his speed up as high as he could and headed on to the next services, convinced he would soon catch a whiff. "Come on, my lovelies. I know you're out there. Give old Kev a break with a big fat landing page exclusive." 25 minutes later, he pulled into the next service station, and his heart leapt. "I knew it," he said, banging the top of the steering wheel with his fist. Sure enough, there it was, EAKM 70HYE, parked right in front of him. Kevin pulled up opposite, giving him a good view of the situation. He sat for a second, pondering his options, when his luck grew even more. A teenage girl and boy came walking out from the buildings. He had only caught a glimpse from a distance at the accident, but he was sure it was them. They had not seen him, and as he sank below the level of the dashboard, they missed him completely. He was higher up in the jeep, which made it easier to hide. Kevin's pulse began to race as the boy stopped dead and turned in his direction. "What are you, psychic or something?" thought Kevin, convinced the boy somehow knew he was there. There was an awful moment, but then the boy turned away and continued about his business. Kevin peeped over again. He saw the pair grab some belongings, and the lights on the next car flash as it unlocked. "What the? They've got a backup car," he whispered. The new car started up reversed and sped out of the car park. Kevin let the pair get a few hundred yards ahead and then started after them. With the light fading fast, it would be easier to avoid detection, but harder to keep them in view. He had no intention of losing them now. His luck was in, and he intended to capitalize on it. He just needed to concentrate on the job. He had seen the look on the sergeant's face when he described what had happened. Nothing added, nothing taken away. The man had told the truth, he was sure of it. This girl had performed some kind of miracle, and there was something odd about the boy too. His movement was unusual. Kevin could not precisely put his finger on it, but evident. It was as though he floated rather than walked, as though his body weighed less than everybody else's. "Now this is my kind of party," said Kevin happily, drumming his fingers on top of the steering wheel as he booted down the Smartway. Chapter 18. Hackers. "Where are you?" said Wolf, as he sat eyes closed at his desk. Faint rectangular shadows moved along the dimly lit room as he continued muttering to himself. "Show yourself to me." The shadows began to move around the room as Wolf spread his hands out before him. "Where are you?" "Is everything okay, sir?" said Blackwell, popping his head around the door. "You do not think to knock before you enter?" said Wolf, as his eyes sprang open. "Sorry, sir. It was partially open. You asked me to locate the colonel. He's on the line." "Okay, then leave Blackwell and close the door behind you." Wolf quickly logged into a comms portal on his terminal and turned the microphone towards him. "Mr. Wolf, sir," came the colonel's voice. "Have you done as instructed?" "Yes, sir. There are a further 8 now on their way. They will be ahead of you and at the ready." "Okay, well done, Colonel. You must take care of some business for me while I am over there. I need you to entertain somebody." "Sir?" "A civilian will be coming to visit Sapphire." "A civilian, sir?" "Listen to me. You will show him around. He has full clearance from me. Answer his questions, however ridiculous or inappropriate they may seem. Give him a full tour of the site and make it impressive. When are the wasps to be tested again?" "Scheduled in a couple of days." "Do it while he is there. Supervise the demonstration yourself." "Okay, will do. How is he arriving?" "He will contact you directly when local. He will travel to wherever you tell him. Make sure you observe protocol as you bring him in." "Yes, sir. No problem." "Okay, let me know when he reaches out to you. Goodbye," said Wolf, as he jumped up and paced quickly across the room towards the door. "Blackwell." The sound of running came from down the corridor, followed by a tap on the door. "Come." "Sir?" "What have you come up with to cover our visit later?" "Intel Euro has stumbled across another hacking plot, sir. Activists probably, but remember how bad it was last time, when the money systems were down for 18 hours, and the time before when they got into the frame at AJB Madrid." "Okay, it's perfect. It validates the trip. We leave tonight. You will drive me at the other end. You may break off now for a while." "Yes, sir. Thank you." Wolf now closed and locked the door behind Blackwell and returned to his desk. He flicked off the lights, then stretched his hands out before him. As he closed his eyes, he became utterly still again. "Where are you?" he hissed. Chapter 19. Hydroline. Lucy looked out at the dock, cranes looming on the horizon. Giant naked beasts of steel that stood shoulder to shoulder and leant into the clouds as if guarding the port. Having spent as much time as she could in the forest growing up, She had a strong dislike for humanity's mechanization, its dull grey tentacles strangling nature's beauty. She frowned and wondered how much fairer the view might have been a few hundred years earlier. AmArn slowed down as they cruised into town, and Lucy looked a little apprehensive. "What is it?" he asked her. "I think I was sick when my mother took me on a boat when I was little," said Lucy. "You will be fine," said AmArn, who seemed to pause and think for a second. "Lucy, what happened with the girl in the car? Can you do again?" "No, absolutely not. I had no control. It's not like just making a fork bend or something. It was more like with Sykes, my nan's dog, that time. It just happened, and I've no idea how to make it work again." "You said it was broken, the child's shoulder." "Yes, very clearly." "And you fixed it completely?" "Yes, exactly. Your skills you may not control, but the wisest on Algan would struggle to produce such manifestation. Impressive." "Well, you know all in a day's work for Supergirl," replied Lucy, her eyes widening as they met AmArn's, and he smiled back. "He's cute, but unusually," thought Lucy. He reminded her of a manga cartoon with eyes too big for his face. They soon found a parking area so they could walk over to the port buildings and find the ticket office. There was a queue at the information counter, and AmArn turned and spoke quietly to Lucy. "Sit, please. I will get tickets," said AmArn, as he rustled around in his pockets as if searching for something. "It is a few hours crossing. I will get a space as well." "A space?" "Yes, to rest." "What you mean is a cabin, I think. Okay, fine, no problem." Lucy let out a nervous giggle, which luckily AmArn failed to hear, as the thought of trying to explain sharing a cabin with an alien boy to her mother. "I will begin to teach things that will help with the changing. Better not to waste time." AmArn had produced some bee chips, which he held in his hand. He looked at them for a second, as if trying to remember something. "The changing?" said Lucy, genuinely confused. "Yes, you are changing. I can help. Please wait here." Suddenly Lucy grabbed his arm, looking somewhat worried. "Do you want me to go?" she asked. "What if they look at your eyes too closely?" AmArn still wore his hood up, and had done all day. He smiled and looked directly at her. His eyes seemed completely normal, bright blue, shining like two sapphires, but human enough on close inspection. "Don't worry," he said. "I look like you when I need to." With that, he turned and made his way toward the back of the queue. Lucy sat on one of the seats provided and took in the surroundings. She glanced around, and there were a few shops. Some people looked rather busy, and others appeared confused, reading information booklets while pointing and debating. Was she beginning to feel less human? Lucy felt detached from the interactions she was watching. People suddenly seemed so oddly wrapped in their little bubbles and somewhat removed from the world around them. "Strange," she said to herself, shaking her head and standing up again. Suddenly, AmArn reappeared. "It is organized," he said. "Journey will not start yet, so we return to the vehicle. Must keep moving. It's safer." "Okay, let's explore. But please, can we get out of this car and at least walk a while? I prefer we do not overexpose ourselves." "AmArn, please. I need fresh air." "Okay, not too long," said AmArn, with an apprehensive nod. Lucy directed AmArn along the coast a short way. Harwich sat on two rivers, the Stour and the Orwell. Its medieval origins had meant it was home to some rather lovely historical houses. These had, however, been rather spoilt by the monstrous blocks that now overshadowed them. As they parked up, Lucy was first out of the car. "Come on, AmArn. Let's walk this way just for half an hour." AmArn said nothing, grimly nodded, and followed along, carefully surveying the surroundings. Side by side, they twisted and turned through the roads, and as they turned into Church Street, Lucy's heart sank. "Shit," she gasped. At the far end of the street were the uniforms of two AJB Urban. The full-face grey helmets protected the identity of the officers on duty, and they could not be mistaken. "I knew this was a bad idea," said AmArn, If we turn around, it will not look good. I have an idea, look, said Lucy, glancing to the right. Sitting between two dull office blocks, like a hidden jewel, sat St. Nicholas's. There was a tower capped with the spire directly above, and as they approached the door, appeared part open. Come on, it's okay to go inside these places. I like them. They are very peaceful. The original building had stood since the 1100s, and had seen many a famous visitor on their way to foreign lands. The main entrance walked straight onto the street. Lucy gingerly stepped inside, with AmArn closely following. Not too far from the door stood the rector, one of a dying breed. A short, rounded man with receding grey hair that turned and looked at them both in surprise, but maintained his composure and politely inquired. "May I help you?" he said. "Yes, please," said Lucy. "We are not local and are travelling. We would just like to pray for a little while, and perhaps take a look around your beautiful church, if that's okay." "It's fine," said the rector. "However, I will be leaving in half an hour. Oh, and sir, you might want to remove your hood. I think you will find it's quite dry in here," he added, chuckling to himself as he walked away. "Oh, of course, thank you," said AmArn, as he removed his cover. Although his hair still shone silver, the rector paid it little attention and went about his business. He lived in the middle of the town and saw far more extravagant youth culture than a bit of dyed hair. They sat at one of the pews, with heads bowed for a minute or two, as the rector fussed around in the background, half watching them from the corner of his eye. They then rose and began to explore. There were 3 fonts along the way, and the oldest was the one in the baptistry by the Lady Chapel, which dated back to the 12th century. Lucy gently laid her fingers on the grey Purbeck marble and closed her eyes. "It's ancient," whispered Lucy, and AmArn nodded in agreement. The altarpiece was a large painting, Moses giving the law. Still, the church's most remarkable artifact was indeed its fully functioning organ, on either side of which sat the original cages where the heavenly choirs had once sung. Lucy smiled as she looked up, and had enjoyed the visit and the serenity of the church, but knew they could not loiter. She motioned to AmArn to leave. As they moved toward the doors again and gave the rector a wave, he reciprocated in a genial fashion. "Looks like they've gone anyway," said Lucy. "Okay, back to the car. Let's get away from here. I know why you like them, I think." "What the AJB? No churches. It's the calmness, isn't it?" "I do like peace and quiet. Maybe you're right. You know, I was just thinking, AmArn." "Please, tell me." "We have to be realistic here. If I don't speak to Mum, the police will be involved very quickly. I'm not a likely runaway case. You know, good background, well-behaved and all that. I don't fit the profile." "What is your point?" "My point is, I'm still 15, and in the next few hours, they may bulletin my face all over the Netscape. Can we get a message to Mum? Maybe just one call?" "This is worrying, but it is worse to call. They will see where you are calling from." "Are you saying that it would help the creatures chasing us?" "Trust me, phone calls are not good. I am sorry about your mother. I will try to think of something." Lucy felt a little sad as she imagined her mother's worry, but without a folder-phone could think of no way to disobey AmArn. They were soon heading back to the port and joined the queue of cars, and after what seemed like quite a wait, AmArn steered the car onto the boat. The United Europe Hydro Line ferry was an impressive sight. Less than a year old, the long, elegant body sat arched over the 2 vast foils that would cut their way through the water. AmArn had parked the car on deck 7, and Lucy was fascinated with the whole process. Although well read regarding the world, her travelling experience was an annual holiday with her mother, and she was becoming quite animated with the current proceedings. They took a lift up to the amenities on deck 9 and began to explore. There were shops, restaurants, a lounge, and even a cinema. Although the overall decoration looked rather impressive to Lucy at first, Closer examination revealed a lot of ubiquitous faux wood and plastic with a sprinkling of steel. "How very modern," she said to herself, as she gently tapped the plastic pine with her fingernail. "We have a cabin place," said AmArn. "I prefer we keep out of the way. Shall we go?" "Okay, let's see," replied Lucy. They made their way up to deck 11, and then through a warren of gleaming white corridors carpeted in blue. On arrival at the cabin, as Lucy expected, AmArn refrained from using the key, and with one flick of the wrist, and the lock mechanism popped open. As they entered the cabin, the wood effect made a bold reappearance, having this time invited the floors to participate. There were 2 beds and a couple of red swivel chairs, and on inspection of the chairs, AmArn gestured towards them. "These are useful. Please sit," he said. Lucy indulged AmArn and looked at him attentively. "Are you comfortable?" he asked her. "I'm fine," replied Lucy. "I want you to understand what happened to you. Explain why you can do the things that you can do." "Okay. I give you something to consider. What do you think you are made of, physically?" Lucy looked at her hands in front of her and answered with a smile. "Well, skin and bone, I suppose." "And what are skin and bone made of?" "Cells," answered Lucy confidently. "And the cells made out of?" "Molecules. Then you have atoms and quarks, I think. What's your point?" "Energy is my point. The universe is energy, and you are part of one energy field, and everything is connected." AmArn continued using his hands to draw large circles in the air. "You are not a separate entity. Everything is one. Your mind is powerful, and your thoughts can enter out into this energy field and change things. You can manifest your thoughts, alter matter, and bend space-time," continued AmArn, as he clicked his fingers. "Sapiens dominabitur astris," replied Lucy. "Which language is this? I have not heard it." "Latin. Nobody speaks it anymore. It means the wise dominate the stars, and I cannot even remember where I heard it." "Yes, I like this. Very good." AmArn waited a second, then turned towards Lucy, as if considering his words. "I know you are probably tired now, so I just want to show you one more thing, if it is okay." "Okay, what is it?" "Meditation," said AmArn, sounding very pleased with himself. "I know what meditation is. Many of the old religions on Earth practice it. If you knew its power, you practice too. Let's try. You need empty the mind to connect with the rest of the universe. It will give you energy and power." "What do we have to do?" said Lucy. "Fix your seat so that your feet are off the floor," replied AmArn. "Join your hands together. Be comfortable." "Okay. You cannot move at all. Be in control and think just of your breathing. You are going to empty your head of all thoughts. I will be quiet now and do the same." At first, Lucy fidgeted a bit, but after a few minutes, she gained control and stopped moving. Clearing her head took a while, then suddenly the numbness hit her mouth like a shot of Novocaine. Her teeth chattering with euphoria, a faint blue light appeared around her head as she fell into bliss for over an hour. "Lucy, open your eyes now," said AmArn, as he moved towards her. "Wow, that was incredible," she said softly. "Can we do some more?" "As you wish, but first I want you to see something." AmArn held out his open palm. Lucy moved back her eyes wide as the center of AmArn's hand became a swirling mirror of the cosmos again. Lucy looked down into the colors, and it was beautiful. "Put your hand on mine. I will show you something." "Is there danger coming?" "No, this is different," said AmArn reassuringly. Nervously, Lucy placed her palm on top of AmArn's and breathed deeply, as though suddenly animated with the energy. "Close your eyes," whispered AmArn. Following his instruction, Lucy saw at first a bright kaleidoscope of colored patterns, one folding in on the next. Then followed clear images of a beautiful distant world, and the first thing she noticed in the sky were 2 other planets very close in the sky. One had open land and oceans. The other had a thicker atmosphere that was hard to see beyond. Soft cloud formations gently rolled along and past green fields and hills. In the vast, silvery blue rock formations, there were buildings with walkways that meandered between them. Then came a high-pitched laugh, and lowering her vision, she beheld the most beautiful child she had ever seen. Handfuls of silver hair framed the rounded cheeks and wide eyes that smiled at her and beckoned to follow. Seeming to walk behind the child, she saw a society where everyone seemed so happy. Some worked while others talked, but all in the most beautiful harmony. "Now, do you see?" came AmArn's voice in the distance as he released her, and she returned to the moment. "I think I do," she replied. "There is peace for your planet, Lucy, but it will not be simple to free Earth from the disease that grips it so tightly." "I saw the most beautiful child. Who was he?" "You saw a younger version of myself," laughed AmArn. "It was a pleasant way to guide you. That will be enough for now is. You will get much energy from meditation. I do not like the driving, but drive we must, and for this we need sleep." "Okay," said Lucy. "I'll take the bed by the wall, maybe have an hour, and then we can look round the shops and cafes later." Lucy went to sleep in seconds and woke 2 hours later, feeling ready for anything. She wasn't sure if AmArn had slept or not, as he just sat cross-legged on his bed. "I want to go get a drink and look round a bit," said Lucy. He simply nodded and made for the door. They went back to Deck 9 and made their way to one of the bars. Lucy took a seat at the entrance and placed her bag down at her side. "What do you want?" said AmArn. "Just a bottle of water would be great if that's okay," replied Lucy. AmArn busied himself going off to the bar. Lucy sat, looking around. It was much quieter, with most of the shops closed. Lucy noticed a man with glasses standing just in front of her, and as he turned to move away, he dropped a bee chip on the floor. She immediately bent down to pick it up and approached the man who was stood just to the side of her school bag. "Excuse me," said Lucy. "I think you dropped this, sir." "Well, thank you very much," he replied without looking at her directly. "That's very honest of you. Can I offer you a drink or something?" "No, my friend is just returning with some thanks," said Lucy. "Well, thanks again," said the man, who walked away quite quickly as AmArn returned. "Who was that?" said AmArn. "Oh, he dropped some money on the floor. I gave it back to him," replied Lucy. "Curious. There is a feeling of mischief with him. I do not like it here. We should go to the cabin." "You have got to be joking," replied Lucy, sounding less than amused. "Just a short time, then. It's foolish to expose ourselves." "I guess you're right," agreed Lucy. Chapter 20. Wool Gathering. "Can I have the bill, please, mate?" said Kevin, as he spoke to the waiter at the Hydroline bar. Listening to the conversation between two women at the next table regarding the new biodome, he had toyed with the idea of weaseling his way into some company. Still, he then decided 2 cooler boosts was more than enough, and that he needed to stay focused on the job at hand. Theatrically rolling his eyes to the heavens, Kevin viewed the till readout. Rather than use the last of his bee chips, he simply punched a code into his folder phone, and the terminal on the counter bleeped in acceptance. To avoid delays disembarking, he opted to spend a night in the car and descended to the bay via the elevator. As he sat down in the Jeep, Kevin reached for the Surface lying on the passenger seat and fired it up. "Come on, you little beggars. Where are you?" said Kevin as he fiddled around with the software on the screen. As a bright blue dot appeared on a map, and he smiled over the moon how easily he had tricked the girl. "Perfect. Job's a good un." Pleased his determination had paid off, he relaxed as his mind began to wander back to old school days and an incident that had taken place one autumn. Kevin had always been a pleasant child, with a rather vivid imagination, who surrounded himself with comics and read diligently on the Netscape. Unfortunately, though, being oldest of 6 in a one-income family had meant things were sometimes a little tight. Once he had moved up to senior school level, he started to find himself on the end of some rather nasty comments from some of his peers. Clothes for the children were not at the top of the list in the Sutton household. By the time Kevin was going into the second academy year, his blazer was well worn with holes appearing on the elbows, and his trousers were a few inches above his shoes, all of which gave rise to some quite abhorrent name-calling. On one particular Monday morning, his mother had given him a new school jumper. The uniform sweaters were dark navy blue, with light blue and white parallel stripes running along the V-neck. Kevin's matched all the criteria, except rather than being purchased with the local supplier, it had been somehow requisitioned by his nan, and it stood out a mile from the ones everybody else wore. As Kevin set off, he could almost hear the sly comments begin. Had it not been raining so heavily, he would undoubtedly have hidden the jersey in his bag. After register, Kevin headed down to the chemistry lab for the first lesson. He placed his bag under his desk. Having taken his notebook and pen out, he heard the sniggers beginning to his right. The boys laughing were a small group, led by Chris Barlow, whose father owned a local car dealership. "Now then, Sutty lad," started Chris. "You been in them bins again?" Chris's friends were now roaring with laughter. "His mam's made it," said one of the other boys. "Or he's been down the One World shop again," said Chris, slapping his friend on the back as they continued to laugh hysterically. "Proper funny, aren't you, Barlow?" said Kevin, as he turned to face Chris, who had suddenly stopped laughing. "Proper funny." He paused for a second. "Wonder if you'd be so funny if you didn't have your little mates with you." Suddenly, Chris did not look so sure of himself, but still needed to save face. "You'd better shut your mouth, Sutty, you scruff bag, or—" Before Chris got the chance to finish his sentence, Kevin had reached to his side, grabbed one of the stools, and in a flash brought it raining down on Chris, who hit the floor like a ton of bricks. For a second, there was total silence as every student in the room stood mouths open. People breathed a sigh of relief as Chris's eyes opened and he started to move. Kevin, to everyone's astonishment, continued about his business, merely opening up his exercise book, and sat down. Chris, who got up surprisingly unscathed, looked at his mates, searching for a way to justify what had happened. "He's a mental case, a nut job. He needs locking up," said Chris, sounding nervous. The teacher had still not arrived, and it was certainly not cool to snitch at Kevin's school. Nobody reported the incident, and everyone just continued almost as though the episode had never happened. Later on the same day, Kevin arrived for his English lesson and was in for a surprise. "Sutton!" shouted Mr. Grimes, who was not only Kevin's English teacher, but also the deputy head of the school. "Mr. Kevin Sutton, stand up, please." Kevin's stomach was in knots. Convinced he was in awful trouble for the event earlier on, he clenched his knuckles behind his back and awaited a severe reprimand. Suddenly, however, Mr. Grimes reached down and held up some papers. "Mr. Sutton, perhaps you would like to tell us all where you found your inspiration for this rather fabulous work you handed in last week," said Grimes, as he held Kevin's recent essay aloft like a prize. It was a short story about a soldier that Kevin had written as instructed, but the standard was many years ahead of his age. "Sir, I just used my imagination, really," said Kevin. "Used his imagination, everybody," said Grimes, who was paraded in front of the class like some Shakespeare delivering Thespian. "And what a fine imagination he has. Here is a young man who knows where he's going, ladies and gentlemen. A young man who gets on with his work and puts real effort into it and understands that academic achievement is the yardstick of success. Well done, Mr. Sutton. A plus, well deserved. You may sit down." Kevin dropped to his seat in a state of euphoria. He had never been given praise like this by anybody. As he glanced around, the whole class looked at him mostly with admiration, perhaps except Chris Barlow, who dropped his head when Kevin looked in his direction. It was a day he would not forget. It had inspired him. Word got around, and others thought twice before they picked on him, while other kids seemed more inclined to take up with him now. More importantly, It was the moment that had defined where his true talents lay. As he returned to the moment, Kevin glanced back to the blue dot on the screen at the side of him. "You're on Kev's radar now, my young friends. Let's see what mischief you're actually up to." Continuing to smirk, he gently nodded his head while remembering how people had laughed when he was one of the first to pay for biometric travel registry, which had then cost a fortune. "You never know what might crop up," he had said, answering his critics. There was a big story here. He could feel it in his bones. Something was going down, and Kev Sutton was going to break it to the world. He felt primed for the chase wherever it might lead, and nothing on earth was going to stop him having his big day. Chapter 21. Cerberuks. "Good morning, Mr. Wolf," said Nicholas Conroy, the intel officer, dispatched to welcome him at the airport. Illuminated only by the runway lights, Wolf did not even glance in Conroy's direction. "I trust I am not to be hampered by any formalities," he replied as he strode across the black tarmac. "I do not have the time to waste." "No, of course not, sir. You'll be straight on your way," replied Conroy, eager to please. The arrogance of Wolf's swagger alone was intimidating. Just to his rear followed Blackwell, who remained silent, his soldier's eyes focused straight ahead. Their arrival was far from ordinary. With the very highest levels of protocols observed, there would be no security checks, and they would be completely bypassing the main terminals altogether. There was no need for luggage, as Wolf had a wardrobe at AJB London 1. Just straight out to an escorted diplomatic car, and on with the business at hand. "We have prepared the information you wanted to look at, Mr. Wolf. I sent your people the particulars of a meeting place to discuss the matter." "We have the details. I will be in touch," replied Wolf, knowing full well he had no intention of attending any such meeting. Moving quickly through the airport building, they exited through a small side entrance. Waiting was a black Raider 5 diplomat carrier with an escorting jeep parked just behind. Wolf entered the vehicle with Blackwell close behind, and it pulled sleekly away. They swept out of the airport invisible through their tinted glass and hit the smartway like a shiny black bullet. The journey soon took them through Osterley Park. The vast estate built for the Child family in the 18th century had a smartway running through, making it look like a landscape painting slashed in two. In no time at all, they were at the back of AJB London 1, and Wolf marched in through the rear door like a tornado touching down. There were members of staff waiting, who he completely ignored, as they attempted to greet him, having no desire for pleasantries. He glanced at one woman, who wore a grey trouser suit and was somewhat overweight, and their eyes met for a second. The woman caught Wolf's glance as he passed. She put her head down. Wolf knew every twist and turn of the corridors, and was soon in an office that was strictly set aside just for him. The first thing he did was to reach for the secured line and postpone his meeting with Conroy's people. "Blackwell, get the jeep," he said. "We are going to the other side of the city." "Right away, sir," replied Blackwell. As soon as the door closed behind Blackwell, Wolf re-engaged the comms and spoke into the microphone again. "We will be there soon, so make sure your Cerberuks ready to move," said Wolf. "Yes, master," came a monotone voice down the line. Wolf made his way to a second room where he had a closet of fresh clothes. He changed only his shirt after freshening up in a small bathroom off the second room, and then returned to the office. Wolf scribbled something down on a piece of paper, which he placed in his pocket, then grabbed his bag, slung the strap over his shoulder again, and headed for the door. He crossed the courtyard, then quickly jumped into one of the jeep's rear doors and passed the piece of paper to Blackwell, who sat in the driver's seat. "Go to that area code," said Wolf. Blackwell simply responded by punching the details into the navigation console, slamming his foot down on the accelerator, and firing out of the back gate. Their drive took them just less than an hour to a small industrial estate. "Here, Blackwell, our people are waiting." A hybrid troop opened the gate to one of the units as they drove into the yard, and there were two official-looking black Curus jeeps already parked there. Blackwell looked confused and glad to be left out of proceedings as he was asked to wait in the car. Chapter 22. Neveneseon and Klazina. Lucy stared at the traffic line in front of her that led up to the kiosks at border control. "Shit," she said, wide-eyed, looking at AmArn. "What do you do here? I have my ID. What are you going to use?" "It is no problem. They can pass me a biometric scanner. It will show a clean file. My name is Andy Nolan." "Oh, very funny. Andy for AmArn and Nolan for Nolofin. You have a sense of humor." "Perhaps, but will not help if they scan your documents." AmArn swiped the handheld reader over his face and gave it straight back. Breathing in, Lucy clutched her hands down by her sides as the official took her ID card to check it. Then she noticed how AmArn looked at the man and could almost feel the influence exerted. The guard gave little more than a cursory glance and handed it back. "You did something, didn't you?" said Lucy. "I don't know what you mean," replied AmArn, wearing a smile. "Oh, yes, you do," laughed Lucy, "just like you did to the bus driver. It is easy to manipulate when people are working." "What do you mean?" asked Lucy. "That man, he performs actions he does, again and again, every day. The mind becomes numb. He was not looking for you, so I could affect him." "Interesting," said Lucy. "But the bus driver knew there was something wrong." "Yes, but he wanted no trouble. The suggestion that everything was fine was a welcome one." "Wow, you seem to have a trick for every occasion," said Lucy, widening her eyes. "Manipulations only work on the weaker and the unsuspecting. With stronger minds, other methods we must use." Lucy first expected AmArn to explain further, but he remained quiet while concentrating on controlling the car. They headed out first past the medieval town of Gouda and then the new lake village at Reeuwijk. By the time they reached Utrechtse Heuvelrug, they had travelled for about an hour and a half. As they entered the forest, Lucy smiled and stretched her shoulders. It made her feel more at home as they drove further and further in, although she was starting to tire of the journey. There was a small lay-by to the right, and just after they passed it, AmArn suddenly pulled the four-door right over to the other side of the road. "What are you doing?" said Lucy. "We have arrived," he answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "Arrived where? There is nothing here." AmArn had pulled up to the right of what was a poorly marked road with just enough room for two cars to pass each other. They hadn't seen any other traffic for quite some time. The forest itself was thick on either side, its eaves dark and unwelcoming. Lucy looked at the twisted, tangled branches, almost imagining she could see small eyes in some of the darker recesses. AmArn waved his hand, turned off the engine, and then jumping out of the car, beckoned Lucy to follow him. Walking over to a point on the left of the road, he hesitated for a minute, then reached into the trees and lifted a concealed gate. Lucy marveled at the camouflage, realizing that even if she stood right next to the entrance, it would be hard to detect. AmArn walked through towards the forest to reveal a track just wide enough for a vehicle to pass. "Oh my God, this is amazing. You'd never know it was here," said Lucy. "Hold the gate open, then close it behind me," replied AmArn, and with that he ran back to the car, started it back up, and brought it through the entrance. AmArn simply pointed his open fingers towards the passenger door, popping it open for Lucy, allowing her to jump back in once she had closed the gate. The road was winding and a bit difficult to navigate. The surrounding environment of potholes and protrusions did little to ease their way. The overhanging trees formed a dense, murky tunnel that in parts was becoming hard work for AmArn. "Use your beam," said Lucy, leaning across to flip the switch and then adding the fog lights. "Useful," smiled AmArn, the job made more comfortable. "I get the feeling not too many people pass this way," said Lucy, scanning the view. "Then your senses serve you well," said AmArn, eyes fixed on the road. The further in they went, the thicker the trees seemed to get. Where the light did penetrate well, there was a green hue to it. Eventually, after about 10 minutes, They reached what appeared to be the end. The track led into a semicircle of flat land. Parked in the space already was an old jeep that was painted army green and fitted with heavy-duty bumpers. Also parked to the left of the jeep was a large black ADV motorcycle. AmArn suddenly stopped as he and Lucy got out of the four-door, breathing in and narrowing his eyes slightly, as though alerted to something. He turned and spoke softly to Lucy. "Things are not as I expected." "How so?" asked Lucy. "Our friend that lives here is Klazina, but I sense somebody else too, one of my own," whispered AmArn. "Your own," came a female voice from the dark. "Your own, AmArn Corran. Do not interfere in the affairs of, nor make contact with a non-community Inception planet without the permission of the chamber." "Neveneseon," said AmArn, as he turned to face the voice. Lucy felt a tingle down her spine, as stepping out from between trees, Neveneseon appeared with a faint, luminescent light around her. Her hair at shoulder length was silver, like AmArn's. She had the same fair skin, fingers that seemed a little long, and wore a cape that covered what Lucy could only describe as a black jumpsuit. She was older than AmArn, spoke better English, and with far more authority. Her eyes were filled with the same dark, moving reflections as AmArn's had been on the bus when Lucy first met him. To behold them was like staring back into the depths of the cosmos. AmArn took on the same appearance and seemed suddenly to have grown in stature as their eyes locked together. "Sagush za ansa apsu," said Neveneseon, and the language rolled off her tongue as though every syllable were cherished. AmArn moved towards her as they appeared to begin communicating mentally. Lucy watched fascinated as the pair continued, still using their arms to emphasize words that did not leave their lips. She felt she caught some of the words in her mind, like distant echoes on the wind. Whatever AmArn had told Neveneseon, the conversation suddenly stopped as she raised her head to the heavens. "Za idu meadu baltu aplum ni Garaeum," she said, and almost spat the final word out, while AmArn hung his head, as though being chastised. "Nesu mudutu seku," continued Neveneseon, as she reached for AmArn's shoulder, as though trying to reason with him. "Namlugalu wabalu anar nesusun," he said, and confidently pointed to Lucy. "We will continue so as Lucy may understand," replied Neveneseon. "You will have my assistance, AmArn, but you must account of yourself later. Your mother will not be amused." "I understand," replied AmArn, who then paused a second. "Where is Klazina? I would much like to speak with her." "She is inside. But wait, let me talk with her first, and then you may follow me." "Is Choren like your surname, then?" asked Lucy, as they both faced back toward the cars for a moment. "No, it means student," said AmArn. "Neveneseon reminds me of my place in all of this." AmArn turned back towards the direction which Neveneseon had gone. Walking a few meters, he stopped and stretched his arm out. "Shall we go inside?" he said. Lucy gasped in disbelief at what she could see before her. There was a large wooden door, half open, that revealed a warm amber light. She could see windows hiding either side of the entrance, and 3 sets above. The thick green ivy that covered the exterior of the house had made it impossible to discern where the building finished and the forest began. In front were ancient steps, carved from the surrounding rock that appeared far older than the rest of the dwelling. Lucy and AmArn filed through the gap in the door and into the hallway. There was a mass of pictures, ornaments, and plants. There seemed far too much going on in the space available, and although fascinated by much of what she saw, Lucy found it a little disorientating. They turned into the main room, and there was Neveneseon relating events to Klazina, who had stood with her back to them. Slowly she turned and looked straight towards them. Lucy had imagined an old lady with bangles on her wrists, a headscarf, and a crystal ball. Klazina had none of these things. She could have been in her mid-40s. Even 50, she was however dynamically fit. Her hair was as red hair could ever be. A flaming mane, long and straight, running well over her shoulders. Her skin was snow, and her lips fuchsia pink, while her eyes shone like two bright emeralds. She wore just a t-shirt and jeans, along with heavy-duty boots. She held Lucy fixed in her gaze for what felt like hours, and then spoke. "You like the forest, don't you?" Klazina's mother, having been English, meant there was hardly a trace of an accent when she spoke. "I'm from a forest area myself, and yes, I adore it," answered Lucy. "I love you already," laughed Klazina, her musical voice instantly likable. "If what Neveneseon says is true, then you are, in a sense, humanity's future, and a lot will rest on whatever fate lies ahead for you. Come here. Let me see you more closely." Klazina put her arm around Lucy like an older sister. "Do you realize your power? Neveneseon tells me you manipulated time itself. Is it true?" "Yeah, but I don't even know how." "What happened?" "I was out with my nan's dog. He's old and a bit deaf. I suppose I was daydreaming a bit when he suddenly decided to run straight out in front of a car, and then it happened." "Your emotions are the trigger, then. You projected your thoughts so strongly that they manifested themselves right there and then, but you have no control over this, do you?" "No, it scares me a bit, really." "You'll be fine. The Nolofan can help you." "How do you know them?" whispered Lucy. "AmArn has not been visiting here so long, but Neveneseon first came to me with another one of their kind called Oddys over 15 years ago. They had watched me for a while, homing in on the abilities that I have. Pretty meager compared to your own, but enough for them to find me. You know they had studied us for a long time, Lucy, but never announced themselves except to you and I. When they were watching me, I began to sense them. Then I started to open conversations with them mentally. At the time, I lived in the city, and they would not show themselves. The conversations continued, and I was beginning to have serious doubts about my mental well-being. It was when I was in the country for a break that Oddys appeared to me and told me exactly who they were. The next few months, we spent a lot of time together. Then, Neveneseon came too. They've shown me many things, Lucy. Beautiful things in nature. Patterns all around that I had not been able to see before. They explained that I was important, and that there might be a chance for a man to progress. So I decided right then to move away from the hum of the dystopian metropolis." "Good description," laughed Lucy. "A bit over-poetic, probably, but you know what I mean, don't you? It's distracting, full of negative energy. Humanity is, at the moment, lost, Lucy. We are so out of touch. We knew more about ourselves and our Earth when we walked about in loincloths than we do now." "I don't much care for cities either," agreed Lucy. "What do you think about your new friends, Lucy? You have spent some time with AmArn. I think the glimpses I've seen of their culture are beautiful, but there is a slightly detached feel to AmArn sometimes. Hard to define. The Nolofan are not so emotionally charged as humans. There is no wrong or right, really, just different." Then looking into Lucy's eyes and adopting a more sincere tone, Klazina continued. "All the power and beauty is within us, Lucy. We can create our own universe. Man can fulfill his true destiny, but he needs leaders. You're a new generation, and there will be more like you. But for now, above all, we need to protect you, and this is what we intend to do." Chapter 23. Lars. "Where on earth did you go?" mumbled Kevin to himself, while impatiently glancing down at the surveillance equipment that was sitting on his passenger seat. "Slippery, sneaky, little beggars," he continued, as he shook his head. The blue dot on the map had been stationary for some time. After driving around Utrechtse Heuvelrug National Park for over an hour, he had been unable to find a road that took him anywhere nearer than 1/2 kilometre from the signal, which had left him confounded. Kevin suspected his objectives might have gone to ground, and even if he was not quite sure where he had already decided, he had no wish to sleep in the car again. "Well, Kev, You'd better find yourself somewhere to get your head down, or your goose will be well and truly cooked," he said, while he backed up into a small lay-by and took out his folder phone and began to do some research. He was amazed at the connectivity he had in such a rural area. He managed to find a couple of options, which he scribbled down so that he could put the details into his navigation system. First up was Villa Cloten, which was less than 15 minutes away and seemed the obvious choice. 10 minutes later, he confidently strode into the reception and placed his EU ID on the counter while flashing the young man on reception a theatrical smile. "It's Mr. Sutton, and I would like a single room, please." "I am very sorry, Mr. Sutton, but I am afraid we are pretty full. Reservations only." "I see," said Kevin Araz. He read the receptionist's name tag. "Firstly, Lars, it's Sutton, not Sutton. I'm not a tailor," he said, chuckling at his own humour. "Secondly, Lars, I don't mind, any room will do just fine, even if it's not made up." Lars was a highly intelligent young man who spoke 5 languages and was studying to do his advanced diploma in chemistry. Even though Kevin wasn't to know this, he sensed almost instantly he had put a foot in it and got Lars's back up. There was a room that had come free, which needed to be changed and cleaned. Lars might have at least discussed the opportunity, but considered manners essential, and was not about to play ball with this rude little Englishman. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Sutton," he said, correcting himself. "My English is not very good. Maybe you didn't quite catch me, but we are full. I'm very sorry." Kevin had acted like an idiot and realized it, working part-time in restaurants himself at E-Tech, and knew how rude people could be. In despair, he reached for his license and slowly made his way back out of reception. Tiredness was beginning to set in as he looked again on his folder phone. Luckily, the next accommodation was only 15 minutes away. He put the details into his navigation, and on he drove. 17 minutes later, Kevin arrived at another more spacious-looking hostel with 3 separate buildings, and Kevin was sure there must be a room. There was a young Spanish couple at the desk, and there seemed to be some amusement as the young Dutch girl on reception practiced her language skills checking them in. Kevin, like many British who had enjoyed a holiday in Spain once or twice, and liked to think he spoke a little himself. Half paying attention, his ears perked up as he listened to the unfolding conversation. "Tienes mucha suerte," said the receptionist. "Acabas de conseguir la última habitación." Kevin's heart sank. He was pretty sure he had just witnessed the last room taken from right under his nose. He managed to stay calm and patiently waited for the couple to check in and the receptionist to come to him. "Good evening, sir. Can I help?" she said. "Yes, hello. It's Mr. Sutton, and I would just like a room for the one night, please." "Mr. Sutton, I'm so sorry we just filled the very last room. I can give you directions to Villa Cloten, not too far away." Kevin just shook his head and thanked the girl. It was quite obviously not his day. Having looked at a couple of other options while sitting in the parking area, he decided to head back to the lay-by he had used earlier and just sleep in the car. It was closer to the dot on the monitor, and he didn't want to get too far away from his targets. He sighed as he pulled out, and the rain began again. It was going to be a miserable night. Food for thought. "My God!" shouted Klazina, jumping to her feet. "Lucy, darling, you must be starving." "Well, yeah, I'm a bit peckish," replied Lucy. "Come, we must eat." AmArn and Neveneseon nodded in agreement, and Klazina cheerfully led the way through to a beautiful old-fashioned kitchen, the like of which Lucy had only ever seen in pictures. In the centre was a huge wooden table, rectangular, with drawers and a solid, well-worn surface, around which sat several wooden stools. Above there were lantern-like lights and large hooks from which hung a collection of cookware. There was all manner of skillets, saucepans, and an antique stainless steel-lined copper saucepot with cast-iron handles. All the various utensils appeared well used, but immaculately clean. Dark wooden cupboards with shelves and glass doors stretched to the ceiling, and the place had a warm feel to it, that made Lucy feel at home. On the table was a sizable vegetarian frittata made with eggs, tomatoes and cheese, all of which seemed to be genuine ingredients. Lucy marvelled. Her Nan was always one to try and get real vegetables, but not like this. Klazina began to carve the dish up into slices, taking one for her, offering one to Lucy, but not to the others. Lucy watched in fascination as Neveneseon reached into her jumpsuit's long side pocket and brought out a slender parcel. She unfolded the shiny two-tone wrapper to reveal two brittle turquoise slabs. AmArn and Neveneseon broke these into pieces and passed some to each other, while Lucy turned to Klazina in confusion. Klazina simply returned her a raise of her eyebrow and a very faint smile. The Nolofan ate just a small amount of the blue-green material before returning it carefully to the wrapper, and then both stood up together. "You must excuse us for a minute now," said Neveneseon. "Before we can speak further with you, I must have time with AmArn." She turned and headed away through the arch into the living room. "No problem, I can chat to Lucy for a bit," replied Klazina. As the Nolofan stood together in the next room, Lucy watched proceedings unfold with wonder. Neveneseon had her back to Lucy, and she had a far better view of AmArn. The two held their flat, open hands out and joined with each other. AmArn's eyes were ablaze with light and colours that ran back and forth through the spectrum. "What are they doing?" said Lucy, as she turned to face Klazina. "Not exactly sure, Sweet Pea. I've seen it done before, though. I think it has to do with the transfer of information. Did he ever show you anything from his hand while it was glowing?" "Yeah, twice. Once it was like a beautiful dream, but the other time was more of a nightmare." "Well, same sort of thing, perhaps. Sharing stories." Klazina was smiling to herself. "What?" said Lucy, as she began to giggle. "Sinking," said Klazina. "Sinking," said Lucy, openly laughing. "Like sinking two devices," said Klazina quietly. "Only the two devices are their minds." "Maybe we could do it," said Lucy, looking expectantly at Klazina. "Maybe we could," laughed Klazina, as she tapped her head. "But there's a bit of a party going on up here that might be best remaining private if you catch my drift." Klazina winked, and the pair were both positively roaring. "You have found something of amusement?" asked AmArn, as he walked back towards them, having broken away from Neveneseon. "Oh, just human bonding, you know," said Klazina, quick off the mark. "This is very good," offered Neveneseon, nodding with a seriousness that meant Lucy and Klazina had to work hard to keep their faces straight. The Nolofan positioned themselves in the centre of the room, and there was an air of anticipation. "Lucy," said Neveneseon, as if carefully considering her words, "now has come the time for your questions to be answered and to discuss our plans. The challenges you have faced are hard for one so young. You made a wise choice to put your trust in AmArn, and you have done well together to arrive this far. The dangers that face us all are genuine, but I promise you will have our protection as we try to find the correct path. How are you?" "I'm okay. I would like to be able to speak to my mother, but I understand what AmArn has told me about folder phones." Lucy looked straight into Neveneseon's eyes and felt a little better. There was a more profound underlying strength to her than AmArn possessed, and it felt like she could be instrumental in making the best decisions. "You said I could ask questions. Please, tell me what you want to know." "I want to know what it is I need protection from?" "Of course you do. And yes, indeed you must be enlightened," said Neveneseon, as she moved closer and rested her long fingers on Lucy's shoulder. "The creature you met, the thing that AmArn has helped you to evade, how did you feel in its presence?" "Terrified. It had a scream from hell, eyes like a devil, and it stank of death," said Lucy. "It was created and raised by a very ancient evil," said Neveneseon. "These creatures are not in themselves our main concern. They are just the toys of their master, and it is he that we must fear." "Their master?" "I will try now to explain, and you will need to listen with an open mind." "Okay," said Lucy. She nodded like an attentive student, but the word master had a very unpleasant ring to it that made her feel a little sick. You humans and us Nolofan exist in a certain dimension within the universe. The way we interact with it, Lucy, is very much the same. But there are darker dimensions with different rules, and it is from the darkness our true enemy originates. His kind are named the Garaeum Lucy, and this monster is called a Garaeum. In his natural form, you could not even see his entirety. His multidimensional shape would be impossible for us to comprehend. "Well, can you try to explain it?" said Lucy, as she opened her palms in the air. "Perhaps I could. Try to imagine, if you can, that you are a two-dimensional being watching a three-dimensional object as it falls through your world. You would just see slices of the object as it fell past, and never really seeing the overall picture." "Okay," nodded Lucy. "I think I follow you." The Garaeum, in this reality of ours, will find himself a host to live within, someone with power enough so that he may manipulate your world. But what does he want from Earth? Why is he here? "What does any living thing that exists want more than anything?" asked AmArn, his eyes encouraging an answer from Lucy. "To continue living, I suppose," she answered, trying to catch AmArn's angle. "And to enable this, what must it do?" "I don't know. Breath, maybe," she replied, as she glanced down towards the table at her plate. "And eat, I suppose." "Eat," said Neveneseon. "Exactly. It must eat. But the food source is unlike anything you could imagine being food. Everything you see around you exists, as it is because of its frequency, Lucy. The Garaeum feed from low-vibration frequency energy. There is nothing that produces this better than beings like us, trapped in fear and misery. The Garaeum have plagued our galaxy since its creation. They spread their darkness, and in doing so, grow their food. They will create mistrust, wars, violence, and poverty on a planet, and then farm the results. But how can this Garaeum maneuver in such a way? He needs cooperation from governments, surely." "He has this, just difficult to see," answered AmArn. "Money and greed are his tools. Manipulation is his work. For a long time, he will be making the network. One layer on top of another. Secret and super-secret agendas. Each piece broke from the next, so your leaders cannot see it. He is high in your system, and creates the game with allies who do not know what they serve. His kind has perfected the method for longer than you can imagine." "I can only just about get my head around all of this," said Lucy. "So why is he so interested in chasing me, then?" "Because," replied Neveneseon, "you are what he fears more than anything. It is a human with your abilities that may help lift humanity to a higher plane of existence. The continuation of your arrested development is absolutely in his interest, and he has done much during his time on Earth to make sure that humans remain tightly stitched into a dark cloak of a continual tempest. Your arrival will change everything." "Okay, so what exactly is that thing that tried to attack me at the bus stop, then?" asked Lucy, as she turned to AmArn. "It's a soldier, a hybrid. The problem is, there are more of them." AmArn hesitated. "Perhaps a lot more." "Like how many?" asked Lucy. "Hard to guess," replied AmArn. "We just do not know the numbers, but we have known of their existence for some time. Oddis ran into 2 of them, perhaps 7 is Satu." He paused for a second. "So 3 Earth years ago." "What's an es Satu?" asked Lucy. "Did you imagine galaxy time to be measured in Earth years?" said AmArn, wearing a broad grin that somewhat irritated Lucy. "She has learned quick AmArn, and under much duress," said Neveneseon, frowning in his direction. "You may extend, Lucy, the courtesy of an explanation." AmArn bowed his head like a scolded child, and raised his hands out in apology towards Lucy. "Sorry," he said. "Advanced planets make measurements that use helium transitions and the Big Bang as a constant. It's the one thing the same for everyone." "Interesting," said Lucy, narrowing her eyes. Oddis was watching this situation longer than anyone, said Neveneseon. Although not a soldier, he is ruthless in his search for information, and stumbled accidentally into 2 of the enemy's creations. It could have easily been the end of him, but luckily he was able to slip by the hybrids unseen. His description was of fighters not exactly like the ones you saw with AmArn, but similar. The same breed, but far more visibly different, that looked as if built for battle. With either type, the signature is different from anything else here on Earth, and cannot be mistaken. The one you crossed paths with looks more human, because it's genetically camouflaged. What AmArn and I have found is that we both sense growth in the numbers. The exact numbers we know not, said AmArn. We know not, but I tell you this, he does not make these creatures for his fun. There will be a trouble of the worst kind, and this is the opinion of the Nolofan. You're seriously scaring the shit out of me, said Lucy, who, although her colour had departed, her eyes flamed like roaring furnaces. What the hell is he going to try and do? Take over the world or something? The Garaeum would never openly declare themselves, but I guarantee whatever plans he has, they will involve tightening his grip on your world, said Neveneseon. Where does this Garaeum operate from? Said Lucy, sounding quite determined. He is within the North American axis. Of this we are sure, replied Neveneseon. Undoubtedly, said AmArn. So, what can we do then? Asked Lucy. Well, we are not soldiers, and cannot engage him head-on. The Garaeum themselves are powerful beings, but as we said, he will be well placed, and have armies and security services at his bidding. What do you propose? Asked Klazina. Well, replied Neveneseon, we do have perhaps the beginnings of a plan. Just a seed, really, but I feel that if we work together, it may grow. Lucy looked across to Klazina, who shook her head as equally in the dark. Do you intend to indulge us? Asked Lucy, almost laughing. AmArn looked to Neveneseon and gave a solemn nod of his head. There are others, said Neveneseon solemnly, others who may wish to honour ancient commitments and assist us in our struggle. For a moment there was silence, and then slowly a smile appeared on Lucy's face. I know what you're going to say. You're talking about the Aanorloran, aren't you? You have listened well, Lucy, said Neveneseon. I think you know already of your creation many years ago by the most powerful beings in the galaxy. From what we understand, they abandoned any hope of humanity, developing further and overcoming certain attributes. If, however, they were to become aware of a human like you, now that there has been this awakening, I think they would feel compelled to help. You are still, in a sense, their children, Lucy. Although they are not a warlike race, they are great warriors when the need arises. The problem is contacting them. They are far away from here and impossible to reach. They do not subscribe to any exopolitics, and other races are no longer even sure of their exact location, which is secret. So our task perhaps is to decide how we may go about communicating with them. Why can't you just take Lucy with you? Said Klazina. Just take her to your world and keep her safe. Help with her education until we have a plan. No ship, said AmArn. We have both used the Abula Khan to transport ourselves, and if I had known what was happening here, I would have travelled differently, said Neveneseon. What's the Abula Khan? Said Lucy. Do you understand what quantum entanglement is? Said AmArn. I think I came across it once is to do with particles that mirror each other over great distance, said Lucy. The Abula Khan uses this to move matter across space, said Neveneseon. It takes a long time to learn how to use it. We do not have enough time to teach Lucy. One mistake, she could find herself a singularity in the centre of a black hole. To transfer the quantum state across the galaxy and reconstruct it is a powerful tool, but must be taught properly and used carefully. Surely it would be easier to enlist the help of your people, though, whose location you know, said Lucy, looking searchingly to AmArn. If you knew the way we make political decisions on Algan, you would understand our situation, said Neveneseon. It takes days to decide on something like this. Our people would maybe agree, but not quickly enough. But for the Aanorloran, there is a very definite and compelling reason to help Earth quickly. They made you Lucy. They owe you their help in this matter." "Okay, let me understand," said Lucy. "You cannot contact the Aanorloran by any means available." "No," said Neveneseon. "And we cannot go to them?" said Klazina. "No, we cannot," replied AmArn. "I find it hard to believe," continued Klazina, "that they would leave us with no way to contact them should we develop spiritually. Did they seed many other planets?" "No, they did not," said AmArn, while Neveneseon gave him an odd look. "It was an experiment that went wrong. Please understand. The Aanorloran were different before and had friendly relations with other races. It was only within the last 10,000 years they withdrew, grew tired with the lack of unity in the galaxy and the genetic work on Earth they see as a sad mistake and will not repeat." "Then even more so, I believe they would have left a contact method," said Klazina. "When you told me about man's origins years ago, I read a lot about the ancient sites, but the pyramids especially. I remembered Odyss saying the Aanorloran built them before they left. The Great Pyramid especially is full of surprises. Maybe there is a clue." "Do you want to go there?" said Lucy. "We know all about the pyramids," said Neveneseon. "They are the signature of the Aanorloran on Earth, and were made primarily as power generators." "Power generators?" said Lucy, her eyes on fire with curiosity. "I told you before they were not tombs, Lucy," said AmArn with a gentle smile. "Yes, Lucy, this is the primary function, but we believe there is more to them, and they may reveal a clue. I understand some of the information they convey, but our knowledge is lacking as to some of their other secrets, I am sorry to say." "Maybe I have an idea," said Klazina. "I've a very dear old friend who is an expert on ancient Egypt, particularly the Giza site. I think we should speak to him." "You cannot phone anybody," said AmArn. "No phones." "No, of course not," she replied. "But there is an old card phone at a shop I know. It still works. I think we could set up a meeting." "We should keep on the move anyway," said Neveneseon. "Okay, if Lucy agrees, and considering we have no other road open to us, we will try Klazina's plan. I agree the Aanorloran may have left a sign here, and certainly the pyramids may have hidden messages. They use the language of maths to communicate information. This much we know." "Like what?" asked Lucy. "The distance to your sun," said Neveneseon. "The distance to your moon, Earth's circumference, Earth's mass, the velocity of light, and a lot of other data are all there in the form of embedded constants in the dimensions of the pyramids. There may be more signs, and we just need to read them." "And if you like what he says, we get to go to the pyramids," said Lucy, wondering why she was beginning to feel quite excited about the whole idea. "If we go to Giza, the road is a long one," said AmArn. "No using planes, that's for sure," said Klazina. "There is one other solution," said Neveneseon. "Myself or AmArn could go to Algan and return with transport. The problem is, once we have explained our actions to the chamber, there would then be a web of time-consuming deliberation, and even if we gain support, the Garaeum does not sleep. He will be currently focusing his energy into finding Lucy, and it will not take him long. She needs both of us here if there is any trouble. Our best protection is to keep moving and adapt as we move. I like Klazina's plan." There was silence as everyone slowly nodded in agreement. "We will leave as soon as the day begins. Klazina, perhaps you travel separately on the bike. It gives us an extra advantage. All will take just what is needed. We travel light." Chapter 25. Garaeum. "Blackwell," said Wolf as he sprang from the jeep and onto the car park behind AJB London 1. "Yes, sir. I have things to attend to, and you will remain available." "Yes, sir, of course," replied Blackwell, happy to remain in the vehicle. Wolf walked into the building flanked by a faint geometrical block of shadow that followed him on the wall to his right-hand side. There was not much staff left in the building, and walking down the last corridor before his office, and he noticed a light turned on. Through a partition window, he caught a glimpse of the portly woman with the grey suit he had seen on his arrival earlier that day. Wolf smiled as he licked his teeth. There was a succulent fear in this woman that was attractive to him, and he decided to make a short detour for his amusement. He walked quickly past the windows, with his only concern the security camera at the far end of the corridor. As he stared directly at it, his eyes widened for a second, then the camera quietly fizzed, then blew, emitting a small white cloud of smoke through its side vent and dropping into its mount. Vertical rectangular shadows appeared cascading along the corridor as Wolf's form diffused into the dark surroundings. Without him reaching for it, the doorknob to the office turned to the left, and Wolf slid silently through. There were shelf units in between him and the woman, and he could hear her tapping away at a Surface keyboard. As he stepped around the bookcase towards the woman, the look of panic in her eyes gave great pleasure. "Working late, are we?" asked Wolf as he approached. "Yes, sir," replied the woman, squirming on her seat. "This work needs to be finished. They need it for the morning." "Well now, how very admirable of you, Miss Hornblower. Very admirable indeed." "How?" she hesitated. "How do you know my name?" "Oh, I know all about you, Miss Hornblower. Let's start with that name of yours, for example. Miss Jennifer Hornblower. That's what they call you now, but it's not what they called you at top school, is it?" Wolf began to change, as around his edges appeared a foul-smelling miasma, from which emerged shards of black light. Miss Hornblower visibly shook, but answered nonetheless. What do you mean?" she said, trembling, her voice beginning to crack. "You know exactly what I mean. The nasty little name they called you when you were a senior. Couldn't get a boyfriend. Could you, Miss Hornblower?" "Please," she said, quaking. Wolf was ecstatic as he began to ingest her fear. "Please," he laughed and mimicked her tone. "Couldn't get a fiancé. All of your little friends so happy with their lives, and you couldn't bear it. So you did the things that a young lady shouldn't, didn't you? So desperate for a little of the affection everybody else seemed to be getting that your dignity was lost." "Please, leave me," she whimpered. "Oh, I don't think so," said Wolf, who was roaring with delight. "Surely not when we are having such fun. So tell me what happened next, Miss Hornblower." With no reply, Wolf continued. "He told his friends, didn't he? Told his friends, and overnight the whole world knew your filthy business, and Hornblower became Hoblo from that day on. Dirty Jenny Hoblo." Unable to speak, Jenny sat mouth agape as the venom continued poured from Wolf. "Then things just got worse, didn't they, Jenny? Poor Jenny Hoblo, pregnant at 16, and nobody stepped up to the plate. Was lucky you had Mommy around to help out, eh? Lucky she could still fund your education and help you to escape. Land yourself that dream job with the wonderful AJB and get a fresh new start in a different union. Tell me, though, how is that little fellow of yours coming along? Perhaps I might pay him a quick visit." "Oh, my God, no! Please don't hurt him, not my baby!" Jenny Hornblower's shaking was worse than ever as she sobbed uncontrollably, and Wolf stood above her, drooling as he sampled the flavors of her terror. He loved Earth and its rich, ever-flowing supply of food made possible by man's pathetic inability to control his emotions. He looked down on her, positively quivering in the delight of the moment. But it could not go on forever. He really would need to get on. "Who are you?" cried Miss Hornblower. "Please, who are you?" "I am the devil, Miss Hoblo. I am the devil, and I have come to do my work," he said, as his despicable laugh filled the room. With that, Wolf reached out his right hand, index finger outstretched, and pushed against her upper left torso. Hands clutched at her chest. Jenny Hornblower's eyes rolled as the spittle trickled slowly down her chin, and she fell into a violent arrest. Jenny's body threw its last convulsion before she finally passed, with her final thought being that her child was about to be murdered, and her despair complete. Wolf had no intention of ever looking for her little boy, but the moment had given him considerable amusement. She would be discovered soon enough, and found to have had a heart attack. No one would ever be any the wiser as to how Jenny had spent her last moments. It was a story that only she and the Garaeum would ever know. Chapter 26. Rotorax. Cerberuk, CHX-02, looked at the surface in front of her and rewound the video of their objectives. "What is it that you look at?" said CHY-1033 as he made his way across the hangar. Her colleague's attention sometimes made her a little uneasy. Although confused and ill at ease with her sexuality, she was nonetheless fully aware of it, and also the way he looked at her sometimes. "I look at a film of the targets," she replied, without making eye contact. Killing time, they awaited transport across the sea to mainland Europe at an AJB air transit hangar. They had cleaned their weapons a dozen times, and the boredom was relentless. Cerberuks did not like to sit around, and she wished they could get on with the mission, but if there was the chance to learn more of their targets, this was an excellent way to spend the time. The Colonel sent this from OSP. The film shows the girl and boy change their car at a fuel station, but it is very strange. "What is strange? Let me see," said CHY-1033 as he stepped immediately to her rear. For a second, she felt a strange emotion, a pleasant warmth, but quickly refocusing her mind and dragged the slider back on the video. "Okay, look here. Tell me what you see." Try 1033 moved even closer over her shoulder. "They take things from this car and move them to the other, and then they leave. I see no more." "Watch more carefully," she replied, and stopped the video halfway before zooming in. "There, do you see? How did he open the car?" He raises his empty hand and the lights flash. "Yes, exactly. No key, just the hand. Who is this man? How can he do this?" "Did you make a report?" "Yes, they are going to check it. There are 4 videos altogether, but he is always with the head covered, and his movements are strange. His walk is unusual, yes. Remember the one at the warehouse? The one who failed us, said that this man had powers, was not a normal human. Excuses and failure are not tolerated." "No, of course not. This strange man must go down quick. No chance for tricks, then." "Affirmative," nodded CHX-02. "Look, it is time," said CHY-1033 as he pointed towards the end of the hangar. "Oi!" shouted a young AJB corporal from around the main doors. "Your bird is coming." Quickly, the Cerberuks began to collect their equipment, 6 of them on foot, while 2 brought around the vehicles. As they moved onto the runway in the distance, the blades of the helicopter sluggishly chopped through the air. It appeared between the low clouds, banked a full half-circle, before finally settling down a couple of 100 yards away. The black Rotorax 23 troop carrier in front of the Cerberuks was an impressive sight. The 23 was more heavily armored than the standard carrier and explicitly used for the deployment of troops behind lines. The main blade and the cockpit faced away as they moved towards the cargo ramp with their equipment. 2 side sections, which carried the other 2 rotors, flanked this, and after following the vehicles up the ramp, the 2 Cerberuks quickly sat facing each. The rotors sped up again, and they were soon in the air. "OSP will soon catch up with the targets," said CHX-02. "And the Master will have his prize," replied CHY-1033, now wearing an odd smile that looked almost as if his face was stuck. CHX-02 felt the strange, warm feeling return, and without any control whatsoever mirrored the expression as they swept out over the northern sea. Chapter 27. Departure. Beautiful green lands stretched out in front of Lucy, a broad and gentle river meandering its way between them. A blissful balm of fragrant air rose as she stared at the sight before her. In the distance, shining like a bright star fallen to earth, was a vast glimmering diamond set into the ground on the far side of the river. Its glistening facets dazzled, and she yearned to touch it. As she reached out her hand, it seemed to call out to her. "Lucy," it whispered. Slowly she lifted from the ground and began to float towards it, no wish for flight restrained. "Lucy!" it called again, now louder, as her speed quickened in the air. "Lucy!" said the voice one final time, as she awoke to find Klazina smiling down upon her. "Come on, sweet pea. It's time to get ready." Lucy had decided that the bed in Klazina's spare room was the most comfortable she had ever slept within. She had nodded off almost instantly the night before, and had soon dreamed of distant shores. "Wow, I slept like a log. I thought I would be twisting and turning all night with worry," she said. "That's because all of the beds in my house are magic," said Klazina, winking a bright green eye and starting through the door. "There is a bathroom just to your left. When you're ready, we are all waiting in the kitchen." As Lucy looked around at the bed she lay on, she wondered for a second if Klazina was joking or not. She placed her hand out flat across the mattress, and it was unusually comforting to touch. Then, letting out a nervous laugh, she sprang up towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, she was in the kitchen, where AmArn sat with his back to her, and his palms laid across Neveneseon's. Then, as he turned to her, his eyes filled with blackness. "What is it?" said Lucy. "We are not certain. Perhaps our enemy strengthens his search," said AmArn. "Perhaps the feeling is false. It is just a faint glimpse," said Neveneseon. "Well, what do you think you saw?" said Lucy, her smile gone along with her colour. "Do not allow fear to take you," continued Neveneseon, standing up and taking Lucy's hand. "He looks hard, but does not know our location. He does not know where your help is coming from, and as yet we still have the advantage. Between us, we have the strength, and will follow now our plan. One thing only, Lucy, do you need be wary of. You must not be tempted to use your abilities unless in dire need. You move dimensions again, and it would be like sending up a flare to the Garaeum." "How is it you can do things, and he cannot see you?" asked Lucy. "Let us say we cannot teach such control in the time that is available to us," said Neveneseon, releasing Lucy's hand. "Come, let us be ready." "We must think of priorities," said AmArn. "Do not carry too much. Anything can be replaced, but documents must be safe. Always in the pocket, so if we run, we have close. If we sleep with the clothes ready to move. We go first to Klazina's friend. We listen to his advice." "How long will it take us to get there?" asked Lucy. "It's about 3 hours away," said Klazina. "I need to call and make sure he's at home. He likes to travel. The thing is—" "What's the problem?" asked AmArn. "When I go there, I normally stay over, and he will offer us hospitality, and it would be hard for us to refuse." "Is it a bad thing?" asked Lucy. "No," said Neveneseon. "Lucy's right, it's not a bad thing. If we can rely on your friend's accommodation before we set off any further, we are out of sight once more for a while." "He will offer us food," said Klazina, looking doubtful. "Do not worry about this," said AmArn. "You say we are vegan. We have eaten earlier, and he will believe the story. It will fit well." AmArn stretched forth his arm, and there appeared the illusion of a small tattoo. "The Dove of Peace," laughed Klazina. "Yes, I believe it will fit the story, do you agree?" said AmArn. "Very clever, small, but ingenious," replied Klazina. "Lucy, are you ready?" asked Neveneseon. "I'm good to go. Scared shitless, but good to go." "Okay, let us go outside," said AmArn. The companions soon stood facing the vehicles in front of the house, and Lucy's heart was pumping. "We will not take your vehicle, AmArn. It is not needed," said Neveneseon. "It might not be a good idea to use it now anyway," said Lucy. "It may have been reported missing." "This is true," said AmArn. "We take the jeep," said Neveneseon. "And I'll take my bike," replied Klazina. Lucy watched in fascination as Klazina dropped a bag into the top box of her motorcycle, then made a couple of final checks before mounting it. She pushed the start button and gave the throttle a couple of quick scintillating twists, then pulled down a pair of rose-tinted aviator-style goggles, carefully adjusting them around her eyes. Next, Klazina put on a dark green helmet, which had a white and black checkered band running horizontally around it. The headgear had a muzzle attachment, which she clipped up over her lower face. The others quickly threw their belongings into the back of the jeep. Lucy watched in awe from the rear window as Klazina let out the clutch and sped off up the track and away into the distance, kicking up the mud behind her. Neveneseon's style of driving differed from AmArn's a little, but still used the same basic principle of holding her hands a few inches from the steering wheel as the car rattled through its motions and they booted off along the path. "How have you done with these vehicles, AmArn?" asked Neveneson. "Okay, but it's tedious. I kept telling him to use the computer to drive, but you guys don't seem too keen," said Lucy. "Our craft on Algan work with mechanics, but always with the mind in control," said Neveneseon. "To let machines take charge is not the way of the Nolofan." Lucy gripped tight hold of the door and was smiling as AmArn turned round to her. "What?" he said. "Well, it sure beats going to school," she laughed. Chapter 28. Another's Quest. Another's Tale. The inside of Kevin Sutton's Jeep was a mess at the best of times, but amidst his current crusade, things had deteriorated even further. In the drinks holder sat an empty can of K-Smash energy drink that matched the 3 lying on the floor of the passenger side. These sat amongst various receipts, flyers, and an empty food tray. On the passenger seat was a black shoulder bag, and next to this sat a keyboard. In the rear was strewn a collection of papers, magazines, and journals that would have taken a month to read. The 1 or 2 that were open displaying Kevin's scrawl in the margins, highlighted phrases, and several crossings out. An electronic beep abruptly began to radiate from the surface, and straight away Kevin's eyes sprang open. "Shit, on the move," he said, rubbing his eyes and ran his fingers back through his hair. "I need a leak first," he mumbled, and scanned the local environment. Kevin vaulted from the car and faced up to one of the trees, his body sore from an awkward sleep. Almost done, and about to return to the car, his eyes suddenly narrowed at what appeared before him. "What the—" he said, and blinked. Through the trees, Kevin could make out a part of the road a couple of 100 yards away. Straight out from between the trees roared a woman on a motorbike, immediately followed by a jeep. As the jeep pulled up for a second, what happened next, he did not expect. The girl he was following jumped out, ran between the tree line for a second, then climbed back in the vehicle before it charged off after the bike. "You have got to be shitting me," he said, delighted with the turn of events and the questions it demanded. Kevin gave a minute before driving out of the lay-by and pulling over to where the bike had erupted from. He grabbed his camera from the glove box. Even as he stood practically on top of the entrance, he still could not see it. Kevin stared for a moment through the trees and could make out a track behind. Then, as he refocused, the frame of the gate appeared to him like a bolt from the blue. "My God, who are you people?" he gasped. The camouflage was impeccable. The gate itself had vegetation growing all over it, but it was the vertical trunk pieces attached in front that fooled the eye. Kevin guessed carefully at the location of the latch. He was soon able to open it. He stepped back a couple of meters, adjusted his camera, and ran off a dozen shots. Ecstatic. Kevin dove back into the driver's seat, and with one eye on the surface and the other on the road, sped off after his mysterious quarries. He felt like a child in a sweet shop and rapidly flicked through the music collection on his Jeep's console. Selecting his vintage punk playlist, Kevin spun the volume dial up to maximum and pressed his foot down. "Where next, Columbus? Where next?" he cried as he stormed off down the road. Chapter 29. Further Inquiries. "Looks like she's in," Jane heard P.O. Fairhurst say as he marched up from the street. She had already spotted the car arriving and making no attempt to conceal her concern with the front door open before Fairhurst had finished his sentence. "Please, Mrs. Watkins," said P.O. Fairhurst. "We didn't mean to alarm you. Just a couple of quick questions that may help us with the inquiry." "Well, thank God for that. You'd better come on in then. Can I get you both a drink?" "Whatever you have spare would be great, Mrs. Watkins," said P.O. Rimmer. If it's warm, no sweeteners for me, and just one for P.O. Fairhurst." Jane busied herself off to the kitchen, returning a few minutes later, carrying a tray with 2 cups of artificial tea and box of Choco Flips. "Your neighbour, as you're to some extent aware," said Fairhurst, "has furnished us with the description of a boy that came back here with Lucy. Medium height and a grey tracksuit top, with the hood pulled up, so not much to go on, really. He didn't come into your house, just waited for her outside, Mrs. Barnett says. When she returned, they walked away. After they left, Mrs. Barnett says they may have driven past a couple of minutes later in a grey car, though she couldn't be sure." The thought of Lucy zooming around in the passenger seat of some reprobate's car did little to ease Jane's suffering as she felt the taste of sick in the roof of her mouth. A car! My God, they could be anywhere. I don't get it, officer. Not once did she give the slightest hint of a boyfriend. I don't even know where she would have a chance to have met him. He's obviously older, and she's still only 15 years of age. "We do not know his age, Mrs. Watkins, but the vehicle would perhaps suggest so. The thing is not to assume. Plenty of youngsters drive before they are legal." "On my life, the car could be stolen then." "Like I said, we must not jump to hasty conclusions about anything. Just stick with what we know. Mrs. Barnett said Lucy was wearing jeans and still carried her bag when she returned. Any thoughts?" "Well, yes. I was just about to phone. There is a sweater missing. It's hooded, and I cannot find it anywhere, and it's Lucy's favourite one. Jeans, I'm not sure she has a few pairs, but I can check." "Okay, let us know. What's the hoodie like?" asked Rimmer. "It's a navy stormlight sort of thing, and it has 2 pink bands running around each arm where the biceps are." "Expensive kit," said P.O. Fairhurst. "I said stormlight sort of thing, and it's not the real deal. We don't have that sort of money." "Okay, that's great," said Rimmer. "Mrs. Watkins, we have another report slightly earlier in the day. It's strange because it contradicts the car story, but they've maybe been seen on a bus. I say maybe because there is a failure on the bus security camera, and we have been unable to retrieve the data. But the descriptions match Lucy and the boy." "Where were they going?" "Well," said Fairhurst tentatively, reaching for his second Choco Flip, "they only got on for a couple of stops, but that's not the main part of the story. There was an altercation, or very heated argument as they got on the bus. A fight. Who with?" "Apparently another young man a bit older. The statements are vague and don't match up very well. The driver, from his recollection, can't remember an incident at all and thinks that they were very well mannered. But then 2 passengers say there was some sort of exchange, and the boy with the hood used a flashing device on the other man." "Flashing device?" "Something bright in his hand sent the other man to the ground, but statements are somewhat confusing. The good thing is, it looks like she's okay. Stories like this are not uncommon. Competing boyfriends, perhaps. We would be far more worried if we had no sightings of Lucy." "Well, yes, I suppose so," said Jane, her head spinning. "If we are to concentrate on the positives, I've luckily managed to avoid a heart attack so far, so that's good." "You're doing amazingly well, Mrs. Watkins. I just wish we had more for you," said P.O. Rimmer. "Any thoughts on the other man, or who our boy in grey could be?" "No, I don't have a Scooby-Doo. I had always rather hoped that should Lucy start to seriously date anyone, he might be invited round for dinner or something. Silly me, eh?" Jane could feel the tears beginning to well up, and P.O. Rimmer was quick to react. "I'm sure everything will turn out fine, Mrs. Watkins. How are you bearing up?" "How have I been?" she replied, and almost managed to laugh. "Well, I haven't eaten, I haven't slept, and when I go to Lucy's room, it makes me cry, but apart from that, everything's just rosy." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Watkins, it can't be easy. Do you have family nearby?" said Fairhurst, his eyes back on the packet of Choco Flips. Jane smiled to herself as she watched Fairhurst refrain from digging into the box again, and decided to put him out of his misery. "I do. I have my mother just around the corner, and please help yourself to another Choco Flip. She will be round later this evening. She's a big help, very old school, stiff upper lip and all that. Well, that's good you need support, said Rimmer. We will let you get on Mrs. Watkins. You have my card if you think of anything or need assistance. I'm sure things will work out. Do think about who our mystery boy might be. Maybe you'd like to take the flips with you, Officer Fairhurst, said Jane, wearing a humorous frown. Do you not get fed at home? Oh, don't you want them? Said Fairhurst, who was clearly delighted. I don't even eat them. It's Lucy that likes them. Take them with you, please. Okay, thanks very much, he said, taking the packet and opening the front door. Across the road, Mrs. Barnett stood at her usual observation post, looking excitedly in their direction, and on seeing her Jane made a retreat. Thank you for calling round. I'm going to go inside before somebody gives me cause to lose my patience. P.O. Rimmer gave a knowing look and nodded. Keep your chin up, Mrs. Watkins, and thanks for the flips, said Fairhurst. Excuse me, P.O. Fairhurst, P.O. Rimmer, shouted Mrs. Barnett. Do you have 5 minutes? Well, we are just finishing shift, Mrs. Barnett. Was it very important? Asked Fairhurst. Well, yes. I thought I saw something rather suspicious last night, and I wanted to report the matter. Okay, we are on our way, he said, and managed to cast Jane a humorous glance before they made their way. Chapter 30. Bastiaan. As Lucy watched Klazina pinch the top of her nose and frown while talking down the filling station payphone, she had the feeling all might not be well. I don't think this looks too promising, she said, leaning around the car seat headrest to look at AmArn. Let's see, he replied. Klazina is with much charm in her voice. You crack me up. How do you know if a human has a charming voice or not? Laughed Lucy. Klazina makes others smile when she speaks. I have seen this. How is it with the Nolofan? Do you have happy or grumpy voices like we do? We are best in the galaxy for the languages, but a human voice has more range than ours, said AmArn. Fascinating, said Lucy, as she pondered the subtle difference. Klazina smiles now. Maybe all is well, said Neveneseon. Replacing the receiver, Klazina returned swiftly to Neveneseon's window. Well, guys, the good news or the bad news? Bad news first, said Lucy. My friend is not returning home until later on this afternoon, meaning we have some time on our hands in between. However, he has dropped off his wife this morning at her sister's and has offered us his hospitality for tonight, should we decide to take it. I think the good outweighs the bad, said Neveneseon. We can rest again before we go any further, and we can get your friend's advice. The only thing is to keep out of danger while we wait. I have an idea, said Lucy, as she pulled out some old-fashioned maps she had collected from the service station shop. They were more for novelty than practical use and full of adverts, but if you opened them up, it did give a picture of the area. This place you wish to go, what's the name of it? Groningen, answered Klazina. There's a lot of forest on this first part of the road. If we are going to stop for a while, do you want to go somewhere busy again, for safety? Said Lucy, as she looked at AmArn and remembered the zoo trip. I think that would be wise, said AmArn. Do you have some idea? Let's see, said Lucy, tracing her finger along some of the main roads. Yes, look, right here, she said, and tapped her finger on the map. Show me, said Klazina, reaching through the window. She's right, you know. It's Kröller Müller. It's an old museum, generally quite busy. It will work for us, and we would be able to remain around the main buildings. Okay, this is good. But what have you told your friend about us? Said Neveneseon. Oh, I've invented a cover story. I think it holds up. I have family in the state of England, and this is something he already knows. Lucy is a distant niece. Her mother has business in Rotterdam, and I have her with me for a couple of days. You two are friends who want some information for a book you're writing regarding ancient hidden knowledge. We have decided it would be a nice journey for Lucy to see a bit of the country, while you guys get to ask an expert a few questions. He is highly delighted with the whole situation. I also said you're extreme vegans and will not need any food. He did not even flinch. Your ability to construct such a story at short notice is interesting, said Neveneseon. Our extraterrestrial friend here just politely called me a good liar, Lucy. Did you see that? I'm not getting involved, laughed Lucy. Just one other thing, said Klazina, as she looked first to Neveneseon and then AmArn. What is it? Replied AmArn, a grave look on his face. Well, my dear, you're now Andy, and you, my darling, are Nena, she replied, gently tapping Neveneseon's arm, as Lucy felt the giggles creeping up again. This is fine, answered Neveneseon. Let us get back to the road. Half an hour later, Lucy was watching as Klazina raced along the road in front of them. Do you think I could go on the bike with her for part of the way? She asked. I would say okay, but if we have trouble, I want you as close to AmArn and me as is possible, replied Neveneseon. No probs. Another time, I guess, said Lucy, wishing for a little more freedom, but happy to comply, as she imagined Neveneseon probably had a very fair point. The journey passed by uneventfully, as Lucy enjoyed the forest along the way. The whole place had a far older feel to it than the woods back at home, and she imagined ancient tales of heroes, horses, and hidden kingdoms. I think we are nearly there now, said Lucy, a while later, glancing down at the map and gesturing toward Klazina, who was pointing to a road sign for the museum. Yes, you are correct, replied AmArn, whose head had appeared between the seats, scanning the road ahead. The buildings when the companions arrived were not too unusual, typical steel, concrete and glass, but here and there, and in the distance dotted along the route, appeared all manner of sculptural works. AmArn, look, said Lucy, as she excitedly pointed to a sign. They have Van Goghs and Picassos here. What a result! I've never seen their paintings in real life. Let us take a look then, said AmArn, as they hurried along, leaving Klazina and Neveneseon a little further behind. They wandered around for some time, but as they reached Van Gogh's work, Lucy slowed right down, her mood changing somewhat. Then suddenly she turned around, eyes like saucers. AmArn, it's alive, she whispered, pulling his sleeve toward the painting she was viewing. Pollard willows with setting sun, said AmArn as he read the label. It's alive, the trees move, and I can feel some kind of force from it. Some humans have had a special talent in your history, Lucy. I feel it also, but there is madness here too. Do you not sense it? Like voices that won't stop, said Lucy. They moved along and were looking at a self-portrait the artist had painted on cardboard in 1887. Lucy stared at the eyes of the face in the painting and stepped back slightly. What happened to him? Asked AmArn. It's quite terrible, said Lucy, her hand over her mouth. If I remember, he shot himself, did a crappy job, and took about a day to die. Your senses are strong, Lucy. You feel emotion left behind. I feel something too, but perhaps not so much. He could see things, but his mind could not control it. Let's move on. They looked at works by Mondrian and Picasso, but Van Gogh's work had put a hook into Lucy, and her memory of the pollard willows would always remain forever vivid. As they moved further on to join the others, Neveneseon sat closer to Lucy and reached for her hand. Are you okay? I'm fine, replied Lucy. As I said, my concern is for my mother. She will be frantic. I do not have an instant solution for this, Lucy. She may be monitored in some way, but I will promise you, we will think of a plan to communicate your well-being to her. I will speak later with Klazina on this. I will not allow your mother to remain without news of you. Promise? Yes, Lucy. For every problem comes a solution. For this one, we will find the key. Thanks, said Lucy, squeezing Neveneseon's hand and noticing the circular charm around her wrist. What's that you wear? It is the Lamziana. I've seen the sign before somewhere. What does it mean? On Earth, you call it the flower of life. Many older civilizations here knew of its significance. But what is its meaning? It has more than one. It can be a representation of many things, frequency, shape, or thought, like the perfect heartbeat of the universe one layered on top of the next. From a single thought, one movement of consciousness, or one circle begins creation. As you add more circles, it becomes a different resonance. Something new is born, and so it continues. It's beautiful. Yes, indeed. It is recognized by intelligent and peaceful civilizations all over the galaxy, smiled Neveneseon, as she released Lucy's hand. We have been here too long, said AmArn, as his eyes darkened. You know something? Asked Lucy. Only that it's time we moved on. We can make a longer route to Klazina's friend's house. Circle around, maybe, but I do not think it good to stop again now unless necessary. The journey on towards Groningen was even quieter than the earlier drive with far less traffic. 2 hours later, Lucy suddenly sat up straighter as they left the Smartway and headed into the suburbs. Within a minute they turned into a cul-de-sac and followed Klazina onto the driveway of a house. The garage door had been purposely left open, and there was more than enough room to fit the jeep and the bike in behind the other car. The house itself had a tall triangular roof and a driveway with a row of rounded trees on either side. The brickwork was dark brown and the woodwork white, and the door carried a large brass knocker and a handle to match. Suddenly, as they approached, it swung inward, and there stood Bastiaan Blankenbiller, beaming from ear to ear, as if the sun shone just for him. Klazina, hoe gaat het met je? He said, coming out to meet her, his arms outstretched. I'm very well, Bastiaan. It's so nice to see you. I need you speaking English, though, if that's okay. No problem, no problem. So nice to meet you all. Please come on in out of the cold. Bastiaan was a pleasant man in his late 60s, who had recently retired from his part-time job as an E-Tech lecturer. He wore a beautiful smile that could light up an entire room and a sense of fun to match. He had dark brown skin, a full head of almost white hair, which was all brushed straight back away from his face. He wore a full, neatly trimmed beard, in which there was still some darker hair, and also had a few large, noticeable freckles dotted across his face. Today, Bastiaan wore a loose white linen shirt, a pair of loafers, and halfway down his nose sat a silver pair of wire-framed spectacles. The companions all marched into the house. Everyone deposited their coats on pegs near the door and followed inside. Lucy had decided his home was very contemporary and minimalist, the walls and ceilings all being white, making it feel more spacious than it was. There was an open-plan kitchen with a pine table. At the far end of the living room were large patio doors that walked onto a large, beautifully kept garden. The sofa and chairs were tan leather, and as you walked around into the living area rounding the corner, it revealed a fair-sized library on the rear wall. The place was as far in taste and style as you could imagine from Klazina's home, and Lucy found it interesting that they were so very different in some ways, and yet obviously such good friends. Okay, said Klazina. Please let me introduce you to everyone. First, this is Andy. Pleased to meet you, sir, said Bastiaan, as he squeezed AmArn's hand. This is my good friend Nena, said Klazina, as she presented Neveneseon. Bastiaan gave her the traditional 3 Dutch kisses, 2 on one cheek, 1 on the other. Hello, she said. Finally, Klazina brought Lucy forward with an arm placed protectively around her shoulder. And last but not least, this is Lucy, and she's very precious to us. Bastiaan gave 3 kisses, as he had to Neveneseon. An honor to meet you, Miss Lucy, he said, giving her a huge smile, as Lucy blushed with the attention. Please, called Klazina. Everyone, come let's sit for a while. Tell me, Bastiaan, what have you been up to with the time now you're finished lecturing? Well, now, I do like to get out and about to see what wonders I may stumble across. And what wonders have you stumbled across recently? Asked Klazina, a glint in her eye. Well, my dear, I was in a village a few miles away last week and discovered a marvellous little second-hand shop. It's a One-World affiliate, but very good. I've a feeling you're about to tell me you indulged yourself, laughed Klazina. Well, yes, Just a little, my dear, just a little. I was able to procure a couple of beautiful watercolors and—" Bastiaan hesitated for a moment, smiling to Klazina. "And what?" inquired Klazina, still seemingly amused. "And, my dear, a complete set of tarot cards made in 1837. Lucy's attention instantly captured, as she found anything related to magic fascinating. Her mother and Nan alike had always referred to such things as hocus pocus, which slightly annoyed her, a term that seemed to cover anything vaguely mystical and instantly render it nonsense. "You always seem to find the best goodies in the most obscure places," laughed Klazina. "We shall try them out after dinner." "As I told you on the phone," said Bastiaan, "Mrs. Blankenbiller is with her sister this week, so you have my cooking to contend with." "Don't be so modest. Your cooking is delicious," said Klazina. "I understand a couple of us are vegetarian. I can cater for this, if you please," shouted Bastiaan, as he headed across toward the kitchen. "Awkward," said Lucy, gently nudging into Klazina, who did well not to burst out laughing. "No, thank you very much, Bastiaan," offered Neveneseon. "Please accept our apologies. We do not want to be rude, but we have a very carefully worked-out diet and have consumed our rations for the day, and we have a snack for the morning, so that we will be fine, but thanks for your offer." "As you wish," he replied, walking back into the main room. "Lucy, would you help me quickly lay the table for the rest of us?" "Yes, of course," she said, springing over towards the kitchen. "You have a great book collection. I was looking at a couple of the names. Some look quite old versions." "You have a keen eye, Miss Lucy," laughed Bastiaan, as he began to pass her plates and cutlery from the drawers. "I like to look out for first editions. I've only a couple worth any money. Most of what you see are just firsts of new releases that may be worth a lot more in decades to come. Far fewer books appear in print these days, but here and there I've run into the odd treasure over the years." "Sounds like fun." "It's a pleasant version of madness," added Bastiaan, his infectious laugh spreading straight to Lucy. "Come, Klazina, let us eat so we can rejoin your friends." As Lucy and Klazina sat waiting, Bastiaan produced a large oven dish containing beautiful vegetable lasagna, loaded with eggplant, 3 varieties of cheese, and a marinara sauce. Lucy was again amazed at the amount of natural-looking ingredients. She felt suddenly hungrier than in her entire life, and as the first exquisite mouthful went down, she glowed with happiness. "Is the food to your liking, Miss Lucy?" said Bastiaan. "Oh, it's delicious. Thank you so much." Dinner was soon over, and Lucy observed Klazina's nervousness as Bastiaan watched AmArn and Neveneseon curiously from the corner of his eye. The Nolofan had sat in almost total silence, without moving an inch, which created a strange atmosphere, and as they headed back to the living room, "Don't get too involved in the next conversation. It won't stack up with my story. Act bored," said Klazina, who winked, while Lucy raised a thumb out of Bastiaan's eyeshot. "Bastiaan, it's great to see you're looking so well. You do not seem to age at all these last few years." He nodded and smiled gladly, accepting her compliments. She looked suddenly a little more serious. "I'm afraid, however, it's not merely a social call." "It rarely is when I have visitors these days," laughed Bastiaan. "You look like you're busy with something, so please, tell me how I may be of assistance to you." He had turned his gaze to AmArn, as if asking him directly. "Bastiaan," said Klazina, "just explain your background to my friends quickly. I don't believe I did you justice." "You flatter me, Klazina. Well, now let me see. I was educated as a young man firstly at Leyden Jar. At the end of my studies, I was a professor of Egyptology. I then worked as a curator for a time, and later on had spent 11 years as an archaeologist at Saqqara. I've written many papers, and am a published author. Then in later years, things I had learned caused me to part with mainstream theories on the Giza site. I wrote a rather controversial paper regarding the true age of the Sphinx that has left me somewhat ostracized from the academic world, but I stand by my work and will continue to do so. Anyway, enough of my history. Andy, Nena, I believe you have some questions for me. Well, Bastiaan, said Neveneseon, we are thinking of putting a book together that deals with ancient sites around the world. We want to know more about the Giza pyramids, the Great Pyramid in particular. We have not read your papers, but would appreciate your views on certain things. Who erected these fantastic sites? What is your opinion? Well, said Bastiaan, are you asking if I think aliens built them? Or a former great but lost civilization? Who knows? But you only need to look deep within the sites in Egypt to see there is evidence of a superior pre-dynastic civilization that could stretch back tens of thousands of years. The water erosion at the base of the Sphinx alone is proof of the timescales. Lucy's eyes widened as she listened intently. I am certain of one thing, Nena. They were not tombs for pharaohs. If we were talking of Great Pyramid as a tomb for Cheops, it's not even a case of disproving it, as there is nothing to substantiate the idea in the first place. Do you know the messages hidden in the maths and dimensions? Asked AmArn. Anyone, said Bastiaan, who has studied the Great Pyramid in any detail would soon conclude that it's a place of divinely given wisdom, full of meteorological, astronomical, mathematical, and historical truths, that seems almost as if it's waiting for an appointment to reveal its ultimate secrets. We think there is a message there, said Klazina, or maybe a way to communicate with its creators. Well, said Bastiaan, it certainly communicates great wisdom in its geometric and mathematical messages. But you know this, Klazina, and I assume the rest of you are aware of the information the pyramid contains as well. We are, said Neveneseon, but we feel there is more, and maybe a sign concealed in the maths, for example. Perhaps something quite obvious, something overlooked. I am not sure, said Bastiaan. I could probably give you more detail on specific aspects, but other than that, I don't see how I can help you. Maybe we asked the wrong way, said AmArn. What do you find unusual about the Great Pyramid? After you made studies, is there something that does not make sense? Something curious? Neveneseon turned and gave a slight faint smile and a nod of acknowledgement to AmArn. Well, I'm not sure, but perhaps, pondered Bastiaan. Perhaps the Capstone, he said. I thought there wasn't one, chirped Lucy, forgetting herself for a second, and then realizing her mistake opened her mouth wide in mockery to Klazina, who smiled with a slight shake of her head. Exactly, replied Bastiaan, so animated he did not even consider who was asking the questions. Your friend asked me what didn't add up, and that is the thing for me that holds the most intrigue. It's the most perplexing and inexplicable fact. There are two possibilities you can follow where the capstone is concerned. Either it was removed, or it was left out. Bastiaan was thoroughly enjoying being center stage, and stood up to continue. I don't believe that it could have been easily taken down by men. You have to understand if the casing stones were intact. He ran his hand in front of himself to remind everyone how smooth the original cladding was. It would have been impossible to approach the top without having the foundation blocks to use as steps. One of the earliest references we have to the Great Pyramid is Diodorus in 60 BC. He states that at this time the casing was intact and there was no capstone. There are also ancient stories of warring gods in a battle hiding in the Great Pyramid, using it as the last line of defense. Then, in his victory, the god Ninurta disabled the pyramid, in which part of the process was to remove the capstone. These myths can truly never be proved or disproved, but for me, there was no capstone put in place. It wasn't torn down, stolen, or demolished. There just never was one. So there it is, the great question, why? After constructing the most perfect building the world has ever seen, why leave the last piece out? I believe if you answer this riddle, the whole purpose of the Great Pyramid would then reveal itself. What are the common theories? Inquired Neveneseon. What are the experts' guesses? Well, sighed Bastiaan, that's just it. No one knows. The theory of looting is sometimes put forward. Remember, some think the capstone might have been covered in gold. but it's just not feasible for me. It would have been impossible to climb up there, as I said. Also, it would have been about 30 foot across, and the same in height. Who could move such a weight? We would like to explore the possibilities of a hidden message or functionality, said Neveneseon. I wonder, though, if without this covering of polished limestone, maybe whatever the message is, or whatever the function, it could be lost. Hard to say, but you're certainly asking questions that need answers. We may go there, declared AmArn, as everyone barring Bastiaan's eyes grew wider. Well, yes, you should, agreed Bastiaan. If you intend to research properly, you would need to. If, said AmArn, pausing for a second, if we must get close, closer than we are allowed, how is the security? There are dozens of people who have spent a night around the site over the years, but what security? A couple of drones, perhaps. Years ago it was rigorous, but since the unions became established, things have been far more relaxed. There's 1,000 merchants and scammers who will drive you insane for sure, but not so many security guards. There is a high outer fence, though. Interesting, said Neveneseon. Bastiaan, you have been very helpful, and we are very grateful for your advice. Can I have a closer look at your library now? Asked Lucy. Of course, my dear, said Bastiaan, and spent the next half hour giving her a guided tour of his beautiful book collection. A little later, Lucy overheard Klazina and Bastiaan by the fridge in the kitchen. Your friends, whispered Bastiaan. Are they Anons? Are they what? Replied Klazina as she began to laugh. Anons, you know, like activists or anarchists or something? I think you're starting to lose your grip, my old friend. Well, you know, with the hardline vegetarianism and the way they look, I thought they might be, anti-authority. No, it's just the animal thing. I don't think they are into all the other stuff. Okay, said Bastiaan, seeming a little deflated. You sound disappointed. Probably looking for a bit of excitement. Not much happens around here. Let's go back to the living room, said Bastiaan, as turned around and Lucy swiveled away in her chair. Come on, everyone. Let's relax and enjoy the hospitality, said Klazina. You spoke of 2 paintings that you wanted to show us, and some old tarot cards you have bought recently, Bastiaan. Yes, they are quite fabulous. Then fetch them out before me, and poor Lucy die of anticipation, said Klazina, as her laughter spread to Lucy once again. No problem, dear. No problem at all. Give me just a moment, said Bastiaan, as he hurried off out of another door on the far side of the living room. He returned just moments brandishing a cardboard tube and a wooden box inlaid with ivory patterns, and Lucy thought it was by far the most beautiful box she had ever seen. First, he brought out the paintings and invited everybody over to the kitchen table to view them. There were 2 landscapes, very similar and quite obviously from the same artist. The first was a country lane leading down to a river with some trees and a church spire on the far side. Huge cumulus clouds hung overhead, and the trees that lined either side of the lane dominated the foreground. The second replaced the road with a river, and there was a small arched bridge in the distance. Similar to the first picture, the browns and golds of the foreground trees and the overhanging clouds conveyed a cold day in autumn. I love the trees, said Lucy, as she soaked in the imagery. Yes, agreed Bastiaan. The artist has a nice style, and they were definitely a bargain. Shall we go over then to the living room, and we can have some fun with the new tarot cards? Everybody trooped across and settled down into a seat. Bastiaan placed the beautifully ornate wooden box on the coffee table and flipped open the hinged lid, revealing, wrapped in green silk cloth, the tarot cards. The cards were full-length figures double-printed, and the titles were all in French. There were some with worn surfaces, but other than that, they were in pretty good condition. Bastiaan thoroughly enjoyed his new role in charge, and one by one did readings for everyone. Lucy found the whole process most amusing, bombarding Bastiaan with questions which he delighted in answering. His expression changed somewhat when AmArn turned his cards. The cards themselves were no cause for great interest. It was the fact that they were so similar to Neveneseon's reading, having both turned moon and tower cards. He raised his eyebrows without making eye contact with anyone, and continued in good humor with the read. As Lucy headed to her room on the landing upstairs, she remembered she had forgotten to ask Klazina about something, and she spun on her heel at the top of the stairs, only to catch Bastiaan's whisper once more. "Klazina, my dear," he said, "I don't know who your strange friends really are. You must have your reasons for presenting, shall we say, less than the full picture, and I will not even ask. But please just be careful out there. I wish you luck whatever it is you're up to, and will say a prayer for you all." "You're a good friend, Bastiaan. I'll not forget your help," replied Klazina. Bastiaan might be knocking on, but he's nobody's fool, thought Lucy, as she tiptoed back towards her room, forgetting what she wanted to ask Klazina about. Perhaps the Nolofan didn't blend in quite as well as they would like to think. Not that it mattered, because they rarely had more than the slightest contact with people anyway. Chapter 31. Outcross. As silent witnesses, the looming Tehachapi Mountains looked on as the Silver Snom 3 heliglider drew closer across Antelope Valley. Had it been earlier in the year, orange poppies might have sprawled across the scene like Mother Nature's autograph. But now, however, the Mojave Desert presented a far more barren view. Colonel John Rinder stood one hand clasping the other behind his back, and wondered who exactly his mystery guest might be. It was a novelty for the boss to give him such a responsibility, but he much prepared his work with the soldiers than entertaining civilians, which was what he had a feeling would be the case. As the chopper's telescopic landing gear dropped, Rinder edged forward a little. A minute later, a bearded face descended the steps towards him, and Rinder clenched his knuckles, dispelling any recognition he might display. "It's good to meet with you, Colonel Rinder," said the man with the beard. "I'm Avian Star." "You start our conversation with a lie," thought Rinder, and although he would have liked to have stuck his fist right in the irritating little man's eye, he knew his best behavior was required. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Star. Please walk with me. I trust your flight was smooth." "Absolutely, Colonel. Very comfortable indeed. Am I to gather there is a purpose for such an isolated rendezvous?" said Star, as he looked at the empty fuel drums purposefully stacked a few hundred yards away. "There is indeed, I'll explain. I understand you'll need an overview of Operation Outcross. Is that correct?" "Outcross now, is it? The original name for the project was Megiddo, which I picked myself, but I guess Outcross refers to these lab rat soldier creatures Wolf has been breeding." "I believe it does, sir. Anyway, the reason we are so far out is I wanted to take advantage of the light and give you a practical demonstration of our recon fighter close up. You might be pleased to know it's referred to as the Megiddo Wasp. You may call it Humpty Dumpty for all I care, Colonel. I'm far more interested in its capabilities." "Please take these, sir, and point them above at the highest peak off to your right there," said Rinder, as he handed over a pair of small split-ray binoculars. "Don't worry, they will autofocus." Star raised the field glasses upwards and carefully searched the mountains, and then took a deep breath. "Yes, I see it," he said. "My God, how fast is—" He continued, dropping the binoculars and looking almost directly overhead, his mouth wide open. Rinder had looked at the Sagus Megiddo Wasp 1,000 times, but they still amazed him with a velocity that was untouchable on Earth. The main body, which contained the 3 crew, was 15 meters long and cigar-like in shape, with the rear end a little thicker. What was truly unique were the 3 large circular engines. The larger one to the rear was fixed and provided the main propulsion, while the other 2 stuck out on arms either side of the craft and were able to move around on their axis. These helped to steer the ship, or when at 90 degrees to the body, added to the Wasp's frightening speed. "I've never seen anything like this," said Star. "I can hardly hear it. I mean, I see the engines, but there's virtually no sound at all. Truly amazing." "Well, its primary job to protect the Pythos, sir. so the speed is essential if dealing with any resistance. Essential. So, Lutely, Colonel, I could not agree more, said Starr clearly in his element. The Wasp banked till it faced the drums, and from 2 guns mounted on its sides erupted simultaneous bolts of bright blue plasma fire that all but evaporated the target barrels. Good Lord, it's like something from a movie. Rinder pointed his hand out and waved upwards as if to signal the craft to move, then pulled Starr's arm, leading him back a few meters. The 2 side engines swung around till they pointed directly towards the floor, and within a couple of seconds the Wasp had gained 1/2 mile in altitude. Outstanding, Colonel, truly outstanding. And tell me, do you have these creatures of wolves flying the craft? Correct, sir. In fact, they've yet to be piloted by men. Amazing. I've seen more than a few military aircraft demoed in the past, but I've never witnessed speed like this. Nothing will be able to get anywhere near them. Well, that's certainly the idea, sir. A sword is useless if your opponent has a gun. Perfect. And all manned by the hybrids. Incredible. And when do I get to meet these genetic anomalies? I'm keen to see one in the flesh. There is to be a full inspection tomorrow, sir, but if you take a look behind you, away over there, you'll see our transport is approaching. Starr turned around, squinting into the distance at an approaching jeep. Our driver is a hybrid, sir, and I'll introduce you to him. Wonderful. Can I communicate with him? Does he speak? They speak English just as we do? Starr stopped and thought for a second. That would seem a little short-sighted. What if the media ever picked up on it? Not an issue, sir. In combat, they do not speak at all. They use a series of screams and guttural noises to communicate in the field. It's very intimidating and adds to the overall impression. Fair enough, then. The Morder-tier jeep that pulled up in front of Starr had a smooth protective covering with a single cannon mounted on the roof. Starr stepped back an inch as the scissor doors sprang open, revealing its driver. Unlike his counterparts in the CH regiment, MVY-111 had no human genetic camouflage. His eyes were reptilian slits underneath large angular brows that led into his flattened nose. The heavily armoured suit he wore was a reflective mixture of lime and khaki green, the underskin covered with a maze of fine tubes. Colonel, I would like you to meet 111. He is a squad leader, as denoted by his red sleeve. Yes, I can see, said Starr, his mouth wide open. Jump out, soldier, commanded Rinder, and the Cerberuk leapt from his seat in a flash. As he did so, his suit instantly adopted the colour of the sand surrounding him. Well, 111, a pleasure to meet you, said Starr, sounding suddenly a little uneasy. He reached out his hand, but the Cerberuk simply tilted his head to the side and bared his teeth in what appeared to be an attempt at smiling. Good afternoon, he replied robotically. They are not disposed to human pleasantries, Mr. Starr, said Rinder. In fact, they are not very well disposed to humans full stop. No, I guess not. Probably a bit counterproductive if they were, said Starr, who managed a smile as he eyed the physicality of the trooper. His muscular definition was evident through the fabric of his suit, and he stood just under 2 meters. What do you think so far, sir? Asked Rinder. Well, Colonel, it would appear things are up to speed. So far, so good. A flicker of a smile lit Rinder's lips for a second as he visualized, allowing MVY-111 to play his guest for a little while, but he bit his lip and dispelled the thought. I'm glad you're impressed, sir. Shall we be on our way? There is a room waiting for you at the base. I hope it will be to okay for you. It's pretty basic. I'm not expecting 5-star treatment, Colonel, and I'm sure it will be fine. Rinder found men with money and power who had never actually had to fight for it the most irritating of all. They knew nothing of the real world in which men like him lived. Men who put their lives on the line to maintain freedom so that civilians could drink their alcohol, take their drugs, and swan around philandering in their nightclubs. This kind of ignorance was a sin in Rinder's eyes, but it would not be too long at all, he thought, before the world got a bit of the medicine it deserved. A short, sharp kick up the pants that was long overdue. "Okay," said Rinder, cracking his knuckles. "If you'd like to jump in, sir, probably best you ride up front with 111 for a better view." Little was said, as the three were soon speeding along a new road that carved its way through the barren landscape. The scenery changed, as gentle hills on either side became suddenly faced off with concrete walls, the height of which was soon well over 50 meters. Turning a bend, they faced what was effectively a dead end. The road opened out into a large loading bay. To the right, there was a helicopter landing area, and in front, a large entranceway that was firmly closed. "Follow me, please, Mr. Starr," said Rinder, as the scissor doors reopened. To the side of the larger door area was a smaller entrance. To the left side of this was a small metal panel. The colonel dropped down to line his eye up with the device as it buzzed into life and the release of the door's huge bolts. Behind the entrance was nothing more than a short corridor and another door. "Sir, do you have any electronic devices on you at all?" said Rinder. "No, I was told strictly no folder phones or cameras, etc." "Okay, then please, let's go through to the lift then." The elevator was large and could have easily have fit 20 people. It took nearly 2 minutes to descend to level -38, and as the doors slid open, the man with the beard stepped out to take in his new surroundings. There were vast walls of concrete, perforated by steel catwalks and corridors that stretched for miles. Suddenly, 2 deafening alarm buzzes blasted out, and from the darkness came the Cerberuks screams that had left the visitor's bones frozen as he looked searchingly toward the colonel. "It's their dinner time, sir, and parts of the meal will be live today," said Rinder, beginning to take pleasure in the discomfort his guest displayed. Unlike the man with the beard, Rinder had heard the hideous wail of his hybrid troops 1,000 times before, and it would not be long before the rest of the world heard them too. Not very long at all. Chapter 32. Limited Transport. Lucy felt a little sad to leave as they stood in the driveway at Bastiaan's house, all facing towards him. "Klazina, my dear, will you not stay a while longer and have a decent breakfast before you leave?" he said with his hands outstretched toward her. "No, honestly, Bastiaan, we would like to get an early start. We have a lot to do later on. You and Lucy have only eaten a breakfast bar each, and Nena, you and Andy have not eaten at all. You must be starving." "We are fine," replied AmArn. "We have supplements in the vehicle." "Well, if you say so, but an engine will not run without fuel," said Bastiaan, as his eyes rolled to the heavens. "Anyway, don't let me nag. It has certainly been nice to see you all." Bastiaan turned his attention toward Lucy. With a knowing smile and a gentle nod of his head, he beckoned her over to him. "Miss Lucy, before you rush off, I've a little something for you." Lucy felt a shiver of anticipation as he gently passed her a small green box. She gingerly looked inside and pulled out a silver compact mirror. "It belonged to my mother. I've no use for it, but I thought you might like to keep it." "It's beautiful, thank you," said Lucy, smiling with gratitude. "Turn it over," said Bastiaan excitedly. On the back was an engraved inscription. "What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters to what lies within us," read the quote, as Lucy delicately ran her thumb over the calligraphy. "I love it," she said, and wrapped her arms around Bastiaan, releasing more strength into the hug than was probably necessary. "It's an Emerson quote," said Bastiaan, blushing slightly. "I believe my mother's father gave it to her as a present on her 18th, but anyway, I've no daughters, so please take it, and may it bring you good luck." "Bastiaan, thank you so much for your help and kindness," said Klazina, as they all began to leave. "Godspeed," said Bastiaan, as he waved them farewell. As Lucy looked out of the window, Bastiaan smiled and winked at her. As they pulled away in the jeep, she smiled and winked back. The travellers were soon back on the open road. After an uneventful hour, Lucy stared vacantly through the front window of the jeep, giving a slight yawn as she did so. The hum and drone of the engine mixed with the buzz of passing traffic had left her feeling a little drowsy. "I think," said Neveneseon, "when we checked the times at Klazina's house, the drive is around 15 hours. It would be good if we could do this with just 2 days driving, but we are a little behind, and it will take at least an extra half day. If we carry on through the state of Germany, we can—" "Germany!" exclaimed Lucy, waking up and beginning to smile. "Did I miss something?" "Were you expecting something?" said AmArn, with an equally amused look. "Don't know," continued Lucy, almost laughing. "I suppose for some strange reason I thought I would notice some difference." "You would not have noticed there may have been a sign, nothing else," said Neveneseon. "There was not any change in the view. I haven't been to many places, so I'm not sure what to expect. You know our world better than I do. Quite funny, really." No one spoke for a second, and then Lucy turned to Neveneseon. "Are there many different countries on the planet you're from?" "On Algan, the idea of owning land would be extraordinary indeed," said Neveneseon. "I believe some of your cultures here on Earth do not support the concept either." "Like American Indians," Lucy quickly replied. "One does not sell the earth upon which the people walk." "Whose words are those?" asked AmArn. "Tashuke Witko, better known as Crazy Horse," said Lucy. "He was a Native American leader." "Good words," said AmArn. As they all sat and pondered the quote, Lucy, while staring out at Klazina in front of them on the motorbike, suddenly sat bolt upright as a dark cloud fell over her. "Slow down," she said, reaching for Neveneseon's forearm. "What?" replied Neveneseon, sounding confused. "Slow down, right now. Klazina's in trouble." Neveneseon reacted to Lucy's instruction, putting her foot on the brakes. As everyone looked through the windscreen, Klazina's back wheel began to shake violently as the tire blew out suddenly. Instinctively, Lucy reached out her right hand, while staring at the bike in intense concentration, as the others looked on in amazement at the events unfolding. It was clear Klazina was about to lose control of the bike. As Lucy reached out her hand, ripples appeared in the air in front, stretching outwards like breaking waves towards the bike. There were flashes of blue and white like electricity, but no sound this time. The bike miraculously straightened up, and Klazina was able to bring it safely to a halt on the hard shoulder, while Neveneseon pulled up swiftly just in front of her. Lucy turned to the Nolofan, whose eyes were fully animated, the sclera and iris filled with swirling light. "Oh my God, what have I done? I'm so sorry," she said, feeling as though she was about to burst into tears. "Do not apologize, Lucy," said Neveneseon, resting her hand on Lucy's. "You have just saved our friend from a dangerous accident." "I know, but you said no tricks, or the Garaeum could find us." "This is true," said Neveneseon. "The Garaeum are highly sensitive to dimensional change, but you still did the right thing." Neveneseon opened the car window as Klazina quickly approached, having got off her bike. "What do you think?" said Klazina. "Dump the bike. Let's go," replied Neveneseon. "It might be better if you take over the driving anyway. Our enemy may know our position now, so we must not delay." "That's fine, but I'll be using the computer on this thing to do some of the work." "This is no problem for us," agreed Neveneseon. Quickly, Neveneseon jumped out and ran around to the other side, while Klazina adjusted the seat and mirror before she pulled away. "What happened?" asked AmArn. "I watched you check everything on your bike before we left." "The tires were nearly new," replied Klazina, "but they were cheap ones, just a freak accident. Not much more I can tell you, really." "Well done, Lucy," said AmArn. "So it was you that straightened the bike out?" asked Klazina. "I was sure I was going to lose her. I felt an odd tingling, like goosebumps. Then it just seemed to realign itself." "I've no control over these things. They are just happening. I cannot make them happen, and I cannot stop them when they do. Humans are emotional beings in comparison to many races elsewhere," said Neveneseon. "I believe your feelings, charge theses manifestations in a way I have never witnessed. There is something else here too. There is also precognition. What do you mean? You saw what was going to happen before it did. Klazina has this ability too sometimes. It is a very exceptional talent. You can share my crystal ball, said Klazina, raising a smile from Lucy. AmArn, however, wore a far more stern expression. What is it? Asked Klazina. I watched the vehicles, the ones that passed while we waited, to check we do not make too much attention. And did we? Said Klazina. Passers gave a short look. Normal, I say. AmArn paused for a second, but one man in a jeep vehicle did not look at all. Maybe he's a careful driver, Klazina pointed out. You're supposed to keep your eyes on the road. I understand the way your vehicles register. This one is with England identification. I don't see the big deal, said Klazina. Big deal because I saw it before. Lucy, remember we changed vehicles, the services place? There was a jeep parked close when we left? Yes, a BVX. I saw the badge, said Lucy, without having to think twice. It's the same car, said AmArn. You're sure, said Lucy, as she tried to conjure up a picture of the jeep and imagine what sort of nasty hybrid driver might be in charge of it. Was it one of those horrible creatures again? She said, unable to hide her concerns. I did not see clearly, but no, I did not feel this. Human, older maybe. He looked familiar. I must search my thoughts. So we are followed by somebody, but we do not know who they work for, said Neveneseon. We must be careful, keep our eyes open. Damn, said Klazina. What is it? Asked AmArn. Bike's in my name. It will just bring attention to me, and probably a big fat fine. Could we have it picked up? Garages offer this service usually, but we have no phones. I am sorry, Klazina, but we must move on, said Neveneseon. I guess so, no problem. It takes ages for anything like that to process. No immediate headache anyway. Neveneseon was in deep thought, and far more preoccupied with the mystery man in the BVX jeep. AmArn, try and think what you can recall about the driver of the jeep. Ordinary human, brown hair, said AmArn. Vehicle passed too quick, not much time. But you say he looked familiar to you somehow? Maybe. Not sure, I must meditate. There was a pause as Neveneseon looked searchingly to AmArn, as if expecting a better answer. Wait, glasses? He wore glasses. That defo narrows it down. Not too many people wear glasses, said Lucy. My nan has 2 pairs, but most people would have a correction done, or have lenses at least. Lucy's right, guys. It's a dress choice rather than a necessity, said Klazina. Like Bastiaan has them, but it's more to give a scholarly appearance than anything else. He could certainly afford to have corrections done if he wanted to. Suddenly a look of realization spread across AmArn's face. I know him, Lucy. Give me please your hand. Lucy did not hesitate, and slid her palm across AmArn's as she closed her eyes. The scene was blue and misty at first, and then she began to recognize the large windows to the right. It was the ferry, and there she was from AmArn's point of view. It was strange to see herself, but then she realized AmArn had not been looking at her. It was the man by her side, the man who had dropped the money. She felt a chill as the man's eyes connected with AmArn's, the look of a guilty child, like he was up to something. You remember him too, do you not? Said AmArn. Yes, I do. You told me he had a look of mischief. I didn't attach any importance to it at the time. What happened? Try to remember every detail, said Neveneseon. He dropped a B chip, so I picked it up and gave it to him. He thanked me, and that was that. He distracted you, said Neveneseon. The money dropping, it sounds like a trick. But why? This is the question. I have to agree with Neveneseon, said Klazina. If he is indeed following us, or you, the last thing he wants is to be seen, so why compromise himself, unless there was a purpose? He waited till AmArn was away from your side, and then comes right at you, and gets you to turn your back on him. And my guess is, he marked you somehow. But I didn't feel anything, and besides, I've changed twice into clothes that you gave me. If he put something on me, it would be gone now." There was silence, and then AmArn spoke. "Your bag," he said. "Your bag was behind you, wasn't it?" "Yes, it's in the boot now," said Lucy. "AmArn," said Neveneseon. "It's at the top. I loaded it last. The shelf is easy to move. Lift it, and Lucy will get the bag." AmArn spent a moment wrestling the shelf up, and then Lucy was able to reach over, pulling the bag through and onto the middle of the rear seat. After a few minutes of rummaging around and disappointed frowns, AmArn put his hand into the side pocket and smiled. "Minu Suati, I have something here," he said, and pulled his hand out to reveal an inconspicuous small black device that looked like a remote door key. "But what is it?" said Lucy. "Looks like a tracker, but what to do with it?" said AmArn. "Nothing. We keep it with us," said Neveneseon. "Is it military?" "Odis would have more idea for this, but I say not. Not so advanced," said AmArn. "Exactly. I don't feel this one is working for our enemy. You can return it to its place in the bag and put away the bag. We will find our spy and see what his business is. When we stop later, he will do the same. Let us camp near enough to a town so that he is more comfortable in his environment, and then we shall see what we are dealing with here." "You have abandoned the idea of possibly using hostiles along the way, then?" asked Klazina. "We stay by vehicle and the road now," said Neveneseon. "You have portable accommodation. We use this." "Portable accommodation?" said Lucy. "I believe they refer to a couple of tents, sweet pea. Nothing too exotic, I'm afraid," said Klazina. As the companions drove on in silence, Lucy considered the man with the glasses. "What a sneak," she thought, clenching her fists in annoyance. "Tell me, how old were you when you first discovered your abilities, Lucy?" "I had some trouble with a girl at school," she replied. "A bully who gave me a hard time. I was distraught when I arrived home one evening after she had hit me in front of a load of other kids. I ran straight to the bathroom, bawling my eyes out, and stood to look in the mirror. It shattered, right down the middle, broke in two. I somehow figured out what was happening and started to learn other things I could do. I was about 12 at the time. Physical manifestation of your emotions. But you kept everything to yourself, how comes?" "The reason they picked on me in the first place was that I was different. I was getting very high grades, and the teachers unwittingly turned me into a sort of freak show. I just wanted to be normal, no special attention. I started deliberately getting lower marks, and I certainly was not going to tell anybody I could open a door without touching it." "My God, what a smart girl you were," said Klazina, as she flipped the navigation drive system into action. Chapter 33. Scent Packing. The lights were off in Wolf's London office as he stood behind his desk and swayed gently from side to side. The air in the room had dropped below zero, and his bloodless lips began to curl. A roar of laughter escaped, partnered by slabs of shadow which played on the wall behind. "Now, I have you," he said, and danced around his desk, then wiped his hand across his face as if recomposing before he flicked on the comms portal. "Colonel, are you there now?" he said calmly. "Yes, right here, sir. You're on divert to my field rad." "Excellent. Do you have the coordinates that I just sent you?" "Yes, sir, I do, but I don't understand where did we get this information. OSP has given us nothing in nearly 48 hours on the vehicle. The last real info was from a polydrone on Thursday." "Do not question me, Rinder. You will tell OSP to look at the area I have just given you and rewind over the last hour. You will find the targets there and whatever vehicle they are now using." "Okay, I'll get right on it, sir." "Send the Cerberuks to this destination by whichever means is fastest. I want these terrorists brought in, Colonel. Do not fail me." "No, sir, of course not." "What has your visitor had to say regarding his tour of the facility?" "He's impressed. I've done as you asked, sir. Given him a live demo of the Wasp's potential yesterday, and later on he will have eyes opened even further." "Good, Very good. Lay it on thick. You only have him until the end of the day, then he will be out of your way." As usual, Wolf slammed the phone down without excusing himself, and then marched across the room. "Blackwell," he bellowed, opening the office door. "These clowns from Axial Intel are here, you say?" "Afraid so, sir. The junior is here, and the senior arrives in a minute or two." "I do not have time for this nonsense. Technically, they are late, no?" "Well, maybe a minute or so, yes, sir," answered Blackwell, looking a little concerned about what his boss might do next. "Send the first one in, and tell him to close the door behind himself. When they are both here, you may join us." "Perfect, sir." Wolf was annoyed that Conroy had been able to pin him down for a meeting he no real wished to sit, and this compounded by the fact that his visitors were now late upset him even further, as a knock came at the door. "Come!" "Good morning, sir," chirped the young man, whose head appeared around the door. "Alex Ricard, sir. We have a meeting." "Where is your senior colleague?" asked Wolf. "Oh, he is just behind me, sir. Not long now." "You are late. He has 2 minutes," whispered Wolf. Ricard's cheery demeanor annoyed him, and as it did, the room began to darken as Wolf decided to toy with his guest. He watched amused as the chill bit into Ricard, and the dark oblong shadow appeared on the wall that faced him. "Look!" he exclaimed. "Look what?" said Wolf, who began to push his darkness into the young man, who was losing a grip of his surroundings. "That shadow on the wall. Where is it coming from?" "Have you been drinking, you fool?" said Wolf. "Look, it's getting darker and darker," said Ricard, as his voice betrayed the fear that had taken hold of him. "Blackness. It's coming out of everything. Can you not see? What on earth is it?" "What is it?" said Wolf, as he mimicked Ricard in a pathetic tone. Suddenly the door burst open, and the light in the room returned to normal. "Sorry about the delay," said the senior colleague who had now arrived. He wore a solemn look, his face giving little away. "Blasted roadworks, even at this hour, still causing problems." Wolf pointed 2 fingers out in a V towards the chairs in front of his desk, his eyes ablaze with irritation. For a second, Ricard checked his surroundings before he nervously slipped into his seat. "Sit. I'm told you have something of importance to share," said Wolf cynically. "Yes," said the older man, as he placed a vinyl document carrier on the desk and unzipped it. Blackwell, who had quietly slipped back through the door, was standing behind his boss. Filtering through the contents of the case, the older man placed some photographs out in front of Wolf, who quickly scanned them, but said nothing. They were low-quality shots of several men, either getting in and out of cars or sitting in coffee bars. The older man tapped his finger slowly over the face of one of the figures. "I think you might know this fellow here." "I do. He was probably responsible for the AJB Madrid hacking. We watch him. So what?" The older man had a very faint smile on his face as he looked Wolf in the eye. "It might interest you to know these were taken in New Chicago, then." "That's obvious from the opticab in the background on the third shot," said Wolf, knocking the smile straight off the older man's face. "But tell me, did Axial Intel take these pictures?" "Well, no, not exactly, but nothing," interrupted Wolf. "Who is your source? I am not really at liberty to—" "You will do as you are told, my friend, or pay the consequences." "Sir, there are protocols. I do not have the authority to disclose this." "Then get out of my office and tell AI to send an organ grinder next time rather than a monkey." The 2 men looked searchingly at each other before silently making their exit. "Blackwell, when I asked you for a cover story, I do not expect it to take up my time." "No, sir." "You have been with me since you were a boy. Blackwell, I think by now you should understand how to carry out your role." "Yes, sir. I'll make sure it does not happen again." "Perhaps you would prefer some time with the darkness to remind you how best to carry out your duties. After all, it has been some time, hasn't it?" "No, sir. Please, you have my word." "Very good, because the next time I have to deal with idiots like that in person, it will be a very long day for you indeed, Blackwell. Keep them away. We are leaving shortly." "Of course, sir," said Blackwell, who made his way back out the door. "In fact, Blackwell, get the jeep. The sooner, the better." Chapter 34. Irrational Commitment. The irritating grate of the wipers as they dragged across the windscreen stretched Kevin's nerves like a rope down to its last thread. The drizzle beat down harder than ever as he reached for the entertainment system to drown out his agitation. He had enjoyed little rest over the last couple of days and was feeling worse than ever, having slept in the car again. The comings and goings at the house in Groningen had, however, kept a firm grip on Kevin's attention and renewed his curiosity. Having managed to run off some photographs from a safe distance, he still had about as much idea as to the older man's identity as he did the rest of the party. His intrigue grew further. Was the girl just the tip of the iceberg? It was beginning to look like some larger international organization might be at work. Kevin's problem was, however, that as fascinating as the work had become, the exhilaration he had felt on seeing his marks emerge through the trees the day before had long made way for physical fatigue and the need to rest. What Kevin could do with were a meal, a nice hot shower, and a comfy bed. He had decided wherever his subjects went to ground. To this evening he would find some accommodation and rest up. As he stared at the tail lights of the lorry in front through the relentless sheets of precipitation, his mind wandered back to the policeman's face after the crash. Kevin had seen an expression of pure shock from a man who dealt with unusual events for a living. His account was truthful, and Kevin was sure of it. Secret meetings, growing numbers, and changing cars every 2 minutes, something was going down. Kevin was brought abruptly out of his daydream as the brake lights flashed on the lorry. He quickly slowed down as his phone erupted into life, and then cursed as Johnson's name flashed up on the console. "Sutton, where are you?" said Johnson, sounding almost bored. "Shit, yeah. Sorry, boss. I meant to call in. I'm onto something here, but I have had to stay close to it." "And where exactly have your honourable senses of duty and diligence managed to lead you this time?" "Well, that's the thing, Mr. Johnson. It goes deep. It's turned out to be an international sort of thing. I'm over the channel on the mainland at the moment." "I see. So what have you stumbled upon then? Is it criminal? Political?" "Well, no, not exactly. More like, how could I define it? Maybe supernatural." "Are you taking the raw mick?" "Boss, I promise you I have something here that will be straight on your landing page when I break it, but I need to crack on." "It had better be, because if you bring me some unsubstantiated hocus-pocus nonsense, you're getting your D57 and a very average reference." "Mr. Johnson, sir, isn't that a little over the top? I've been with you for—" "Goodbye, Sutton." The line went dead, and Kevin cursed under his breath again. It was hours earlier when the travellers had pulled up on the hard shoulder, causing him to have to sneak away from the smartway for a minute to allow them back in front. He was sure the one with the hood had looked right at him, but played it down as his paranoia. The dot on the surface had stopped moving. They had just come off the main road, and Kevin was pretty sure the strange group would be settling down somewhere. The streets were just lanes with a few houses here and there. The signal was so close, he figured it must be just around the next bend, which was obscured by some trees. There was room to park, so he decided not to take the car any further, and continued on foot, grabbing his binoculars from the glove compartment. Luckily, no one was around to witness the spectacle of Kevin's middle-aged ninja advance. He made his way through the trees, trying to work out where the dot had been when he spotted the rear of their vehicle parked on a small track. "Well, hide-a-high, campers," he said to himself as the scene unfolded. The strange travellers had put up 2 small tents, and the motorbike woman was shaking hands with a local dog walker who disappeared off up the lane towards the nearest house. "Well, that my son. Looks like these little beauties are getting their heads down for the night. Time to find somewhere a bit comfier." Kevin got straight back behind the wheel and pulled out his folder phone. Browsing through adverts, he settled for the hostel Glockengasse that was only a few blocks away and he could park right outside. The receptionist took his details and was genial enough. She looked around 40 and was quite attractive. He couldn't help notice the absence of a wedding ring, but could see a pale white band of lighter skin, where she had certainly worn one not too long ago. Had she recently separated, or maybe gained weight? She looked in good shape, so he decided on divorce. Kevin's mind was as curious as ever. He took a lift up to the second floor, strode across to room 204, dropped the keycard into its slot, and then pushing the handle down, slid through the door. It took him a couple of minutes to set up his equipment on a chair, which he placed at the side of the bed. He got undressed, hung up some of his clothes in the wardrobe, and folded a clean shirt over the back of the chair. He had managed to acquire toiletries on the ferry, which he opened and laid out in the bathroom, and after a shower, he headed straight for the double bed. He needed some shut-eye, even if it was just a couple of few hours. He stared at the stationary dot on the screen of his equipment, and confident his targets were not going anywhere, he smiled, then began to doze off, feeling pleased with himself. It took less than 5 minutes, and Kevin was sound asleep. Chapter 35. Social Graces. "Damn it," said Jane, and slammed her book down on the arm of the sofa, having read the same line 5 times. As the anxiety continued to oppress her, she had been unable to shake the hollow pain that was her constant companion, and spent most of the time with at least one eye on the road outside. Back at her window spot, she noticed Mrs. B's blinds fluttering too. "Oh no, Teddy, have we become members of the dreaded curtain patrol?" she said to the cat, as 2 cars pulled up outside and punched the wind out of her. The first of the vehicles was a marked police car, and sat inside it, she recognized P.O.'s Fairhurst and Rimmer. Fairhurst had already jumped out and was walking towards 2 men in black suits who had emerged from the unmarked car behind. Jane's heart pounded as they approached up the driveway, and it was Officer Fairhurst who spoke as she opened the door. "May we come in?" he said. "Please, of course, come straight through," she said nervously, scanning the 2 new faces. They all made their way into the living room and stood in a semicircle by the window. "These men are officers from London 3, Mrs. Watkins," said P.O. Fairhurst. "They would like a word in private." The smaller of the 2 men stared straight at Jane. He was a sturdy man in his mid-30s, with a weather-beaten face and cold, narrow blue eyes that gave the impression they could see through the most creative of lies. There was something straight away that irritated Jane, and it was the somewhat threatening demeanor in which this mean-eyed little man carried himself. Arrogance was one thing, but this was something worse, and he annoyed Jane from the start. P.O. Fairhurst made his exit out to the driveway, closing the living room door behind him. "Well, gentlemen, may I offer you a warm drink or a snack?" said Jane. There was an uncomfortable silence, and the shorter man linked his fingers together, cracking his knuckles and adding further to Jane's agitation. "No, I don't think so, madam," he said. "My name is Agent Jax, and we are very keen to speak to your daughter." "I'm confused," said Jane, shaking her head slightly. "My daughter, as I would imagine you already know, is missing. Do you have some news?" The 2 men said nothing, and merely continued to stare at her. "What sort of police are you, and why exactly are you here?" "We are AJB," said Jax, as though expecting some kind of reaction, but Jane's temper was growing shorter, and she did not flinch. "We have reason to believe the young man your daughter has taken up with is highly dangerous." "I see," she replied. "Well, who is he then? Can you tell me that?" "No, I cannot, Mrs. Watkins. That's classified information." "Classified information," laughed Jane, unintimidated. "I can assure you, Mrs. Watkins, there is nothing to laugh about here. Your daughter could find herself in some very deep trouble. Now then, has she tried to contact you at all?" "No, she has not, or I would have called the police, wouldn't I?" "I don't know, would you?" mumbled Jax. "Well, here's the thing, Mrs. Watkins. You take my card. If your daughter makes any attempt to make contact, you need to call me straight away." Jane narrowed her eyes as she snatched the business card. "My daughter is a good girl, Mr. Jax. She has never done a thing wrong in her life. You come here with your unpleasant attitude and a severe deficiency in manners, almost, it would seem, forgetting that you're public servants. I begin to wonder if there will be any freedom at all, as your kind slowly but surely erode what little liberty and privacy decent people have left. I would like you to leave now, unless there was something else." "Okay," said Jax. "Have it your own way. But be advised, Mrs. Watkins' withholding information is a criminal offence. If your daughter calls you, you call me. Have a good day." With that, the two men made a swift exit. Jane stood dumbfounded. Her 15-year-old daughter was missing. She had rather expected help and support, as opposed to rudeness and accusatory comments. She had no doubt making a complaint would be a lengthy and futile affair, but the incident left her with a bad taste in her mouth that she would not forget. "There's more to this than they are letting on," thought Jane, trying to piece together the bits of the story and figure what might have grabbed the AJB's attention. Whoever this boy was, she didn't trust Agent Jack's description of him any more than she trusted Jax himself. There had to be some clue somewhere. Chapter 36. A Warm Reception. Klazina had sat up talking to Lucy when suddenly AmArn's head popped through the door of the tent. "Klazina, you will go, please, to Neveneseon. I will stay with Lucy," he said in a severe tone. "What's the word?" said Klazina, trying to imagine what could be so serious. "You will help her look for the spy," said AmArn. "The spy. All sounds so theatrical, doesn't it, sweet pea?" said Klazina, as she winked to Lucy. The odd little joke here and there worked wonders with Lucy, and Klazina used the trick at every opportunity. She had tried to imagine how she might have felt herself in such a predicament at 15 years of age, and had nothing but admiration for the way Lucy had faced up to the situation. "You best get a move on, or the spy might slip through the net," said Lucy, moving out of Klazina's way. "I'll grab my boots. Just give me 2 seconds," said Klazina, as she squeezed Lucy's shoulder. "Does Neveneseon have some kind of strategy? I mean, we don't know what we are dealing with here." "Do not be concerned. It is the man with glasses who should worry," laughed AmArn. "You make Nev sound a bit scary," said Lucy with a slight frown. "Not for someone who is under her protection," said AmArn. "Oh, the drama of it all, Lucy. I don't think I can cope," said Klazina, happy with the smile generated on Lucy's face. "Okay, let's do this. Catch you in a bit." As Klazina jogged over the car, Neveneseon stood looking away towards the town. AmArn was right about one thing. Neveneseon's power was not to be underestimated. It wasn't even something Klazina could put her finger on, but she could sense it. It felt like a kind of living radiation that poured out from her being. "I need you to drive," said Neveneseon. "I think if we check out the immediate area, he will be not too hard to find. This man is not a soldier, but he is aware of us, and that is dangerous. We have to find out his business." "And you think he will tell you all this quite freely?" said Klazina. "I can extract the information from him." "I'm not even going to ask," said Klazina, as she climbed into the driver's seat. "Please do not use the car's computer. I would like you to drive." "No problem at all," said Klazina, as they pulled away down the track where the jeep had been parked and headed back towards the town. Most of the buildings, either old or new, seemed to be either cream or white, with the occasional mustard yellow. The streets were quiet, and it seemed peaceful enough. "I feel he has taken a bed," said Neveneseon. "What, like a hotel? How do you know he is not just in the car?" "I feel as I feel," answered Neveneseon. "Well, I suppose you do," said Klazina. "Anyway, Nev, what do you think of her, AmArn's little discovery?" "I would not be assisting or allowing AmArn to do so if I did not believe in what we are doing. She is strong, and she is virtuous. A fully functioning telepath, precognitive, interdimensional, and her DMT levels are very high. She is, Klazina, exactly what Earth has been waiting for, and we must keep her from harm so that she may develop and fulfill her destiny. She is strong for sure. That magic she pulled off with my bike was next level. She can manipulate both time and the ether force. These are powerful abilities, but she has no control, and every time her energy spills out unchecked, our enemy will be alerted. Can't you guys teach her more? I mean, you help me do all kinds of stuff. This is different, too advanced. The way skills are developing in Lucy is different from the abilities we Nolifan possess. It is the way of the universe. We could bring her along a short distance, but she needs the fathers. It is the only way. They continued on their way in silence a few minutes, with their thoughts slowly checking each local street. "Who do you think this guy is?" asked Klazina. "I have no idea, but I'm sure if he worked for the enemy, we would have known about it by now. This is something else, and we will soon find out." They continued their search for a while longer, and then finally, feeling a little despondent as they moved along a side road, they saw it. With its light blue metallic paint shining under the streetlight, there stood the BVX Jeep on EAUK plates. "Well, there's a result," said Klazina, as she raised an eyebrow at her companion. "Let's find out what we are dealing with," said Neveneseon, as her eyes shone full of jet black. "Stay in the reception, and keep an eye on things while I take care of this. I do not think there will be any problems that I cannot deal with myself. How will you find him?" "Oh, don't worry. I can pick up his movements from here fast enough." As the pair moved across the street, Klazina scanned the roads, and there wasn't a soul in sight. All was quiet, as Neveneseon slipped through the doors of the hostel like a ghost. Klazina could not see any sort of security in the guest house other than a camera near the door, and as Neveneseon raised her hand, the camera dropped into its mount. The heating was on a little high and gliding across the hall, and the Nolifan seemed to startle the receptionist. "I have a friend who is staying here, the man with the glasses," said Neveneseon, her appearance seeming to make the receptionist uncomfortable. "What room is he in?" "Do you have a name for me, madam? And I'll have to call up and ask. If it's a guest, I cannot just give out inf—" Klazina watched with a slight smile as the woman's jaw dropped, and Neveneseon stared intently into her eyes. "The man with the glasses. What room, please?" she said, and leant forward. 204. It's 204, and here you can use the spare key." "Thank you, but I won't need it. Have a nice evening," said Neveneseon, as she headed for the stairs. "Take a seat. We will not be very long." Klazina took one of the fake leather chairs and watched curiously as the receptionist typed away on her work surface as a woman possessed. Neveneseon had said she would not be too long, and Klazina had no reason on earth to doubt her, but she would keep a quiet eye on things just in case. Chapter 37. Inspection. "I'm sure you'll agree they look quite impressive, Mr. Starr," said Colonel Rinder, his arm outstretched across the catwalk, overlooking a vast hangar that sat 400 feet below Antelope Valley. "My God, they look like Roman cohorts," replied the man with the beard, as he looked at the thousands of Cerberuk troops below, arranged in blocks of 90. Each soldier had a blue sleeve, and at the near front corner of each square stood a red-sleeved company leader. All wore the morphing suits that Starr had seen earlier, only now they included packs and ammunition. What do the smaller units with the green sleeves do? Tech support, mission logistics, and supplies, that sort of thing. "Do they have medics?" "Medics?" said Rinder, amused by his guest's naivety. "No, sir. It doesn't work like that. If a soldier takes a hit and gets back to pick up, he gets treated on return. If they are not able to do this, we have to, well, finish them." "Finish them?" "Sir, we cannot have them captured. They are far stronger than humans, but every creature has a threshold." "Of course, yes, I see your point, but finish them how?" "Each of the helmets they wear carries a charge. If they do not make extraction, the charge gets blown. We cannot have them running, getting caught and interrogated." "Well, I suppose not. I must say there is an impressive degree of ruthlessness in all of this, Colonel." Rinder wondered just how fully in the picture his visitor was, as to what some of Operation Outcross's final goals were, with ruthless being an understatement. "Come, sir, shall we take a better look?" he said, and wheeled around towards the stairs. "It's the numbers that are incredible, and this is what I wanted to see for myself. I'm no scientist, sir, but when those guys in the lab adjusted some of the hormones and managed to accelerate the growth process, that's when things started to take off around here. The only difficult thing now is keeping them supplied with food. They are purely carnivorous. Even though they sleep a lot, one troop still needs about 21 calories per pound. That's 7,000 to 8,000 calories of meat a day. I won't even ask how you accomplish such a task, but it appears to be working just fine. It's a strain, but yes, things are going to plan, sir." The pair stood in front of the first squad, and the man with the beard looked a little fidgety. "Relax, Mr. Starr. They follow instructions to a T. You're not in any danger." "Whose instructions, though?" "Well, instructions ultimately come from Mr. Wolf, sir. I just follow orders." The man with the beard gave a nervous laugh as he looked up at the warrior in front of him. He stared curiously at the ever-changing colors of the suit and the maze of transparent tubes that ran all over the inner skin. "Amazing, isn't it, sir? The suit will identify the tones of the immediate surroundings and mimic them perfectly. Stand right next to one of the troops and watch what happens." Slowly the man with the beard moved toward the nearest Cerberuk, looking awkwardly back toward Rinder. "Closer, sir. Right next to him." The man with the beard blinked in wonder now, as the shiny armor adopted the charcoal grey of his suit. "Unbelievable," he gasped. The helmets contain a visor that comes down, giving the soldier the advantage of infrared and thermal vision options in battle, Mr. Starr. The suit is a serious weapon just on its own. "What else have you got for me?" "You there! DHY-30, step out!" snapped the colonel, and in a flash the troop presented himself. The colonel gestured towards some targets at the end of a corridor, and the Cerberuk dropped immediately to one knee, unholstered his weapon, then discharged 3 rapid blasts of blue plasma straight down the range, each hitting its mark. If I didn't know better, I would think I was in the middle of one of those old sci-fi flicks. It's all very impressive, Colonel. I think the overall effect will be persuasive on the day. The man with the beard suddenly looked Rinder squarely in the eyes, as if attempting to see his soul. "What are your thoughts on all of this, Colonel? And don't give me any of that follow orders bullshit either." "The world needs order, sir. Modern society runs around out there like animals, behaving as they please. Order must be installed. To achieve this, we must have a common enemy and a sense of urgency. I've no qualms at all." "Order. Yes, very good. Very good indeed. Where next, then?" "I thought we might take a look at some of the delivery options, sir." "You lead the way. I certainly have no complaints with the payload. Let's crack on, Colonel." Chapter 38. Dark Dreams. Kevin's eye twitched as his sleep became less peaceful by the minute. He had nodded off quickly enough, but his dreams became more troubled. Something, or someone, was watching him. A dark, lowering presence close behind, but when he spun around, he could catch only a fleeting glimpse. It had eyes like pits, pure black and filled with menace. Wherever he ran to, his peril was about him. Day or night, indoors or out, it was there. He twisted and writhed in his torment beneath the sheets, when abruptly his eyes flew open. "Away! Get away from me!" he shouted into the darkness. Kevin sat up, his hands out, ready to protect himself, as the sweat glistened on his forehead. As the real world soaked through his mind, he looked around and did not feel alone. Kevin searched each corner and alcove in the hotel room, and his eyes accustomed to the dark, he could see nothing. But then came a female voice. "You don't like to be followed, do you, Kevin?" Terrified, he searched the wall in front, but could not make out the direction of the voice. "What the hell are you?" screamed Kevin, and as he looked at the floral patterns in the wallpaper, he could trace a figure, a face with black eyes, and it was moving. "I don't like the way you address me, Mr. Sutton. It might be wise to be a bit more polite." Kevin tried to jump up and away, but the figure emerged from the wall with a palm outstretched towards him, and he felt like a hurricane had pinned him back to the bed as he let out a child's whimper. "Sit," said the woman, as she appeared in her normal form. "It's not very nice to follow people and spy on them, is it, Kevin?" Unable to speak, he slowly shook his head. He realized he was looking at one of the travelers he had followed, but could now see from her kaleidoscopic eyes she was anything but human. "I have various options open to me in dealing with you. Maybe you would like to hear them?" Kevin, still unresponsive, simply stared awestruck at his captor. "The easiest thing would be to erase your memory," said the woman, as she swiped her hand back and forward across her face. "It would be complete and absolute. You would remember nothing from the day you were born, finding yourself like a baby with no language or motor skills. What do you think?" Kevin could not think of anything worse than being robbed of his mind, and had never felt so utterly desperate in all his days. "Please," he said, and looked up with the eyes of a frightened child. "I'm sorry if I've offended you. Tell me what it is you want. Tell me what I can do." "Why have you followed us? Who pays your wages? And what do you know? We will start with the answers to these questions." She leaned toward him, her eyes like portals of incalculable knowledge. "Lie to me, Kevin. I will know instantly. Try to change the facts, and I will know. To be honest, Kevin, you are going to have to work very hard to get yourself out of trouble. Now please continue." Kevin felt suddenly exposed, as though she could see every trick he had ever pulled. It was almost like standing in front of God. "I'm a reporter," said Kevin under his breath. "For this, you would need the identity card. I looked through your possessions and saw nothing." Kevin thought for a second. "It's loose in my other inside pocket," he said, and gestured towards the wall to the left. Neveneseon pulled Kevin's jacket back out from the wardrobe, reached in, and found the card which said "Press" in bold letters in the top left corner. "The European Axis Union of Journalists," she said thoughtfully. "It does not make sense. How could you be aware of us so quickly?" "It was just pure luck. I witnessed an accident. The driver to blame sped off, but then your friend, the young girl, ran out from the car behind, over to the other vehicle in the collision. She leaned inside for a few seconds, or maybe a minute, and then ran back to her car and bombed it out of there as well. As I walked up, the man in the damaged car was telling someone what had happened. It was a very far-fetched story. I would probably have discarded it had he not been a police officer." She closed her eyes and lifted her head slightly. "And what did the policeman tell you, Kevin?" asked Neveneseon. "He told me the young girl had healed a broken shoulder and a nasty cut just by holding his daughter's hand. You have to understand, madam, it's my job to chase stories." There was a pause. "How did you find them again?" "Common sense, really. I just followed the main road and checked the service stations. I found them in the second one." The strange woman was rolling her eyes. "AmArn, she murmured. "What?" said Kevin. "Nothing. Get dressed. Get what you need. You are coming with us until I decide what to do with you." Kevin was about to argue, and then thought better of it, realizing he could not be in a better position to follow the story than if he did as suggested. He did not feel any real threat to his life. The woman, or whatever she was, seemed strong, but not evil. The woman made herself scarce, while Kevin got ready and arranged his belongings. "You won't be needing the surveillance equipment. And where is your shape memory phone?" "It's here. Why, what's the problem?" "Give it to me. Pass the device. You know it can be tracked to within a few meters, and will show up on the cameras." "Can I message my daughter? Tell her I'll be away for a while." "Do it, and pass me the phone. I will send the message." Kevin typed in the text, and handed the phone over, while she read the words, and sent the message. She then placed her fingertips over the skin, and on hearing the fizz from the destroyed circuits, tossed it in a small bin. "You may bring your video camera equipment. It could be useful. Does it have a locator?" "Yes, of course, but show me how you turn it on and off." Kevin meddled with the settings as she observed him. She then took the camera back from him and looked again into his eyes. "Okay, we go now. Try to run, and I will wipe your mind. There will be no second discussion." "You're crazy. I wouldn't miss this for the world," said Kevin, starting to feel positively upbeat. "What's your name?" he asked. The woman stopped dead in her tracks as she walked out into the corridor and turned towards Kevin, who wondered if he had overstepped the mark. "I am Neveneseon. You are going to hear my name spoken, so it matters not." Her eyes appeared normal to Kevin, almost as human as his. This is going to be the most incredible story the world has ever heard. He thought and wondered for a second if he had woken up at all. "How did you hide in the wall like that?" he chirped as they moved on. "You are not in a position to ask questions," said Neveneseon bluntly. "Just follow me and check out. The woman will pay no attention to me, and then we will be taking your car with us. You have travel ID?" "I have biometrics," said Kevin with a hint of pride. They passed through reception. Kevin checked out, the woman seeming not to notice Neveneseon. He handed back the keys, and they started across the lobby. "You're not even from here, are you? I mean Earth. And that other guy that walks like you, I bet he's the same. What's with the girl? Is she human, or is she one of you? And what about the redhead?" "Excuse me," said Klazina. "No questions, Kevin. Let's go," said Neveneseon, striding toward the cars. "What's the story?" said Klazina, as she got up and joined them. "This is Kevin. Kevin is a news reporter and has been watching us for quite some time." "Hi," offered Kevin, as though being introduced to the friend of a friend. "You're shitting me, right?" said Klazina, as she tentatively accepted Kevin's hand. "No, I am afraid not. He's coming with us, so lead the way. I am going in his car," said Neveneseon. Kevin had always had a thing about green eyes, and today was no exception. "Nice name. Sounds Dutch, but you're English, right?" "My mum's English, but this isn't an interview, and you're in deep water if you don't do what my friend tells you. So enough with the jollies, and let's crack on." In less than a minute, both cars pulled away and were shortly back on the track beside the tents. The male traveller was out like a flash. There was something odd as this one as he approached. He grew bigger than Kevin remembered and said nothing for a few seconds, holding Kevin fixed in his gaze, his eyes filled with black as Kevin began to fidget. He wasn't as friendly and did not look at all happy with the situation. Kevin could not move his arms as he tried to stretch out a hand and felt a wave of dizziness sweep through him. "Enough, AmArn. You will release him," said Neveneseon. "This is Kevin Sutton, and he is coming with us. You will extend him your courtesy, provided he behaves himself." "As you wish. Then as long as he behaves himself, I shall," said AmArn, as he broke away, and Kevin's mobility returned. Then he saw her properly from the first time, as she emerged from the tent. She was tall maybe for her years, and he never did get much of a look at her face on the ferry, but as he looked right at her, she was still a child. You're just a kid." "Hi, I'm Lucy," she said, and began to laugh. "How old are you? You look like you should be at school." "This is not your concern," replied Klazina. "She is a minor, and if it's anyone's concern, that would be her parents. Is that any of you guys?" "Stay quiet," said AmArn, who held out his open palm and paralyzed Kevin again. "AmArn, you will stop that," said Neveneseon. "She is with us for her safety, Mr. Sutton. Now is not the time." Kevin looked at Lucy's gentle face, but there was also a strength there too. Difficult to describe, but like a younger version of Neveneseon, and he doubted anyone was trying to harm her. "What did you do to the policeman's daughter? He said you healed her, like some miracle." "Mr. Sutton, please, no more," said Neveneseon, as she gestured to AmArn to take him away. "You will rest in your car, and AmArn will be keeping an eye on you." A minute later, Kevin was attempting to make himself comfortable on the back seat of his car, while AmArn sat and watched over from the driver's seat. "So where are you guys from then? I mean, have you come from another planet? Or are you some kind of superhuman? I've seen the tricks your friend can pull, and how her eyes look sometimes." "Mr. Sutton, you must rest," said AmArn, who spoke more gently and held out his palm. Full of dark, moving colors from the depths of the universe, Kevin felt hypnotized instantly. It was not an unpleasant feeling, and as though one by one, every muscle in his tired body suddenly relaxed. "Time to sleep, my friend. Time to sleep." Kevin's eyes rolled as he slumped back into the seat and deep sleep. His dreams were pleasant this time. Beautiful landscapes with unusual trees and multiple moons in the sky. He hardly moved an inch all night. Chapter 39. Blake. Staff Sergeant John Blake was less than amused about having been reassigned to AJB Tactical. He much preferred his accountability to be with Special Operations, and strictly speaking, that was where he worked. Pondering the situation, he grabbed the folder phone from his belt, somehow knowing it was about to ring. "Hey," said Blake, recognizing the name on the screen. "Hey, where you at now?" answered his old friend, Corporal Paul Maguire. "About 10 minutes from the armory." "How long you home for, did you say?" "Just a couple of days. They are moving me back to Tactical." "You must be over the moon," laughed Maguire. "Yeah, ecstatic, but at least I get a few days off, eh?" "Well, sorry, but something cropped up. I'm going to be a little while. If you head over to the cafe in, say, an hour, I should be ready." "Yeah, no problem. I can pop over to Mom's for half an hour. I got my Surface with me and some stuff I can be doing. Take your time." "Okay, dude. I'll message when I'm on my way." Blake smiled to himself, as unpunctuality was a standing joke with his old friend. The men had grown up together in Riversbrow, where Maguire now based himself, a town aptly named being built where 4 rivers met. With the waterways themselves and the Snake River mountain range in the distance, it was not an unattractive place to reside, and Blake was glad to be enjoying the scenery again. Blake looked down at his phone and frowned. It was going to ring. He was less than comfortable with his strange ability to anticipate phone calls and certain other things in advance. On the plus side, even though Blake's extrasensory skills were only very slight, they did have their advantages and had once saved his life on the job. Blake was a quiet man, having little need to be loud about anything. If he sat down in a bar, people would not give him a second glance. Light brown hair, grey eyes and a medium frame, Blake had quite plain features, and like many good soldiers, he blended in easily. He had been hoping to retire from duty shortly and set up a business of his own, but he was too good at his job, and the AJB still had other plans for him. The local Home Guard jeep that had picked him up was over the road, and as he made his way, Blake waved over to them. "Cheers, guys. Much appreciated." "Oh, no problem at all, sir. You need a lift anywhere else?" "No, I got it, thanks," replied Blake, as he slung his bag and headed around the corner towards his mother's house. 5 minutes later, he was at the door. "That you, John boy?" came the familiar voice as he bent down to unfasten his boots. "Yeah, Mom, it's me. You okay?" "Yeah, am good, thanks. Mind you take your shoes off, son, before you come in. I just done the cleaning in here." "No problem. Already sorted." "My God, you look more like John Sr. every day," she smiled. Blake looked over at the picture on the mantelpiece. His father had been dead a year now, and his mom had taken it well. "Yeah, sure do miss him." "Gone to a better place, son. Gone to a better place. You staying long? I thought you were stopping over at Paul's place." "Yeah, just heading over there." "You gonna go and see the boys?" "Yeah, as soon as I get done with Paul Mom." Blake's sister Janet was a single mother whose 2 young boys regarded Uncle John as something of a hero figure and always looked forward to his visits. "They are very excited about going fishing. I was over there last night. Uncle John this, Uncle John that. It's good they got someone to look up to, rather than that excuse for a man she married. If your father was still here, he would have gotten a damned good hiding. Sorry, Mom, but giving someone an old-fashioned kicking will find a fella in jail or on an axial work detail in this day and age. Yeah, I know, son, I know. Just makes my blood boil him running around with that young dolly bird he's with now. What is she? Half his age? He prances around the town like some kind of goddamn celebrity. I just think he should get his comeuppance, that's all. Karma will catch up with him someday, Mom, for sure. When you gonna settle down, have some of your own anyway? That's what I want to know. I don't know. Maybe when I am out. You should have been done 2 years ago, son. What they saying lately? Need me for things that are ongoing. You know how it is. Too damn good at your job, that's the problem. You need any stuff doing while I'm about? Nope, nothing springs to mind. I've been having trouble charging the car again, though. What's the problem? Takes ages to top up. I'll have a look. You remembered not to use too many other things at the same time, like I said. Yep, I turned all the other appliances off. No probs, I'll check it out later. Blake was surveying the street through the front window when his phone buzzed. Gotta go in 10, Mom. Can I just grab a sandwich? Help yourself, John. You know where everything is. Chapter 40. Disclosures. Lucy watched in wonderment as flakes of light danced upon the snow-capped spires of the Alps. She had never seen real mountains before, and as they pierced the sky in front of her, she took a mental photograph so as never to forget their beauty. Her eyes dropped to the river Inn, which accompanied them to the left, impatiently swirling and gushing its way along the edge of the pines. Even so late in the year, the scenery was still nothing less than spectacular, and it made Lucy feel encouraged. Are we stopping? She asked, watching Kevin's jeep pull over in front of them. I guess so, and we need to eat soon anyway, said Klazina. Do you need food? Our friend says he is hungry, said AmArn, gesturing dismissively towards Kevin as they approached. AmArn's apparent disdain amused Lucy, which she could only imagine stemmed from having been hoodwinked by Kevin on the ferry. While there were times, AmArn's words seemed to flow like those of a great philosopher. It was clear that even the mighty Nolofan had their teenage hormonal moments. We still have the sandwiches left from Bastiaan's bag of goodies, said Klazina, and the shop across the road will have snacks. My treat, replied Kevin. What do you need? You will stay with me, said AmArn, who moved quickly across Kevin's path. Sorry, Mr. Sutton, said Neveneseon, but let Klazina go. Kevin was now staring at Lucy. Hi, she said. Hi, it's Lucy, you said, he replied, and reached out his hand to her, but AmArn was there like a flash standing between them. Lucy could not put her finger on it, but there was a vibrancy about Kevin Sutton that was difficult not to take to. She had wanted to dislike him after his former sneakiness, and almost felt disloyal to AmArn, but try as she might, it was hard not to take to Kevin's charm. AmArn, said Lucy, as she pushed past him to shake hands. You're actually being an idiot now. Please behave. Manners are very important on Earth. On Earth, said Kevin. I knew it. Aliens as I live and breathe. Lucy caught AmArn's look of disapproval and flashed him her cutest smile. Whoops, there I go again, she said, and turned back to Kevin, who was ecstatically rubbing his hands together like a lottery winner. And you, he said to Lucy, what's the deal? You've got special powers too, haven't you? I know what you did back there with the girl in the car crash. Her father, the policeman, told me. No, Kevin, laughed Lucy. No stories, I'm under orders. I got loads of tasty treats here, said Klazina, as she skipped back across the road. Oh dear, am I interrupting something? She continued, gauging the mood. Mr. Sutton, said Neveneseon, would like to have some answers. I have a feeling it would be easier to accommodate him, as it seems it is his nature is the relentless pursuit of information. And if he runs? Said AmArn. It is my responsibility, said Neveneseon. I knew it, so you wear the stripes, said Kevin smugly, nodding to Neveneseon. Stripes? Said AmArn, his eyes narrowing. Lucy, feeling mischievous, was unable to resist tormenting AmArn a little further and placed 2 fingers on her sleeve. "It kinda means boss," she said, much to the amusement of all bar AmArn, who simply rolled his eyes. "Are you hungry, Kevin?" asked Klazina. "Come on, everyone. Let's use the benches over here." "It would be unwise to loiter long," said Neveneseon, as she scanned the local surroundings. As they sat passing food around a minute later, Kevin looked searchingly to Neveneseon. "You don't eat?" said Kevin. "Not like you do," said Neveneson, as she continued to monitor the area. "You're scared of something." "What do you mean?" replied Neveneseon, caught unusually off guard. "I've seen the way you look around. I would guess perhaps the authorities, but my instincts tell me it's more." Lucy's caught eyes with Klazina, who was clearly as equally in awe of Kevin's perception. Even AmArn was looking differently towards him. "Mr. Sutton," began Neveneseon, "please, let's just stick with Kevin." "Okay, Kevin, we have little time, but I'll give you this much. Lucy and Klazina are what you might call gifted. Lucy is more advanced. She has little control over her abilities, but she can manifest her thoughts into real actions and events. Humanity is evolving, Kevin. You are finally reaching a higher evolutionary plane, but there is danger the most terrible kind. An ancient evil resides here on your Earth that has created much of your planet's misery for a very long time. The nature of this creature is so far removed from your dimensional perception that to even try and explain in 5 minutes would be futile, so I will not. He has become aware of Lucy and sends his servants to destroy us. Having you to worry about too is not welcome, but here you are, and this we cannot help. Kevin, we do not have time, so I will make my point. I have let you keep your camera, and will let you have the chance to document what you see, as a record of proof that we may use later, but you cannot release anything yet. I am asking you for your help in a matter of the greatest importance. This path will not be easy, and it may cost you your life." Neveneseon paused for a second, and then stared deep into Kevin's eyes, allowing her eyes to fill with swirling color. "Will you help us?" Lucy felt butterflies as she crossed her fingers and watched Kevin, his mind racing. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, Nev," he said, and clapped his hands together. "So now, if we are all singing from the same hymn sheet, what do say, pal? Differences aside and all that?" He continued, and reached out his hand out towards AmArn. Lucy felt relieved when AmArn nodded, and solemnly accepted Kevin's grip. "What about Klazina? You feeling the magic too?" "Yeah, so behave, or I'll put a spell on you," she laughed, and held out her hand. "Oh, you already did that, Green Eyes. Don't you worry about that," said Kevin in his element. Lucy was sure she saw a faint blush on Klazina's face before she recovered her composure. "Dream on, mister. We're here to get a job done," said Klazina, whose resting bitch face had replaced her blush. "Lucy, I won't let you down, love, I promise," said Kevin, as he turned back to her. "You got any tricks I can see, though, just to give me an idea?" "Incorrigible," said Klazina. "Maybe I can show you later if it's allowed," said Lucy, and changed the subject as quick as she could. "What's it like being a reporter then, Kevin? I love writing stuff." "It has its moments. What have you written then?" "Well, yeah, kind of. I keep a detailed diary." "Fair play, but I thought that was compulsory for teenage girls anyway." As Lucy continued with Kevin, she had noticed the Nolofan had become increasingly nervous. "Back to the cars now," said Neveneseon. The journey was uneventful, with the darkness falling upon them. Klazina was now in front with Neveneseon and Lucy, while Kevin drove behind with AmArn. Klazina arced into a parking area and drew up close to a low fence behind which led a path into the surrounding woodlands. "Bring out the tents," said Neveneseon, as the group gathered together again. "You will rest with Kevin AmArn, and I will take the watch." The walk took them up a gentle hillside, and Kevin had now realigned himself with Neveneseon, who seemed to indulge him to some extent. AmArn smiled as he witnessed her gentle interrogation from the rear with Lucy. "You have a lot of respect for Neveneseon, don't you?" said Lucy. "She deserves this," replied AmArn. "On Algan, she is a hero. She has travelled far and faced much danger." Lucy felt AmArn hesitate, as if considering his next words. "You know, she has faced the Garaeum before, many years ago." Lucy turned suddenly to AmArn. "Like the one that feeds here?" "Yes, they called it Dagkrul. It was powerful." "So what happened?" asked Lucy. "Maybe 300 Earth years passed. The Nolofan helped with perimeter contention between two planets in the Bassetti system. It was a war already, but there was a ceasefire. The Nolofan made help with negotiations, and Nephus, one of our kind, began to look in more detail at the history of the Lorcavi. They were one of the two races at war. He looked at the history, always war, never peace, and was suspicious." "Like Earth, you mean?" said Lucy. "Nephus saw signs, could not be sure there was a Garaeum on the planet, but felt it so. You don't have to see the wolf for you to know he's been in with the sheep." "Yes, like this, Lucy. Some leaders listened to him, and investigated. The Nolofan assisted the Lorcavi to draw out the Garaeum that fed on their planet. It was Neveneseon who stood with Nephus and some Lorcavi troops as they fought the creature. Nephus was killed, and they say Neveneseon almost died too, but she lived and defeated the monster." Lucy stood, her mouth open in a mixture of shock and admiration. "My word! So she's a hero, then?" "Yes, I believe that is the correct word." Suddenly Neveneseon spun around ahead. "AmArn, do you feel it?" AmArn's eyes were completely black again, and his stature grew. "What is it?" he said, looking directly at Neveneseon. "They are here. 4, 5, maybe more. You will wait here with Lucy and lie down. Kevin, get behind me, and Klazina, trust your senses, but go carefully. Come this way." Lucy could feel her heart beginning to pump, but felt far safer with Neveneseon calling the shots. As Lucy squinted at the tree line in the distance, she thought she could just make out the outline of two figures, dark and menacing. Parking Kevin and Klazina further away to the left, Neveneson blurred, vanished, and reappeared near the higher trees. "It would be wise you return to your master before it is too late," she said, as two Cerberuk troops approached her. In a flash, Neveneseon left the ground, her foot extended out toward the nearest hybrid as the connection launched him back into the trees. As the second lifted his weapon, she raised her hand towards him, and he dropped it as it quickly heated up in his hands. Marching toward him, arms outstretched, she sent the Cerberuk screaming to the floor, with his hands covering his ears as though suddenly in torment. Lucy ducked lower as blasts began to rain in from the right, and 3 more hybrids approached. "I must help her," said AmArn, beginning to move. "There are too many." "Nev told us to wait," said Lucy, her heart bursting through her chest as she sank even lower into the foliage and spread herself on the earth below. Suddenly, one of the hybrids crashed to the floor, quickly followed by another. From the trees where Kevin and Klazina had waited came the sound of a breaking branch and air leaving someone's body. "Not good, not good," said AmArn, his eyes wide. "We must see. Please follow me closely." As Lucy tried to trace AmArn's steps, she felt the icy hand of fear climbing up from her stomach to grab her by the throat. He grew further and further ahead then, to her horror, silently folded to the ground before her. "AmArn, no!" shouted Lucy in blind fear. Gingerly moving towards his body, she stopped dead in her tracks, feeling something approach from behind. Anticipating the worst, she turned around on her heels, and there it was just inches away, looking right at her. The large grey hairless dome shone in the moonlight. The nostrils sat at 45 degrees to each other, almost forming a triangle with the thin bluish downturned lips that lay below them. The eyes that looked right at her were 2 shining almonds with the lifeless stare of a shark. Looking into them, she felt instantly sick, and hideous dizziness was upon her. The back of her throat dried as her body twitched and gave way. She tried to cry out, but no words would form. Lucy was vaguely aware of being touched with something cold and metallic, then beginning to drop, slowly falling, all around her becoming utterly white as she fell from consciousness. Chapter 41. Mobilization. As Blackwell rubbed the bridge of his nose, the incoherence of his thoughts now struck him. His heavy bones, stuck again in the driving seat, had seen little rest in days. As exhaustion took hold, it fascinated him to watch his boss, as usual, show no sign of fatigue. The journey to mainland Europe had been uneventful. Although he certainly knew more about his boss's business than anybody else, in the case of this venture, he was not privy to Wolf's real agenda and preferred it remain so. "Blackwell," said Wolf, who had sat in the rear of their latest vehicle, "you will listen to me carefully now, very carefully. Things are about to change. I am going to keep around you because you have been efficient since I found you, and have no other concerns to distract you. You will be rewarded, but with this, I expect your diligence and loyalty. You will witness things that few on earth will know of, and as always, you will repeat nothing that you see or hear. Do you understand me?" Blackwell wasn't sure whether this was better or worse. He would never have a second to enjoy any sort of financial benefit, and was quite sure he did not want to know what the boss was really doing. "Yes, sir, of course." "Put the comms on the loudspeaker. Get onto AJB desk at West Central, and tell them to put you through to Colonel John Rinder. Use my name, and they will not ask for any clearance." Blackwell punched the numbers into the console, made the request, and waited in wondered what he was about to hear. Within a minute, Rinder was on the line, sounding a little sheepish. "Mr. Wolf, I was just about to try and reach you." "What happened, Rinder?" "Sir, I'm sending you some images from OSP. It's difficult to say, but the targets go beneath some heavy greener, and the heat signatures are weak and messy. It's almost like something else with a lower temperature arrives too. There are several of these weaker signatures. Then they all just vanish completely. But the bizarre thing is the parked vehicles." "What about them?" said Wolf, already in a rage. "Well, sir," said Rinder, hesitating for a second, "it would appear as though the vehicles disappear as well." "Disappear?" "It's as though we lost a few minutes from the SAT. They just suddenly aren't there." "Is this possible? Did the link drop out?" "OSP say not. You were given control over this operation, Rinder. I told you it was crucial that these fugitives are detained, and yet you to give me fairy stories about disappearing cars and bodies. If you are unable to resolve this, I will not be amused." "No, sir, of course not. I'll double our efforts. There is already a second Cerberuk unit in the area. We will find them, sir." Blackwell's eyes widened as he heard the unfamiliar terms that were now being used. "Outcross is to go ahead right away," continued Wolf calmly. "Right away?" "Rinder, you're not doing very well, are you? Do you confuse me with a man who enjoys repeating himself?" "No, sir, of course not. Right away, indeed." "You will mobilize the hybrids and discharge them in the locations discussed in the second of our strategies." "A 3-axis attack, sir." "That is correct, Rinder. You will let me know as each of the Pythos leave for their destinations. It is equally important that you rediscover the whereabouts of the fugitive's colonel. I want the location of the young girl. I would strongly advise you do not disappoint me." "No, sir, of course not. I'm all over this." Wolf had already signaled to Blackwell to cut the transmission. "Blackwell, you have heard, and you will soon see. The world is about to change, and it will all be for the best. What we were talking about will become apparent to you over the next few days. You will be paid more than before, and will be my permanent assistant. You do a good job, but let me warn you now. Any indiscretion will meet with extreme prejudice. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir. Absolutely, thank you." "Good. Now it would appear our current journey may have been fruitless. Get us back to the nearest AJB station. With air transport, we are going flying again. Chapter 42. Eraow. As she awoke, ashen-faced, Lucy grabbed hold of the cold surface she lay on like a lifeline. Instantly reminded of a gravity barrel in the fun centre last summer that had made her sick, she looked around for support. "It will pass. Be still," said AmArn, who sat to her right. Encircled by high walls of seamless dark grey metal, she lay on a thin slab covered in an odd material which appeared hard until touched, when it would mould perfectly to shape. Artificial light emanated from a small continuous gap, no more than a couple of centimetres between the wall and ceiling, and bathed the room in blue. Lucy's companions began to come round, and while Kevin rubbed his eyes, AmArn spoke to Neveneseon without any words again, before he returned to her. "You feel better?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Where are we and what happened?" "Eraow," said Neveneseon, and at that very instant a vertical beam of bright white light appeared on the wall immediately behind her. Gradually becoming wider, it grew to form a doorway, and within the new gap they stood. 5 slender figures the size of children that would have been maybe 8 or 9 years of age. As they entered the room, their dome-like heads seemed disproportionate to Lucy, and their skin shone as though covered in a transparent mucous membrane. They looked slowly around the travellers, and paid somewhat more attention to Lucy than the rest. Beginning to communicate between themselves, using a series of erratic clicks and moans, they were suddenly interrupted as Neveneseon stepped right out toward them. To Lucy's amazement, Neveneseon let out a series of her own clicks and moans instantly understood by the Eraow. "What's she just say?" she asked AmArn, who was wearing his noble and distinguished face. "She says, 'How dare you to treat us this way? I want to speak with whoever is in charge.'" The smallest of the Eraow in the most central position now stepped forward, looking straight at Neveneseon, and continued with more clicks and gurgles that were unkind to the ear. Oils seeped from his massive head and gave off an odour so strong that Lucy had to bite her lip to stop her raising a hand to her mouth. Neveneseon continued and wagged her finger around like a schoolteacher, but the Eraow did not seem to flinch. "He says he will use a modulator." "What's a modulator?" said Lucy. "It is called an Amadormian modulator. All races carry to make translations easier," said AmArn. "But she speaks their language," said Lucy. "Perhaps they try some trick. We must wait to see," said AmArn. The small Eraow clicked and gurgled to one of his companions, who then disappeared back through the door. They waited less than a minute, until he returned with a bright green metallic contraption. The gadget had 3 arms to it, and the small one took the device and began the slip into it. The first arm was an adjustable band that fitted around the head, while others, from what Lucy could see, went perhaps to the mouth and ear, although where the Eraow's ears were was anybody's guess. There was a selection of extra fittings that clamped onto one of the arms, and the creature chose one and added it on. He tightened the strap, adjusted the mouthpiece, and after playing with the controls, turned to face them all. "Welcome," came the voice from a speaker in the top arm of the device. "Yar will call me Eraow." The shock on Lucy's face was nothing compared to the reaction from the Nolofan, who looked first at Eraow and then each other in utter disbelief. "You programmed Earth languages into this device?" said Neveneseon. "Oh, yes," said Eraow, still fiddling with the settings. "Spanish, Chinese, English. English now, so all understand." "Absolutely," chipped in Kevin. "Open communication is the best policy," he continued, smirking in AmArn's direction, who had begun to look a little uncomfortable. "So, regrettable. Take you, but necessary," said Eraow. "Deemed necessary by who? You?" laughed Neveneseon, although clearly unamused. "You have come to this planet for a long time, killing its animals and abducting the senior species. You abuse and violate them for your own selfish needs, some that you capture not even fully grown. You have contravened perhaps 12 or 13 different galactic codes with your actions. Well, I tell you, Eraow, I am Neveneseon of the Nolofan, and you have gone too far this time. Arg! Wisdom from the virtuous Nolofan, came Eraow's translated voice from the speaker. I think he has the settings all figured now, whispered Lucy to Kevin. Look, he has stopped messing around with them. I reckon there's a speech on the way, said Kevin. The beloved Nolofan, our upstanding, worthy galactic companions, who can forever be found working for the common good. The secretions flowed thick from Eraow's dome as he carried out his new role, but the smell was unbearable. Lucy fought hard to keep a smile on her face so as not to appear rude, and dared not even look in Kevin's direction in case he made her laugh. Like magic, always they appear when trouble comes. Offer help, bring balance, continued Eraow, his eyes resting on Lucy. Did they tell you, Earthchild? Did they tell you of their great wealth? Lucy felt baffled for a second. It wasn't like it was her first time speaking with aliens, but this time it really felt like she was talking with aliens. Well, no, not exactly. I'm not sure. What do you mean? Said Lucy, as she looked searchingly to AmArn. So, I see you have her trust, continued Eraow, also looking towards AmArn. Then maybe better you explain. Why, you are the wealthiest beings in this galaxy. AmArn, short of an answer, rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Arg! Silence is it, Nolofan? No eloquent answers. How strange. Maybe Eraow can explain then. Nolofan assistance is not free Earthchild. When deals are, brokered, it will be to their benefit. They have trade agreements in every corner of this galaxy, and if you think this possible without some ruthlessness, you make a mistake. You make us out to be villains, said Neveneseon. It is not, however, the Nolofan that have been taking innocent humans for their disgusting experiments and leaving their victims terrified. True, and true, said Eraow, but your own, duplicity is famous Nolofan. Give me your hand, child. Lucy's eyes widened as Eraow stretched out his 3 long digits with their bulbous ends and looked again for AmArn's assurance, who slowly nodded. As she placed her hand on top of Eraow's, there was a shiver down her arm. There were no visions this time, as she closed her eyes for a second, just a swirling blue-grey smoke. As I thought, said Eraow, releasing Lucy. Humans finally arrive. The Nolofan offer their help, but I can easily guess the real reasons for this. Benevolence. Are you aware of that which hunts her? Said Neveneseon. We are. Will you help us? We already did, replied Eraow. We did not request your assistance earlier, said Neveneseon. We had control of the situation. No, you did not. All eyes returned to Neveneseon. We were dealing with the problem and did not ask you for help. No, you were not. Eraow maneuvered towards Neveneseon and looked up into her gaze. Did not and could not. Too many. I was on my way to assist, said AmArn, stepping forwards. Perhaps, but you did not know of the second group. 5 more approached. Eraow could see this and gave help. Too many, and clear you would yield. Then the Earthchild you would lose. Lucy scanned around a set of confused faces and felt eager to hear what Eraow had to say next. The creature that you speak of creates these new breeds. Built for war, built with strength. So we took you from this problem. We took you from danger, and your vehicles also. Thank you, but will you help us further, maybe? Said Lucy, finding the courage to look directly into Eraow's almond eyes, who then stood for an eternity before he spoke again. You are known to us Neveneseon of the Nolofan. You will, truthfully, explain your motives, and then we will decide. Okay, we have no reason not to explain here, said Neveneseon. It was AmArn who found Lucy. You are correct, she is the first of her planet. Lucy grows quick in strength, maybe too quickly. She can bend time. This is more interesting than we thought, said Eraow, who broke off to exchange a few gurgles before returning to Neveneseon. She bent the time dimension to save a creature's life, and in doing so, alerted the attention of that which feeds itself here. You know of whom I speak. We took her away from danger. Obviously, you understand, her development is important. Very good. But I ask you what you will do next with her. This we would like to know. You know why the creature looks for Lucy. Her advancement will spell his downfall here. He is strong. We are not an army that can fight him on Earth. We look to make our way to the place called Giza, where the pyramids still stand. I imagine you can guess the reasons? As Eraow communicated something to his colleagues, the Airirath erupted into a symphony of clicks and gurgling grunts, the stench from their pheromones almost overwhelming. You think this device can be used to make a signal, said Eraow. We cannot be sure. Earth is a unique situation. But yes, maybe, said Neveneseon. You seek your fathers. I guessed it. They cut you, their firstborn, away because of your selfish greed. You seek to use your half-sister to communicate from the pyramid because you know they will answer. We believe they will come. Lucy is in danger. We think they would respond to such a call. They will come. Yes, I believe also. And you can offer apologies and a good deed. Very nice. We have saved Lucy from certain death, said Neveneseon. We have done what is correct here. Will you help us or not? You cannot take her to Algan, said Eraow. We have no ship here, said Neveneseon. One of us would need to teleport, and there would be too long in debate before we can return. She needs both of us here to protect her. What do you ask of the Airirath? Said Eraow. We have no ship here. We ask that you give us transportation, said Neveneseon. We will not pass to Algan. You know this, said Eraow. That is not what is being asked, said AmArn. Eraow waited a while again before answering. To Giza, you ask. Perhaps we may help. You will wait. We will discuss. Thought that had all gone pear-shaped for a second there, whispered Kevin, with a very different matter consumed Lucy. The Airirath went with little fuss, and left the companions to themselves. Neither AmArn nor Neveneseon had made eye contact with Lucy as the conversation had unfolded. They looked first at each other, and then slowly turned in her direction, and Lucy's cold, hard eyes were on fire as she glared at AmArn. Liars, she said, trembling. I trusted you, and you lied to me, both of you. We may have been a little conservative with the facts, said Neveneseon. Conservative? You try to use my language as a weapon to fool and patronize me. It's just like Eraow said. You have a self-motivated agenda. The Aanorloran will not speak with you. You want their forgiveness, and your only chance of contacting them is through me. You cannot use the pyramid. You probably need my DNA or something. I remember Klazina explicitly asking you if they seeded any other worlds, to which you answered no. You lied. I trusted you, and you lied to me. Klazina's words were, "Did they seed many other worlds?" said AmArn. "Enough," said Neveneseon. "Lucy is right. We should have told her about this, and you have my apologies, Lucy. We do have our interests in finding the Aanorloran, and we should have explained this. But we are genetically linked, Lucy. Like it or not, we are of the same kin, and we should work together now." Lucy searched the features of Neveneseon's face, and suddenly realized how human they were. The Nolofan's eyes changed all the time, and they seemed to appear a little bigger in size when the mood took them, but their overall appearance was pretty much the same as Lucy's own. "I want to know what happened. No more lies." "Of course, you deserve nothing less," said Neveneseon. "Please let us sit." Everyone gathered around as Neveneseon began her account, and Kevin sat next to Lucy. "This should be interesting," he said. "Let her speak, and you might just find out," said Klazina, with an eyebrow raised. "We, as you have heard today, are also children of the Aanorloran. In the beginning, I told you we are very similar, added AmArn boisterously. AmArn, there is a time for you to talk, and it is not now, said Neveneseon, as AmArn dropped his head a little. We were before you, Lucy. We are the firstborn. A long time before coming to Earth, the Aanorloran seeded Algan. Mixing their genetic information with our ancestors, they created us, the Nolofan. Things went very well at first with the Aanorloran and us. We did not have the difficulties in mental advancement that were seen later on Earth. It was the opposite. What do you mean? Asked Lucy. At first we listened to our creators and progressed at an incredible rate. All was well for many years. But after a while, almost like a growing child, we thought we knew best, and declaring our autonomy began to pursue directions that led to disagreement. One of our greatest talents as a race is our linguistic ability. The ability to learn a language very quick is useful. We were soon making trade throughout the galaxy. We gained a reputation for being very clever in business. An argument began between the Aanorloran and my forefathers regarding certain ethical matters. The disagreements escalated and spiraled out of control. We thought we knew everything, Lucy, but we didn't. Our wise creators never completed our training and moved away. They left us in the dark as to some of the most important questions of all. They turned their backs and withdrew, and we had only ourselves to blame. So you use me to make contact? We are related to you, replied Neveneson. Like it, or not, our destinies are intertwined. We both need to reach the Fathers, although maybe for different reasons. Our objective is beneficial for both Algan and Earth, and we should work together to achieve it. There will be no more deception. Lucy, on this, you have my word. You saved me, said Lucy, looking directly at AmArn. I know this, and I'm grateful, but you cannot lie to me again, or the trust will be gone. I am sorry, Lucy, said Neveneson, her head slightly bowed. And me, offered AmArn. Neveneson stretched out a long, slender hand, which Lucy accepted. Come on, shall we take a look round the room while we wait for Eraow? Said Lucy, who sounded upbeat again. Yes, indeed, it's huge. I should like to look at some of the plants. The vegetation on Eraow is supposed to be unique, said Neveneson, as they began to explore. What's Eraow? Asked Lucy. The home of the Erirath, said Neveneson. Well, duh, said Lucy, as herself, Kevin and Klazina all broke into a much-needed fit of laughter. Chapter 43. Conference Call. The shapes on the walls in Wolf's office began to crisscross into a mesh, then merged out to form a spinning black octahedron that danced in front of his statuesque figure. He raised a hand before him, and the shape span ever faster, which caused the ornaments in his office to vibrate with a dull hum. Blackness seeped out from every corner, as though about to swallow any light. As the hum grew in strength, dimensions began to tumble in on each other, but then, as though bored of his game, the Garaeum dropped his arm, and the room returned to its normal state. "Blackwell!" shouted the Garaeum, and his man appeared from around the door in a flash. "Sir?" "Blackwell, I am about to speak to some gentlemen who consider themselves rather important in the global scheme of things. I wish to portray a certain impression, remain out of the camera's range, so as they do not perceive you. Remain quiet while I engage with these fools. Your presence will irritate them, no doubt." "Not a word, sir." Wolf reached forward and flicked on the large monitor that sat fixed to the main wall, and he smirked towards the transmission lens next to the screen, seemingly amused by the faces in front of him. "Mr. Wolf, I have returned from my inspection tour, and have to say we are pleased with the results and progress," said the man with the beard. "Well, this is wonderful news, sirs. Your approval is always most welcome," said Wolf, the air heavy with the scent of cynicism. "There is, however, a matter I feel compelled to mention," continued the man with the beard. "The man that you met me there, the Colonel. Is there a problem? I have always found him rather diligent in his chores. The problem is, I think he knew my face." "I doubt that." "He hid it well, but when I first saw him, There was recognition in his eyes. "And I'm damn sure he knows my name is not Star." "And what would you propose we do about this situation? Please enlighten me." "I would prefer you to dispose of him. I'm sure he is replaceable. We will not have our identities compromised at any cost, Mr. Wolf." "Dispose of with extreme prejudice." "Yes, I think so." "Well, perhaps I can, perhaps I can't," laughed Wolf, as Blackwell stared uncomfortably at the floor. "You will deal with this issue, Mr. Wolf," said the man with the glasses, who stepped forward. "If my colleague says he has been compromised, it must be handled as instructed. It is usually good practice, Mr. Wolf, to oblige the hand that feeds you. Wouldn't you agree?" "We will see what we will see," replied Wolf. A moment of uncertainty ran across the Savantari before they continued. "I am sure you will deliver what has been asked," said the man with the glasses. "You are, I understand, on target with the timescales you yourself have requested." "Megiddo will continue on the new time," answered Wolf, like a bored teenager, replying to the interrogation of his parents. "What of the sites we discussed?" "As you know, we have multiple targets across different continents, and in both Union and non-Union areas. The sites you refer to are within those pinpointed. You would find it hard to believe how ineffectively guarded these bases are, and how ridiculously antiquated the technology involved in their operation is. We will have control in no time, and we can then use them as the ultimate bargaining chip, if indeed we ever need to." "Okay, Wolf," said the man with the beard, "but please deal with this other matter before we speak again." Chapter 44. Sovereign Sphere. "Maybe it's best not to touch them," said Lucy, a little concerned. "Don't worry, I won't, although I am sure they are safe," replied Neveneseon, as the pair inspected one of the more unusual-looking plants in the room, while awaiting Eraow's return. The leaves at the base grew in bunches, and were violet in colour. Emerging from these were vertical protrusions of dark purple, and in the centre appeared large ovular pods covered with flat hexagonal plates. "Look, Lucy," said Neveneseon. "The shapes change colour as I move my hand near them." The plates, almost metallic in appearance, did indeed appear to reflect a different hue as Neveneseon's arm approached, and Lucy began to smile. "Just be careful, Nev," she laughed. "Oh my God!" shouted Kevin, who had found a corridor at the far end of the large room, which led to an observation deck. "Guys, you need to see this. Come around here." The Araran ship had been sitting in Jovian orbit, with the nearest thing through the window being Europa. Its icy surface, striated with a million cracks and streaks, looked cold and unwelcoming. It was, however, the scene behind the moon that took up almost all of their view that had Kevin transfixed. The Nolofan were relatively quiet, but for Lucy and Klazina it was equally breathtaking. The undisputed king of the solar system sat there in its entire majestic splendor. The interwoven gaseous rings of burnt orange, sienna and grey were mesmerizing and somehow incredibly soothing to behold. There was the unmistakable red spot, a circular vortex of a storm that had raged for over a millennium. Lucy could almost see the motion of the clouds, which reminded her of liquid marble, as she stared out upon Jupiter and marvelled at its presence. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" said Lucy, as she reached for Kevin and Klazina's hands, while they enjoyed the moment. "We're like the only humans to ever see this," said Klazina, sounding a little emotional. "It kind of makes you look at things differently, doesn't it?" said Kevin. "I mean, humanity needs to get its act together." "Humanity is going to be just fine," said Lucy, squeezing her comrade's hands, before letting go, and feeling Neveneseon's grip on her shoulder. "You speak with confidence, Lucy. It is pleasing to hear," she said. "I just feel so tuned in up here." "That's because there is no pollution out here, so it's easier for you to sense the vibration of the universe. It will be good for you." Suddenly, they heard the door through which the Eraow had initially entered reopen, as Eraow returned with one of his colleagues. There was silence for a moment, as he went through the procedure of readjusting the Amadormian modulator, and everyone made their way from the observation room back down to the seating area, where they gathered to hear the news. "We will do what you ask," said Eraow, with his arms outstretched in a gesture of generosity. There were nods of approval all around as he continued. "Where is it you wish to go?" "To the south of the Giza necropolis," said Neveneseon. "There is plenty of open space. The vehicles we have are fine for the terrain, and we can work quickly from there." "Do you need anything else?" asked Eraow. "No, I do not believe so," said Neveneseon. "We will be fine." "Ah, they are soldiers that look for you. Will you accept weapons from us?" "We have the advantage now," said Neveneseon. "It won't be necessary, but my thanks to you, Eraow." "Okay then, it is settled," said Eraow. "You would like, look at the flight area of our ship while we prepare? It is one of our newest craft." "We are happy to do this," said AmArn. They all marched back through a warren of corridors, which led eventually up a small set of steps. On reaching the top, the travellers marvelled at the sight before them. The flight deck was more spacious than Lucy had imagined, perhaps 30 meters in width and at least twice as long. To the front was a large window that bent round to the shape of the ship. A large part of the view was taken up by Jupiter, and to the forefront sat Europa. Away in the distance, high up to the right, like an oversized star, was Ganymede. Two large rectangular windows carved shapes in the ceiling that were mirrored by another pair below. To the right was a large round table-like instrument with lights around its upper circumference. Huge pod-like seats for the pilots lay almost horizontal, two of which were closed over resembling silver eggs. Lucy looked at the open one that had handrests with 3 finger pads on each side. Lucy noticed Eraow looking at her as she tried to imagine what purpose the circular instrument that looked like a table might have. He seemed to read her thoughts and instantly responded by waving a hand in the direction of the device. The top surface lit up, and there appeared a beautiful holographic image showing the ship's position as a blue dot and mapping the Jovian system. "Wow," said Lucy. "Would you like to try it?" said Eraow. "What do you mean?" replied Lucy. "Take your hand. Place it on one of the panels to the side. You must think now. Think clear. Think hard. Of destination. Best it is Earth. Best because you know it." Lucy did as requested, and immediately the hologram snapped into life and charted a course through the solar system. It went dark for a second, but then presented a full and accurate image of Earth, tilted on its axis, with the rotation speeded up several times. "That's amazing," said Lucy. "It is used to help. The ship is interdimensional. Interdimensional is very good. Problem comes when living beings make mistakes. Make mistake, perhaps land in wrong place. Not good you land in the center of a star. I think maybe Nolofan say the same." Lucy turned to the Nolofan for a second, who both nodded in agreement. "We have similar equipment," said Neveneseon. "Although AmArn is far more knowledgeable than me about these things, I prefer the Abula Khan myself." "We are not so good with this, but ships we understand," replied Eraow. "How is it Lucy can use your system?" asked Neveneseon. "Every race I know would lock this type of operator to their mental signature." "Yes, you speak correctly," answered Eraow, "but I have opened it so Lucy might try." AmArn spent a while discussing technical matters with Eraow, who then raised his hands together for attention. "Please, you will come now to the holder," he said. "What does he mean?" whispered Lucy to AmArn, who wore a vacant expression, giving the impression he was none the wiser. They followed Eraow for another walk this time, dropping down 2 levels until they arrived in a vast circular room. Lucy stared in amazement. Around the edge were glass-covered pods for passengers. There was monitoring equipment built into every pod, each identical to its neighbor, and one of the Erirath appeared at Eraow's side. "This is Nebo Tintisi. She will assist you," he said. "You will need to get in," said Neveneseon. "I think the pods are to make you comfortable for the interdimensional shift acceleration." "Excuse me, the inter what?" exclaimed Kevin, sounding a little unsettled. "Oh, don't worry," laughed AmArn. "I think you will find it like one of the rides you humans enjoy so much at your fun centers." "Fun centers," said Kevin, sounding less than impressed. "I was never such a big fan." "Best make tight the belt then," said AmArn with a smile. "Breath easy, Kevin. You will be fine," said Neveneseon. Nebo was frantically gesturing toward the pods, with the implication it was nearly time to get going. The lower part of the one Lucy was looking at was made of the same grey metal she saw all over the ship. The front jutted out slightly and had an unusual control panel and an open glass top. "Jump in," said Neveneseon. Lucy nervously watched as the glass on her pod closed over. A few seconds later began a dull hum that reminded her of when Sykes had run out across the road. In a flash, the whole room condensed to a dot the size of a pinhead. Her stomach and body disconnected for a second as the roller coaster dropped her from a very great height. She was somehow aware of the Eraow that piloted the ship as if they spoke to her. She felt a strange exhilaration and smiled, remembering something Klazina had said when they had been at Bastiaan's. The release of form is the only true freedom, and it is a launch pad for the spirit. She doubted Klazina had been referring to hitching a lift with the Eraow, but it belonged with the moment. Chapter 45. Catch and Release. "Uncle John, why did we have to put some fish back in the river?" asked Blake's youngest nephew, Adrian, who skipped along at his side. "Well, some of the fish are low in numbers, Adrian. You have to release them." "But what does it mean, low in numbers?" "What does it mean, and how does it work?" laughed Blake, as he swooped the youngster up, carrying him to his side for a moment. "My mom says he's going to be a genius. He asks that many questions," said Andrew, the older of the two boys. "Well, little man," said Blake, "some of the fish like the sauger we caught. There aren't too many of them left. So if you catch one, the rules are you have to put them back. If people are fishing and keep taking the ones that are low in numbers, who knows, one day they might become extinct." "But what's extinct?" "Well, that's when there would be no saugers left anywhere in the world." "Well, that would make me sad, Uncle John," said Adrian, as he looked at Blake, who had stopped for a second. "Well, me too, I suppose. But I think it will be fine. That's why we have rules to put them back." "What are these others that we caught, Uncle John?" asked Andrew. "We got 3 bass and a catfish," replied Blake. "I never had any catfish before," laughed Adrian. "Well, you can try a bit and see what you think when your mum fixes it up. Jump on down now, Adrian. You weigh a ton," said Blake as he released the boy. He smiled, gazing down on the pair. They were still full of beans, waltzing along in front, but he knew they would sleep soundly after dinner. In the back of his mind, Blake had wanted children of his own, but made a conscious decision to follow a different path, given the nature of his work. All too often, he had witnessed the young tears for fathers that never made it back, and he had no wish to be responsible for such devastation. "Mom! Mom! Wait and see how many fish we caught!" shouted Andrew, as charged up the path and through the open door. "Yeah, Mom, but we put some back too, or else they get extincted." "Oh, is that so, my little Einstein?" laughed Blake's sister, as she threw her arms around Adrian. "Now, boys, wash your hands and faces while I start getting things ready. John thanks so much they love going out with you and doing boy stuff. Have they behaved themselves?" "They've been really good, Jan. No bother at all. They were so happy with the new fishing stuff, and God knows what time they were up this morning waiting for you. I'm sure I heard them talking before it was even 5. Yeah, I don't think they will be awake for too long tonight, though. They've had a long day. Did you get the B-creds I sent through?" "I did, and I'll pay you back next month as soon as my wages go in." "No, that's not necessary. I know you struggle. Get the boys something, and don't stress. I don't know what we would do you without sometimes, John. That idiot pays the bare minimum, you know, not a bit more. You don't be shy if you're struggling. You only need to ask me." "Yeah, I know. Right then, That's the fish all in now. Gonna take about 30 minutes or so. Everything else is ready. Mum, we're gonna be soldiers just like Uncle John, said Andrew, as the boys returned from the bathroom. Jan looked worryingly towards Blake, who began to chuckle. Boys, you can be whatever you like, I guess, but there are far better jobs than being in the army. What jobs, Uncle John? What jobs? Said Adrian, as he bounced up and down on his toes. I think you'd be a good inventor, little man. What's an inventor? Well, he's the guy who creates new ideas, makes new things. You see this freeze pod, where your mum keeps all the cold stuff. A long time ago, someone had to invent freezers before there were any. He was an inventor. You're always making stuff with your brick kit, so I think you'd be a good inventor. But what about me, Uncle John? What would I be good at? Asked Andrew. Maybe you'd make a good designer. Those pictures you draw are very good. Yeah, maybe you could design the knives and forks around the plates for me, laughed Janet, as she steered Andrew towards the table. Okay, Mum, he said, and shrugged as he reached for the cutlery. Chapter 46. The Colonel's Fortune. You there, DZ-51, shouted Colonel Rinder to a yellow-sleeved Cerberuk engineer. How much longer now? I need these soldiers airborne. Not too long, sir, answered the Cerberuk. These are the final checks. The colonel stood with a small surface in his right hand at the main Outcross launch facility. Strategically placed, the station was at the convergence of two large tunnels. One passage carried a train line, while the other was big enough to move the troopships from their vast hangars with the wings retracted. For the first time since their initial testing, the vast camouflaged exits above were now fully open, and plumes of white filled the air as the vertical blast from the departing Megiddo wasps whipped the floor below. Her tapestry of stealth deflectors shone in a deluge of artificial light as the headlining act dropped her rear door, allowing the Cerberuk troops to march on board. The nuclear pulse propulsion engines of Her Royal Majesty, the Megiddo Pythos, would carry over 2,000 soldiers each, at speeds that could not be even half matched by other craft on Earth. Things were going well, and without another human in sight, Rinder enjoyed playing Caesar as the final checks got done. Get a move on, he said, wagging his finger at the engineer. If you need more sleeves on it, then get them over here. You have my full authority. Remember, your boss, the master, is always watching. Rinder directed the hybrid's eyes up towards an observation drone that floated 5 or 6 meters above. The colonel was almost sure he heard the Cerberuk snarl under his breath, and was about to comment when the creature turned towards him and gave an odd smile. Confused by the reaction, the colonel spun around and made himself busy elsewhere. He needed to focus. He knew if the hybrids ever smelt the slightest trace of fear on him, it would be his undoing in regards to maintaining discipline. Although there were numerous engineers and logistics corps scattered about the area, it was the blue sleeves that had by far the largest presence. Dozens at a time marched onto the Pythos, eyes alive with anticipation of finally fulfilling their purpose. Rinder cracked his knuckles and smiled at the fruits of his labor as they boarded in perfect formation. Sir, the combat support log you asked for, said a green sleeve that had appeared to his left. Very good, LE 202. Now let me see here. Rinder knew an equipment log, like he knew the back of his hand, and as he scanned through the list, but what met his eye on line 20 was less than satisfactory. What in God's name is this soldier? He shouted and jabbed his finger at the offending entry on the surface display screen. It's the reserve rifle list. I can see that. What I can also see is it reads 20. That was as many as we could afford, sir. You'll find me double for the next ship. These things have malfunctioned before. We have 80 sharpshooters on each Pythos. I think we may have a problem cutting the mustard if all they have in their hands is a field knife out there, don't you? Sort this nonsense immediately. Yes, sir. As Rinder climbed up onto one of the catwalks, the hue of the walls changed with the flash of orange warning lights at the launch zone. As expected, the engineering crew started to exit, and the rear doors began to retract. The alarm sounded, and as the area emptied, eyes wide, the colonel pinched his lips. Suddenly, the VTOL engines kicked in, and a cloud rose from underneath the Pythos. As the sound grew louder, the craft began to climb into the launch shaft, and the blue and white thrust reminded Randa of gas burners in the science lab when he was at school. He knew very little about technology and what made such fantastic machines function, but he certainly knew how to train the troops they contained. He had no doubt whatsoever his boss's creations would create havoc for and objectives achieved. Rubbing his hands together, he quickly walked along the catwalk to look down the tunnel, and sure enough, there was the next Pythos, moving slowly along to take the first one's place. As soon as they were airborne, they could stay up for days with the new engine technology, and his job was almost complete. Just for once, he was looking forward to Wolf's next phone call. "Colonel Rinder," came a voice from behind him. Rinder stopped dead and turned around as his name echoed along the walkway. "Your presence is required, Colonel," shouted a high-ranking black-sleeved Cerberuk further back along the catwalk. "I'm busy. What is it?" "A message from the Master." "Okay, why didn't you say so? That's different," said the Colonel, as he started to retrace his steps. Rinder had always found it strange that the Cerberuks referred to his boss as the Master, which had a sinister ring to it that troubled him. He followed the black sleeve down a side corridor and into a small supplies room in which stood another Cerberuk. Red Sleeve KVY 700, he knew, was a ferocious fighter, often to be seen at Wolf's side when the boss was on site. As the Colonel stepped into the room, he heard the door shut behind him, and a soldier's intuition kicked in. Something was very wrong. They meant him harm, and he was trapped. He turned back toward the door, but the black sleeve was in his way. Instinctively, he spun around, launching a blow towards the red sleeve, whose reaction was too fast, and in a flash grabbed hold of his wrist. Then, pulling Rinder's arm across him, he was able to throw his other limb around the struggling colonel's neck. Quickly switching his first arm to support the other, the Cerberuk had a lock on the windpipe, which Rinder knew only too well. "How dare you," said the Colonel. "Tell your lab rat monkey subordinate to release me right now." The black sleeve snarled at Rinder's insult and lunged forward grunting as his honed white teeth sank deep into the Colonel's right cheek, savouring the blood for a second before tearing away a large piece of his face. Rinder's eyes were wide with a mix of anger and terror as he tried to force himself away from the grasp of the red sleeve, who merely tightened his forearm underneath the Colonel's Adam's apple and squeezed him so tight that he was lucky to remain conscious. "The Master thinks you have seen too much," whispered the red sleeve. "He asked us to find a solution." As the black sleeve approached, he straightened out his forearm to allow his field knife to slide out from his battlesuit, parallel to his sleeve, down the back of his hand. "No, please!" cried Rinder. "Humans are weak," said the black sleeve. "The Master thanks you for your service, but you are being retired." The hybrid then lunged forward and thrust the blade low into Rinder's abdomen and slowly brought it up while he looked directly into his eyes. The Colonel, accepting his fate, bit his lip and stared back in a final moment of defiance. "My God, you got to be the ugliest thing I ever saw in my life. They must have dropped the test tube and scraped you right back in there," he said, as the life drained from him before a final headbutt dropped the Colonel to the floor where he remained. "Let the blue sleeves feed on this mess. I will take command until the Master returns," said the black sleeve as he stomped back out onto the catwalk. Chapter 47. Leyden Jar. Lucy gazed up before her. More than anything, it was the sheer size of the Great Pyramid that shocked her with no photograph she had seen ever doing it justice. Aligned to perfection, it stood before her a mountainous, sky-scraping myriad of knowledge. She followed the line from the southwest corner, up into the heavens, and sighed. Lucy tried to imagine how beautiful it must have looked with the original casing stones intact, and she despaired at the ignorance of those who had torn them down. The travellers made their way across to the entrance, and as they approached, Neveneseon turned to everyone. "We will go inside," she said. "I would like very much to look upon the chamber. When we have finished, I will talk to everyone regarding a plan I have discussed already with Klazina. If anybody else has any ideas, please you may share them when we speak." "Did you see them?" said Lucy to Neveneseon as she pointed upwards. "Yes, I did," she replied. "Lucy is right, everyone. Please be careful. There are 2 drones here. One is a simple polydrone, but the black one looks more advanced." "AJB," said Kevin. "Those black ones with a silver stripe are old now, but definitely AJB." "Okay, keep your heads down. Do not look at them directly," said Neveneseon. The scene surrounding the site was nothing like Lucy expected. There were hawkers, touts, all around them, hassling and hustling the tourists, which they almost outnumbered. Neveneseon was quick to evaluate the situation, and cut a deal with a guide who introduced himself as Darius. Well over 6 feet in height, the fibrous brawn of his arms was easily seen through his shirt sleeves, and he certainly looked as though he would be more than useful in a fight. Lucy smiled when she realized that by paying this sturdy-looking fellow to lead them, it would probably keep all the other opportunists off their backs. They quickly followed Darius up along the path, and as they walked through the door to the Great Pyramid. Lucy was unsure where her sudden excitement was coming from, but the hairs on her neck jumped to life as they made their way inside. Where they stood was not the original entrance which had been sealed off by the Aanorloran when they had left Earth thousands of years earlier. The way they would take was the rough and rather ugly tunnel that had been cut by AmArn in 820 AD. They followed its twists and turns, which eventually led to the ascending passage. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Grand Gallery, and Lucy gasped at the high stone walls and ceiling in the dim light. There were rails along the climbing passageway, lamps to light the way, and by this time they were all sweating with Kevin's face, looking somewhat like a beetroot. They pretended to take in what the guide was saying, but Klazina and AmArn were both making notes of their own. Today was not the first visit for either of them, and Lucy was beginning to wonder how they could even attempt to unravel the complex mysteries of this majestic structure. Secrets that the tireless labors of so many had failed yet to reveal. What on earth could this plan of Neveneseon's involve? She was positively bursting with curiosity. Finally, they arrived at the king's chamber. Having to stoop down and duck underneath a large stone beam, they gathered together near the chocolate-colored granite coffer. Once the 2 other tourists already in the chamber left, AmArn turned in wonderment to Neveneseon. "Do you feel it now?" he said excitedly. "I do," she said, smiling in satisfaction. "There is great energy here. I have no doubt the pyramid still functions. I think we have a chance." "Lucy, do you sense it?" "Do I sense it? I have goosebumps all over, and my mouth is completely numb. It's wonderful." "This is good news indeed," said Neveneseon. "I think we have followed the correct path. Come, we will make our way back out and discuss our options." "Why is everyone getting so giddy about this place?" said Kevin to Klazina. "It's extraordinary, Kevin, and if you're tuned in, you can feel it." "I have to say, I'm surprised by the temperature," said Kevin. "I thought it was going to be hot in here. I mean, the exercise has made me warm, but the place itself is quite cool." "It's the design. Somehow it maintains a constant 20 degrees, the average temperature of Earth," said Klazina. "Amazing," replied Kevin, pulling out his lip and nodding his head. Half an hour later, everyone sat on the stones at the base of the pyramid, except for Klazina, who stood up. "Please listen, because we have a plan now, and I think it may just work," she said, gathering everyone in closer. "We have always known the pyramids are used to create electrical power. They are the sign of the Aanorloran's presence on Earth, but we think this one has a special purpose. When we went to find Mr. Sutton, Neveneseon and I were discussing what Bastiaan had said about the Capstone, and I remembered a story I had read many years ago. We think it contains a clue to our answer." Even AmArn looked as though this was going to be new information to him, and everyone's full attention was on Klazina. Many years ago, there was a British inventor called Sir William Siemens. He was up there on the top of the pyramid with a guide, and it was the guide who first noticed a strange ringing sound whenever Siemens lifted his hand. Siemens picked up a bottle of wine he had brought with him, lifted it, and felt an electric shock. Now curious, he took a newspaper, wet it, and by wrapping the paper around the bottle, created a very simple Leyden jar. The bottle charged up so much that when lifted above his head, sparks were flying from it. One of the guides became very angry at Siemens' behavior and began shouting accusations of black magic. When Sir William pointed the bottle at him, it gave a strong enough shock to knock the guide straight off his feet and almost render him unconscious. Lucy felt a shiver of anticipation, her eyes bright amber, as she looked at Klazina. "So, what are you saying?" she said. "The pyramid wasn't interacting with the bottle, Lucy. It was interacting with Siemens. He was a knowledgeable man, and it somehow felt his energy." Lucy's eyes widened even more, and Neveneseon stood up. "Lucy, we think it's you that will make the beacon do its work." "You're the Capstone," said Klazina, as everyone's eyes turned to the youngest member of the party. "I have suspected for some time the pyramid could only be used for its real purpose by a human with your abilities," said Neveneseon. "Mentally developed, able to use their power to unlock it." Eraow knew this too. Bastiaan's thoughts about the top of the pyramid just gave us more idea about how we could achieve this. "We need to get you up there, Lucy. I'm convinced this is the answer," said Klazina. "If we are right, it's so ridiculously simple. All we ever had to do was to stand there and want to be found again." "I'm not sure how we would tackle the original casing stones, should they have still been there, and I wonder if it will still work without them, but you must try." "Okay, no probs, but isn't it illegal to climb up there? The police or even the AJB will be after us, surely?" "Don't worry," said Neveneseon. "We will park the cars up on the edge of Old Cairo and walk our way back over after dark, avoiding the checkpoints. AmArn will deal with the drones if necessary. I do not see an army arriving because another polydrone has broken down." "Plenty of people get away with going up there still," said Kevin. "There were new photographs of some students taken up there posted up on the Netscape just the other month. Besides, even if you got caught, I'm sure the police would be open to offers to look the other way." "Exactly," said Klazina. "Let's kill some time, wait for dark, and head back over on foot through the edge of the town. We can work out a route easily enough." They spent the next couple of hours looking for the easiest way across to the pyramid from the edge of the city. After some debate between Neveneseon and AmArn regarding the fence surrounding the plateau, they drove the jeeps to a busy street not too far away from the chosen point and parked up behind each other. There was still nearly an hour to kill, and they had decided to remain with the cars. Lucy was finding Kevin and AmArn's ongoing pantomime far more interesting than staying with the girls, and opted to sit with them in Kevin's jeep. Before Lucy even got a chance to sit down properly, Kevin was back to interrogating AmArn, and she had to bite her lip not to laugh. "So, you and your friend, the boss lady, where you both from?" "Mr. Sutton," said AmArn, as his eyes darkened and he looked straight into Kevin's. "I will answer the question, but just once. We are the Nolofan from Algan, in the center of the galaxy. It is not necessary you know more at this time. Your concern is Lucy's story, not ours." "I don't suppose you'd mind spelling Nolofan for me," said Kevin. There was a second of absolute silence until AmArn caught the smile on Lucy's face and began to understand the humor in the comment and began to laugh himself. "My God, our friend here actually has a sense of humor, well hidden, but it's there," said Kevin to Lucy, who was in hysterics. "Perhaps you like me to write it for you," said AmArn. Kevin seemed pleasantly shocked at AmArn's sudden change of attitude, quickly reached up, flipped down the visor, and pulled out a small notepad with a pen attached to it. AmArn promptly scribbled something down and passed the pad back. Kevin smiled as he passed the note to Lucy. The characters were like nothing she had ever come across before, consisting only of bars in various combinations. That's no Le Fan Kevin. You can keep as a souvenir of the journey together. By the time it was 5 in the afternoon, and the light was all but gone, Neveneseon and Klazina were heading over. "It is time," said Neveneseon, as she opened Kevin's door. They set off along the streets, which went from tarmac to cobbles, and then dirt tracks. As they finally approached the way up towards the Great Pyramid, there was an area that opened out, where some of the local boys waved their phones around playing hoverball. Neveneseon led the way around the edge of where the teenagers played, to avoid disrupting them. There was one more alleyway, and a track. Then Lucy stared in dismay at the scene before her. Standing right in front of them was a 6-meter wall, the kind of thing you might see at any well-secured location. The upper part consisted of a mesh fence, the lower half being solid stone. "How far does it go?" she asked, her hands in the air. "Oh, it surrounds the entire site, about 13 kilometers, I think," said Klazina, in a cheerful tone that hardly seemed to match the occasion. "Not wanting to sound stupid, but how do you intend to get past it then?" said Kevin. "It will be bypassed. Please follow," said AmArn. They traced the wall for a few hundred yards to a point where rubble had been stacked untidily against the side, making it possible to climb up almost level with the mesh part of the fence. Each panel had brackets that fixed it to steel poles joined to the lower part of the wall. AmArn and Neveneseon negotiated the rubble and took hold of either side. "Ready?" said AmArn. "Carry on," replied Neveneseon. They both fixed on the bars, their eyes ablaze with all the colors of the cosmos. As the others watched in fascination, the brackets began to smoke, and one by one they popped. "It will go now. Push hard on your side." With that, they climbed up and leant hard on the panel, and after some effort, pushed it through. "Okay," said AmArn. "The drop is high, but easy enough if you lower yourself down." Kevin frowned, looking less than comfortable. "You okay there, old boy?" said Klazina, as she smiled at Kevin. "Fit as a fiddle, green eyes, good to go, and frankly as regards old, it would be interesting to know who left school first." "It's not polite to ask a lady her age, Kevin," said Lucy, eyebrows raised in mockery. "Go on, Lucy, you tell him," laughed Klazina. "Oh, I see outnumbered with the ranks fully closed," said Kevin, shaking his head with a smile. "Nev," said Lucy, pointing toward the hole in the fence. "How will we get back?" "We will be able to help each other over," said Neveneseon. "Yeah, I get that, but it might be hard to get the last one of us up." "AmArn will go last. He is light on his feet, and I will pull." Lucy nodded, looking half satisfied with the answer, but still curious as to how hard it would be to pull AmArn up. Standing looking ahead, there was still work to be done. The first part of the way was very steep and required quite some effort. Lucy was practically running at the front, while Kevin brought up the rear rather red in the face and a little out of breath. As they finished the steep climb and reached the plateau, AmArn looked around and spoke to everybody. "Rest a moment," he said, and Lucy looked now to Neveneseon, guessing that she would give some instruction. "Please gather round, everyone," she said. "We have gone through some great challenges to be here. Whether our plan will work is beyond control, but I feel positive. Are you okay, Lucy?" "Yeah, I'm ready." "AmArn, you will join her. She needs support. You are fit, and the best choice. When you arrive at the top, you leave Lucy to climb onto the Capstone area alone. If this works, I feel it will read her genetic fingerprint, and I don't want you too close. You might corrupt things." "Why not just let her go alone?" asked Kevin. "Because if it does work, I want AmArn close by in case Lucy is overwhelmed by whatever happens up there," replied Neveneseon. "What will the rest of us do?" asked Klazina. "We will wait at the bottom near the boat pits," replied Neveneseon. "AmArn, you will make the climb from the eastern side. It has the best cover, as it's furthest away from the roads. You are climbing at 52 degrees, so it will be demanding, but you should be up there in 15 minutes. Lucy, Your fitness training will help you here, and you should be able to push straight through." Neveneseon moved closer and stretched out her hand to be taken. "Lucy, when you arrive up there, you will go to the center of the space at the top and empty your mind in the way AmArn has taught you." "What's going to happen?" said Lucy, as she released Neveneseon's hand. "We cannot say because we just don't know," said Klazina. "If you need him, you shout for AmArn straight away, Sweet Pea. Is that okay?" "All good," said Lucy, more than a little concerned as to what might overwhelm her. Klazina reached into her rucksack and produced a pair of small gym gloves and handed them to Lucy to put on. "Here, take these. Might make life a bit easier. Take your time and watch your step." "Thank you," said Lucy. "Let's move," said Neveneseon, leading the way. Everybody was silent with their thoughts as they crossed the plateau. It wasn't long before they reached the east side, and AmArn and Lucy were at the first step. As they looked at each other, AmArn began to smile. "What?" said Lucy, as she smiled back. "Go easy. It is not a competition. We must get safe to the top," he said, as Lucy's eyes flashed in the moonlight. "Oh, really? 'Cause I just think you're scared that I might beat you," she laughed, and sprang away up the first couple of blocks. "Oh, I don't think so," said AmArn as he leapt after her. Chapter 48. Airborne. Blake had been attempting to catch 40 winks when suddenly his eyes sprang open to the wailing cry of sirens in the distance. It was a sound he was all too familiar with, but not here, not in the middle of Union territory. In a second, he was up at the window to the sight of flames in the distance and could hear stuttering, staccato, blasts of automatic gunfire. Instinctively, he sank to a level barely looking over the window ledge, and then he saw it. Silently dropping through sun-split clouds, the thrusters allowing it to hang impossibly in the sky, appeared the Pythos, its presence appearing to defy the laws of gravity. "You got to be joking me," he mumbled, grabbed his weapons, and slid out of the room. There was just one thing on Blake's mind, and that was to cut a path across town to Janet and the boys. As he looked up again from a downstairs window, he could see the last of the airborne Cerberuks gliding down, with what he could only describe as jet-propelled backpacks. "What in God's name?" he continued as he looked at the scene unfolding. Blake heard a child's cry in the distance that forced him to focus. Across the street, on the far corner, he could see two of the strange soldiers holding the position in front of the garage entrance over the road. Know your enemy, he thought. It would have been easier to evade them, but instead, Blake went low across the street to the rear entrance of the garage. Within a minute, he was squatting behind a low, prefabricated wall, just behind the main door, where there appeared to be 3 of them, just to the side. "Why are we holding here, sir? There is no resistance," came the first voice. Blake blinked and wondered what it was with the voices. The pitch was all wrong, not like any accent he had ever heard before, and he had heard them all. "You will do as instructed. You will feed before extraction BX-28, so stop complaining and don't miss the pickup, or you will be flagged. Understand?" "Yes, sir," nodded the blue sleeve as the others walked away. It was now or never for Blake, and in a flash he made up his mind. Surging around the door and upward toward the hybrid, he reached around with his left hand to pull its head back, then struck hard into the neck with the butt of his blade. As the Cerberuk reeled from the shock, Blake, using the weight of his own body, forcing the creature to sink, and while using one hand to twist the head to the side, he cut deep across the throat from the other side with his knife. The Cerberuk was dead in an instant. Blake's eyes widened as he wiped the electric blue blood from the blade and looked at the alien features before him. Trying to process the components of the situation was not giving him any real answers, and there was no time to delay. He dragged the body inside, pushing it into the shadows after removing the plasma weapon to inspect it. As he closed his grip on the handle, it flashed up red on a small screen at the side. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but it was locked. Some sort of owner recognition system, he thought. A JB used the same on certain weapons, and as he slung it into the dark, there was an explosion from below where he had launched the body. What the? Swiftly making his way to a shop across the street, he moved to the right-hand side of the building and took a peek around the corner. There was a small parking area, and the smoke from a burning vehicle gave him some cover. Instantly, Blake saw another one of the alien soldiers on the roof of the building opposite and decided straight away to take the position. Blake watched his Cerberuk turn, then walk back across the building, and like lightning, he bolted across the car park. As he sprinted towards the face of the structure, Blake was able to leap using a hole in the bricks as leverage and grasp the edge of the wall that surrounded the roof. He had made no noise and simply hung there waiting for the Cerberuk to come back, having heard him walking away. Sure enough, the footsteps returned. The Cerberuk grunted in the confusion of seeing Blake's fingertips protrude over the ledge in front of him, and Blake instantly sprang forward, grabbing his leg, pulled him over the wall, and sent him crashing head first into the concrete below. Falling on top of the dazed hybrid, Blake again sliced straight through the throat. He moved away from the corpse up to the roof and watched from the edge. Just as he expected, the body exploded like the one earlier, and the blast seemed to come from the head. Is it working off the vitals? He wondered then, made his way across the roof and up onto an aluminium stair ramp that led to a higher section. After crossing this, there was a pull-down metal ladder which he climbed, taking him to the top of an office building, which gave him a much better view. Down the street below, the Blue Bloods discharged their weapons without discrimination. People were running around as though suddenly dropped into an alternate reality, where some science fiction battle zone had become their very own living nightmare. The Cerberuks used their handheld weapons, creating laser-induced plasma channels capable of ending a man's life in a flash, adding to the cinematic effect of the spectacle. Above sat the Pythos, much closer than before. The triangular wings spanned over 130 meters, with angular plates that covered the fuselage and glittering in the light. Blake thought for a moment about the target his hometown presented. Hundreds of miles from the nearest military, or AJB base, with nothing other than a small local guard, the goal was easy. Get a grip, he whispered to himself as he continued to plot his course through the chaos. The large door on the underside of the Pythos retracted, and Blake watched as 3 of the Cerberuks a couple of streets away headed back towards it, using their jetpacks. He continued on his way across town and was only a street away from Janet's place. The ringing screams all around rattled his ears, and fear gripped him tight as he saw the blast marks across several of the houses on Jan's street. Blake had seen things that nobody should have to witness in battles against rebels and the non-Union states all over the world, but nothing could have prepared him for this. His mother's car was up on the drive behind Janet's, and as he swiftly checked his peripheral, he sprinted up the path and burst through the door. Blake stopped dead in his tracks and dropped to his knees as though hit with a giant hammer. The unmistakable smell of burnt flesh was everywhere. There was little left of his mother, and even less of Janet, but the boys were far less damaged. He placed his hand over his mouth, a single tear running down his face, as he noticed Andrew's eyes were still wide open. Blake had always thought it sad that the soul could not merely depart without leaving its shell behind, as a reminder adding to the pain of the grieving. "God damn you, man! Why did you not wake sooner?" he said, catching his reflection in the mirror. In a second, he was at the window to search for his enemy, but the hybrids were leaving, with the last few boarding the Pythos, before it vanished back through the clouds. He turned back to the bodies, then mechanically. He began to cover the corpses, first closing Andrew's eyes. By the time he had finished, Blake was shaking uncontrollably. It was rare indeed that he ever touched a drop of alcohol, but Blake reached for the top shelf of the kitchen cupboard, tore off the top of the whiskey bottle, took 5 gulps, winced, and then set it on the side. He wiped his mouth, then walked back to the window and stared up at the sky. "English-speaking aliens?" he said. "I bet there's few that will hear you speak and live to tell the tale. But whoever put you abominations together had better hope to God I don't catch up with them, or they gonna wish they were dead too. Chapter 49. Capstone. The initial adrenaline rush Lucy felt racing against AmArn had soon been replaced with fatigue, and weariness lay heavily on her as she reached the top of the pyramid. "You must complete by yourself," said AmArn, as he looked up at her from a few blocks below. "I am here if you need me." Glancing back down, Lucy silently nodded, turned away, and climbed over the final ledge. She raised her head and looked upwards for some reference from the apex poles, then dropped cross-legged at the center of the platform that formed the top of the Great Pyramid. AmArn had moved entirely out of sight, and as Lucy looked up through gaps in the clouds and traced familiar star constellations, she began to feel an unexpected peace as her breath returned to normal. She remembered Neveneseon's words, and closing her eyes began to slowly but surely empty her mind precisely as AmArn had taught her. The clutter of thoughts in her head steadily began to evaporate, all except one, which continued to prevail. The one thing she would return to whenever given a chance, ever since she had learned of their existence a few days earlier, was the Aanorloran. What would they look like? AmArn had given no clue as to their appearance. She imagined them to be humanoid, maybe a little taller than humans, and beautiful beyond description. Lucy was sure they would be filled with everything fair in the universe, blessed with boundless knowledge, and yet humble at the same time. They were her ancestors, and she longed with all her heart to see them. As she held on to the thought, almost pushing it out into the night around her, she felt compelled to stand up. It was then, as she did so, a sudden loud crack split the air like thunder. Lucy stood feet apart with her open hands held a few inches away from her body, and her eyes closed, beginning to feel the energy. Her face became numb as her teeth chattered. Then from nowhere electricity appeared around her hands. The sparks grew larger, and the night's clouds began to swirl towards her. The light from the charge glowed brighter until suddenly it jumped. Lucy's eyes were wide as her arms rose higher beyond control, and a bolt streamed across to the northeast junction of the platform. Instinctively, she turned to face this direction head-on. In the corner, a bright white light edged with blue appeared, so radiant that she could not look directly into it without half closing her eyes. The shaft increased in length, progressing along the border, and within less than 30 seconds it had reached the next corner and was continuing to lengthen along the south side. As it grew in size, the emission seemed to flow with more strength from Lucy's hands. With the beam moving faster around the edge, it only took 20 seconds to complete the western side, and then finally it crossed the northern ledge to fuse at the northeast corner. Lucy's outline glowed pale blue, and her head pointed towards the heavens. With the platform's periphery completely illuminated, and a humming electrical buzz that surrounded, all at once, 4 new columns appeared out of each corner. Slowly at an incline, they began to climb onwards and upwards at the same pace. AmArn, who had crouched down while watching the light rays progress across the eastern edge, got to his feet to watch the light columns start upwards. Lucy shook as the 4 energy shafts stretched the last few inches, and with another loud crack, met perfectly to form the pyramid's heavenly crown. The air rushed inwards, and across her field of vision, everything apart from the pyramid itself was blurred and distant. A new sound appeared, as though the structure began to charge itself, with the entire edifice starting to vibrate. Suddenly, a massive bolt of light the width of the capstone stretched straight up and out into the ether. It lasted all of 3 seconds, and then the beams vanished, as though they had never been there in the first place. Lucy, completely exhausted, as fatigue finally oppressed her, dropped to the floor and hit the stones hard. AmArn vaulted onto the platform, clasped her hand and closed his eyes in concentration, while he brought his other hand to the side of Lucy's face. "Wake up," he whispered. It took a minute or so, but then Lucy's eyes opened, and she looked up at him. AmArn looked incredibly beautiful as he smiled down on her. "Is it done?" she asked softly. "It is done," replied AmArn. "We did what we can do. It is for the fathers to now answer. We must go quickly." AmArn pointed towards the roads, and Lucy could see the flashing blue lights of a police car in the distance. "Neveneseon will be prepared for this. She will confuse them, but we must be quick." He reached out, squeezed her hand for a second, and pulled her over toward the edge. In a semi-trance, as she followed AmArn's lead, Lucy was able to navigate her descent at an extraordinary speed. As Lucy reached the bottom, she could already hear Kevin moaning. "I knew it," he muttered, as the police car thundered towards them. "Now the shit is well and truly going to hit the fan." "Oh, really, Kevin?" laughed Klazina. "I think you seriously underestimate the company you keep." As the car arrived, Neveneseon, who hid near the edge of the pyramid, reached out her hand towards the road. 200 meters further along appeared the illusion of a car, with the wheels screeching as it seemed to hightail it away from the site. The police, taking the bait, did not even stop, and continued straight past sirens blazing. Kevin watched in awe, and turned to Klazina as he shook his head. "She knows a trick or two, doesn't she?" she said. "Listen, please," said Neveneseon. "The signal is sent. Let us hope that the Aanorloran will sense it. Whether they will respond, I cannot say. What is sure is the Garaeum will have felt this. We have now openly declared ourselves, and his anger will be sent in our direction. It is hard to guess how quickly he can deploy his beasts, but my prediction is it will be a fast response, and in numbers far outweighing anything he sent before. We must be elusive. Evasion until help comes is our tactic now. Let's go." "And if your good guys don't come?" asked Kevin, his eyebrows raised. "Here is our dilemma," continued Neveneseon. "Should that be the case, our best course would be to get as far away from here as possible, as quickly as we can. If, however, the Aanorloran make their way to Earth, it is the beacon they will head for. We have a choice, run or hide. What do you all say?" "They will come. Stay local," said AmArn. "We did not make this journey without believing its outcome would be positive." "We stay," said Klazina, her green eyes ablaze. "But surely these super-being friends of yours could track us down in no time at all, wherever we are, if they are that smart," ventured Kevin, maintaining a smooth tone. "Sorry, Kevin," said Lucy. "You're outvoted. I also say we stay." "Then it is decided," said Neveneseon. "Stay close and stick to the shadows. Let's move." Chapter 50. The Journal. Sadness had beaten down upon Jane Watkins like a ceaseless rain for days. Her eyes were sore from lack of sleep, and at home everything she touched or looked at reminded her of Lucy in some way, triggering memories that only served to magnify her sorrow. She found herself now back in her daughter's room, staring at the scientific posters that decorated the walls. Other girls, the same age, might have had pictures of the latest idols. Lucy, however, opted for things of more educational value. Mrs. Watkins almost managed to smile as she looked on. After all, what 15-year-old girl had a poster of the periodic table up in her bedroom? It was while looking at this she noticed something a little odd as she stepped forward. The floor underneath her made a slight creaking sound. She slowly retraced her steps, and there it was again. Jane's curiosity got the better of her, and she decided the matter demanded further investigation. She wasn't standing very far from the wall and reached down for the edge of the carpet. Although this was tucked neatly under the skirting board, it came away very quickly. Perhaps too easily, she thought. The floorboard that was causing the problem was a small piece that sat on its own in between two long sections. Mrs. Watkins had never come across it before. There was no reason she would have really. Cousin Jack had fitted her upstairs carpets, and before that there had been the ones that came with the house. Gingerly, she reached down and placed her fingers around the edges and was able to lift the board straight out. She stared mouth open at what she saw. It was dark and dusty below the boards, but there lay, right in front of her, a clean-looking plastic bag. Quickly lifting it through the gap, she put her hand inside and pulled out a black, leather-bound book. Instantly, she recognized it and cursed herself for forgetting it even existed. It was a diary that her own mother had bought at Lucy's request several years earlier for her daughter's 12th birthday. Eyes wide, she began to thumb through the pages and found written before her the life and secrets of a girl she had thought to have known completely. Losing all track of time, Jane sat glued to the book. She laughed at Lucy's witty take on events, and was impressed with the maturity of the writing. Tears streamed down Jane's cheeks as she discovered that Lucy had decided to hide her real intelligence to avoid bullying. She learned of her daughter's telekinetic abilities and could not turn the pages fast enough when she read of the Lucy's developing powers. The diary read like a fiction novel, yet Jane took the facts on board without question, and finally, after nearly 3 hours of reading, she arrived at the page titled Apparition. The detailed account of AmArn's appearance, and then the following week's story of what had happened with Sykes, were the last 2 entries, and deep in thought, Jane closed the diary and held it tight in her hands. What had caused her girl's disappearance? One thing was clear. The abilities Lucy spoke of had played a part in whatever had taken place. Of that much she was sure. Was the strange figure in the woods involved? Was he the one Lucy had been seen with? Jane had read the diary looking for answers, and finished up with even more questions. She made her way to the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea, and took the journal with her. The information was relevant, and reaching for her bag, she pulled Agent Jax's card out and placed it in front of her. Her folder phone morphed into life, and as she began to punch the numbers, as she turned to look once more at the journal. "No," came the voice inside her mind. Jane cancelled the call and shook her head. Was she going mad? It was almost as if the book itself had spoken to her. She stared at the business card and remembered the rude, malice-filled man from the AJB. "I don't believe you're the kind of help Lucy needs, Mr. Jax," she said, and tossed the card into the rubbish. Jane settled back down in the living room and began to read through the book again, and from then on, the diary would never be far from her reach. Chapter 51. World News. The moon split the clouds as it checkered Lucy's path along the back streets of Old Cairo. A quiet, eerie atmosphere hung all around as the companions headed back to the cars, and Kevin was the first to comment. "Something's wrong." "What is it, you see?" asked AmArn. "Just look around. There's nobody on the streets. A few cars here and there, but nothing like there should be." The magnitude of the situation hit Lucy like a gale as she scanned the area. "And the cafes," said Lucy. "All the outside tables are empty because everybody's inside." It was indeed a strange sight. The city's usually busiest areas that should have been alive with the hustle and bustle you'd expect in any metropolis were dead. "We must look," said Neveneseon, who headed toward the nearest bar. As the travellers made their way inside, Lucy had the feeling the game was about to change massively. As she stepped through the door and viewed her new surroundings, Lucy wrinkled her nose at the tapestry of shisha flavors that floated on the air. She loved the vibrancy and looked curiously at the 15 locals sat in a line along at the bar. Not one of them paid the slightest bit of attention to the strangers who had just joined them, but simply remained glued to the screen built into a wall in the far corner. At first glance, the news report appeared like just another war story from the non-Union territories. As the companions looked on and began to get an idea of what had happened from the images displayed, it was Klazina that turned around to face everyone. "Oh my God! Look, Earth has been invaded," she said, eyes like saucers. Dumbfounded, they watched the story unfold. Although no one understood much of the dialogue, it was easy enough to catch the gist of what had gone down. 3 different unions and 2 non-union republics were under assault. UFOs that carried some alien super soldier had attacked people and destroyed property all over the world. They watched in silence as extraterrestrial troopers in metallic green suits jumped several meters at a time, using weapons far more advanced than Earth had ever seen. "Is this the handiwork of your bad guy?" said Kevin. "These are the same creatures we met in the woods, just a different mix," replied Neveneseon. "It seems we underestimated the scale of our enemy's efforts. How did we miss this AmArn?" "We have been too busy. We must get word to Algon," said AmArn. "They will not lift a finger to help a planet until the senior species has reached enlightenment. You know this." "Am I reading you correctly here? Did you just say we don't qualify for help?" said Kevin, as he nudged Klazina for support. "Please, try and understand. There are rules," replied Neveneseon. "Lucy will achieve this enlightenment. Now, do you see why it is so important that we get her away safely? Just one human with her power is enough to change the balance. You have my full support, but please maybe you can enlighten me a little. What exactly does this thing aim to achieve here?" "More control, more power. What does anyone who creates armies and uses violence ever want?" said Klazina. "Whatever his plans are, Kevin, humans are not going to benefit from them. This much is certain," said Neveneseon. While her companions exchanged thoughts, Lucy had been far more interested in the situation that immediately surrounded them, and all was not well. People were looking at them, and not in a good way. The whispers and shoulder nudges increased, and soon most eyes had moved from the screen to the travellers as Lucy turned quietly to her friends. "Excuse me interrupting here," she said. "I think we just became persons of interest. We need to get moving, like now." For a second, AmArn's eyes flashed black, and one local caught sight of him. The man frowned in agitated confusion as he stepped back and slowly raised his arm to point at AmArn's face. "Muklukat Fudaia," he shouted. "Oh shit," whispered Kevin. "What does it mean?" replied Klazina. "It means Lucy's right, and it's time to get the hell out of here," said Kevin, as he started to back up. "Muklukat Fudaia," the man shouted even louder. A much larger man sat to the left was out of his seat. He reached forward in an attempt to grab hold of AmArn's hoodie, and as he did so, AmArn moved back a meter. His sudden jump caught everyone's attention, and it was as though he had moved without using his legs. The men in the bar were all up on their feet as Neveneseon stepped to AmArn's left shoulder, and Lucy felt the tension rise further. "Get behind us, everyone," said Neveneseon. Klazina ignored her wishes and stepped up to AmArn's right, but it was Lucy on the left that was compromised. A slim young labourer lunged towards Lucy, and shocked that a grown man would attack her, she slipped his punch, bringing her boot down so hard over his right knee that he dropped to the ground with a shriek. "You are full of surprises," said AmArn, a glint in his eye. But as the words left his mouth, the man who first challenged him was approaching again. He struck out, and quick as a flash, AmArn raised his hand. Without actually having connected, he stopped the man's arm dead in the air, while his palm radiated a bright blue light. Undeterred, a short, stockier character approached Neveneseon from her left. Gahiji Mubarak was probably the most respected and feared person in the bar that day. A local business owner with a violent reputation and a nasty temper, he didn't look to Lucy like a man who could be quickly dealt with as he flexed his neck and moved forward. Neveneseon did not flinch, but merely held him in her gaze, her eyes completely black. She said nothing, but as Gahiji met her stare, his mood changed, and his features starting to twitch. As the spasms grew, while Gahiji's whole face contorted and seized, he raised his hands and jammed his fingers hard into his ears, as if to block out noises that only he could hear. He shook uncontrollably, while his friends watched, their anger replaced by fear as the local tough guy fell apart right before their eyes. As he whimpered like a child, Lucy noticed a patch of urine appear on Gahiji's blue canvas trousers before he dropped defeated to the floor. Lucy stood in Neveneseon's shadow and could sense the power radiating from her friend as she watched her. Some of the men had already backed off on seeing the light from AmArn's hand, and the rest of them followed suit. Neveneseon kept an eye on the locals and seized the opportunity to exit the bar while the travellers still had the advantage. "Out, everybody. Lucy and Kevin go first," she said, and once outside, AmArn took the lead. "Follow me. Do not look to anyone and do not stop," he said. Lucy had to stop herself from glancing back over her shoulder, but it did not appear as though anybody had come after them anyway. The companions moved like phantoms as they followed AmArn's lead and kept to the side streets, and somehow he seemed to know every twist and turn. It took them another 15 minutes or so to weave their way back to the cars, and as they stood in a semicircle to the rear of Kevin's jeep, it was Neveneson who spoke first. "Let us move away from the center of this city, then we can talk further." Quickly they got into the jeeps and headed 10 minutes out to a quieter area where Klazina brought the first car to a stop, and again the group gathered together. "We must decide on a plan," said Neveneseon. "We are hunted now more than ever. If anybody has ideas, they are welcome." "Split up," said Lucy to everyone's surprise. "Split up?" replied AmArn. "Yep, that's what I said." "But why?" "Because it's a good evasion tactic. There are a few like zigzagging, use of the environment, but you can't beat splitting up. Twice the job for the hunter." "You know she has a point," said Kevin, joining in. "I've been thinking for a while. It's not me you need here to wait for your rescue party, is it? I can make my way back and take the pictures and films of Lucy and try and get this story out there where it belongs. I mean, that's what I do, isn't it? I think perhaps the time has come." "I am not sure, Kevin," said AmArn. "Well, there is another thing too. I think I can make it back home. When I do, if she wants me to, I can go straight to Lucy's mother and at least give her some news of her daughter. I have a girl myself. I brought her up on my own, so I know the poor woman will be out of her mind with worry right now. What do you say, guys? Are you going to give me some trust here?" "Please, Neveneseon," said Lucy. "It's not exactly what I meant, but will you let him go?" "I think I can improve on this plan," said Klazina, stepping forward. "I'll join Kevin. It's not that I don't trust him either. It's just I don't think he should have to make the trip alone." "I did not foresee this, Klazina. Are you sure?" said Neveneseon. "Lucy must remain in your protection, and we cannot change this," said Klazina. "It's a good idea for you to remain close to the signal. That's a fact we can't argue with, but a lot has been asked of Lucy. All she ever wanted in return was that we think of a way to get a message to her mother. It's time we try to honor our word. I believe this is the only way forward now." Slowly the Nolofan turned and faced each other, their hands outstretched as they came together and conversed. A minute later they separated, and AmArn approached Kevin. "What will you do with the information that you have, and the film of Lucy?" said Neveneseon. "I'll do as you instruct me to do. I understand how important this all is now." "Then I ask you do not release it through the media you work for. Put it up where your world may view it without changes." "Virality. Everybody watches virality," said Lucy. "Wait a few days at least, Kevin," said Neveneseon. "Don't forget you compromise Klazina also when you release it." "Okay, I'll do what you say." "Then we thank you for your help, Kevin," said Neveneseon. "It will be as you wish. You will go with Klazina, but your first task must be to go to Lucy's mother." "You have my word on this," said Kevin, as he stretched out his hand to AmArn. "Be safe, Kevin," said AmArn. Lucy watched with intrigue, as she could see Kevin was far wearier offering his hand to Neveneson. "You know, Kevin, I am no more able to erase someone's memory than you are. I just needed to get you to behave," she said, seeming to read his thoughts. "Well, that's a load off," he replied with a laugh. "Good luck," replied Neveneseon. "Goodbye, Kevin," said Lucy. "No, not yet, our Lucy. You take this folder cam for a second and put in a few words for your mum." "Okay. Yeah, good thinking," smiled Lucy, as she disappeared back into the car. "Klazina, please wear the flower at all times," said Neveneseon, as Lucy returned with the camera. Slowly, Klazina brought forward from around her neck a silver-colored disc, identical to the one that Neveneseon wore on her wrist. So that we may find you quickly, never remove it. It is not our intention to leave you for too long. Keep it safe. We will come and find you. I know this, and I shall look out for you. Okay, Kevin, it's done, said Lucy, as she passed the camera back. Go easy, Lucy, and I promise I'll find her for you and give her this. Thank you, said Lucy, as she clasped Kevin's hand. Goodbye, sweet pea, said Klazina. I wish you didn't have to go, said Lucy, choking back the tears as she put her arms around her friend. Oh, don't worry. We will meet again, darling. You can bet your bottom dollar. You're brave, Lucy, and the Nolofan will protect you. Just follow your instincts and trust your feelings. Lucy felt a tear in the corner of her eye as Kevin's car disappeared into the distance, but felt a stronger connection than ever with the Nolofan, and in her heart she knew it was they alone that could help her now. Chapter 52. Compassionate Leave. I don't know what to say, man, said Paul Maguire as he answered the door to Blake, who stood alone on the step in front of him. You better come in and sit down. You okay? Blake wondered if he was okay or not, but not in the sense his friend was asking. He had shed no tears and worried about his calculated cold approach to such a huge loss. Was this what a career in service had done to him, removing any room for emotion from his life? I ain't gonna break down, Paul, so don't you worry yourself. I'm here for you, buddy. You know that. My God, what's gonna happen out there, do you think? Have you spoken to your boss? We're gonna try and respond, I guess. I got a call from AJB pretty much straight away. When I explained what's happened, they said they ain't gonna be paying me full wages, but would cut me loose for the time being. Bereavement, they can't refuse. You okay for money? Yeah, I have a good chunk put away. Never really spend much, do I? You gonna go back to work there, though, right? I don't know. I wanted out for a while. The whole situation doesn't seem right. I need space to think. You want a drink of something? Take the edge off, might help you sleep. No, thanks. I downed half a bottle of scotch this morning, then still had to deal with getting things sorted. It's taken all day. They only just accepted the bodies. There's no refuge in drink, my friend, and I won't be having any more. Paul moved over by the window and peered out along the street. You never would have believed it, eh? War of the goddamned worlds. They're saying it's going to be an invasion attempt. Who's saying Paul? KDN or Union-wide News? They are all full of shit. How do they know what's going down? Come on, Blake. I know you're not much of a media fan, but these things have certainly not come in peace, have they? You been watching the news reports? Yeah, some of them, but it's bullshit. What are you talking about, man? What's bullshit? You can't be in good shape right now, but you're not making any sense. The whole alien invasion, E.T., pantomime, I don't buy it. I told you on the phone earlier, I dropped 2 of these creatures, Paul, and yes, their blood is as blue as the skies, make no mistake. But they didn't come from the other side of the Milky Way, buddy. Trust me. What are you saying, Blake? Okay, listen to me carefully. They talk to each other. Any intelligent life would communicate with each other, wouldn't they? You didn't let me finish. They talk to each other in English. So you tell me, my friend, how can that be? If they're alien, why ain't they talking alien? Well, I don't know how, but they arrived in spaceships. They leap 10 yards at a time, look like they're half dinosaur, and fire laser guns. Why you gotta turn this into another one of your conspiracies when the evidence is all around? There was silence for a second, as Blake simply stared at the floor in front of him. Sorry. Shit sorry, you deserve better from me. I think we all just in shock. It's okay, no probs. But think about it carefully. They spoke, in English. If you don't get it now, you never will. If you saw half the crap I've seen around this mad world, you wouldn't trust a single thing. Blake paused a second, then pointed a finger towards his friend. Are all your people okay? Just my brother busted his leg up getting out of the way. Mom and Dad were out of town, thank God, because there's not much left of the street they lived in. I'm sorry, Blake. I really am. Can I help you at all? I'll stay here with you tonight. Then I'm going to get stuck into the arrangements. You can help me with that side of things. I've nobody else local. By the time it's all done, I'll make up my mind what to do. I don't see me going back there, Paul. I did my bit. It wouldn't be too bad if I was just a soldier. But when you work for the AJB, they get so up in your shit, your life isn't even your own anymore. I've had enough. Maybe it's good to change direction. You take it easy. What time are we going to get started tomorrow? 6 is good. I'm going to go for a run hard. First get the poison out, then crack on. You up for it? You said you drank a bottle of scotch? Half a bottle. I never seen you drink before. Half a bottle would have knocked me clean out. You seem just normal. I don't know, it numbed me out a bit at the time, I suppose, but it was hours ago. Okay. I'll take the run in the morning with you, no problem. You want fish or chicken later? Chicken's good. I ate enough fish already this week. Blake's head dropped as the words left his mouth. What's up? No, nothing, just reminded me of the last day out with the boys. Take it easy, dude. You'll get through this. You're a tough cookie. Blake stared back, his ice-layered grey eyes cold and focused. I told you I ain't falling apart. I'll tell you something, though, little buddy. I'll get to the bottom of this. Someone has waved a false flag here on a scale so big no one would even dare suspect it. I know it, and I promise you that someone, or those someones, are going to pay my friend, and that's a promise. Chapter 53. Ambuscade. A dusty sun screamed at Lucy through the Jeep's dirty window as they continued to drive around in large circles. The gentle sand and jagged outcrops felt disorientating, and as the temperature rose, she could see the light reflected from the glistening beads of sweat on the back of her hands as she reached once more for the lukewarm water. The previous night's broken sleep in the car had taken a toll, and as AmArn looked at Lucy, the smirk on his face began to irritate her. What? She inquired. Nothing, no problem, answered AmArn. Excuse me, but you're grinning like a Cheshire cat while we roast here in the desert like 3 sitting ducks. Clearly, I have amused you in some way. It was just a memory, really. Oh, I see. And do you intend to sit there and torment me all morning? Or are you going to share your funny memory? Come on, we could do with a good laugh. Well, I remembered when first you saw me, how you ran with your dog. Okay. You asked the dog where I'd gone, as if he might point his paw and say, "Look in the bushes" or something, laughed Lucy. Us humans talk to animals. I suppose I looked a bit silly. It seems so long ago now, and it was only a few days. Much has happened, said Neveneseon. Much has happened, and we are all slightly different, but none more than you, Lucy. Suddenly the mood changed, and Lucy sensed a menace close at hand. Her stomach churned as she desperately looked out of the Jeep's windows and turned to the Nolofan, whose eyes filled with blackness. Something approaches, said Neveneseon, as Lucy felt the situation slip rapidly out of control. As she stretched her head right around, she saw them. There were 2 black dots on the road in the distance, with a cloud of dust that followed as they gained ground. But there was something else too. She couldn't see or hear anything, but she could feel its presence closer. Pressing her face up hard against the window, she was able to look directly above, and there it was. Silhouetted against the sky was the fuselage and circular engines of a Megiddo Wasp, and it was like nothing Lucy had ever seen. "There's a weird plane," she shouted. "Yes, I see this," said AmArn, as he shared Lucy's view from his window. "Like the ones in the news report at the bar," said Lucy. "The same craft, just a different angle." "They found us," said Neveneseon angrily. "This is going to—" Neveneseon never got to finish her sentence before a plasma blast from the Megiddo Wasp exploded to their front left. Her hands a blur, she swerved desperately to the right and then back to the left, luckily managing to keep control of the vehicle. "This is not good at all," said AmArn. In a flash, The wasp dropped level with them, and then made a 180-degree arc right across their path, as if to illustrate its superior maneuverability. With their speed reducing, Lucy looked to the rear and gasped in dismay as she saw the two black jeeps fast approaching. "They try to force us off the road," said Neveneseon. "If they wanted to kill us, they could have done so with the rocket. The miss was deliberate. They tried to capture us." Lucy was sure Neveneseon was correct, but before another word was said, a single self-adjusting bullet exploded, ripped through the right front tire, and sent the jeep veering to the right. Neveneseon held her hands out and appeared to use all her mental strength to regain control, but lost the car, which flipped over the 2-meter crevasse on the side of the road. As Lucy opened her eyes, the vehicle had come to a halt, lying on its right-hand side, and there were voices outside. "I used the Telam rifle. The guidance system is very accurate," said a red sleeve from somewhere to Lucy's right. The voice was strange, metallic like a robot, but rough too. Lucy could see both Neveneseon and AmArn beginning to stir, but there were already metal-shod boots clambering onto the vehicle. "Get them out, all of them." A brawny, armor-clad arm reached in from above and swept AmArn up in a single motion as Lucy dismayed at the apparent strength of the creatures. In a desperate panic, she squirmed her way to the rear of the jeep, and as the hatch popped open, 2 of the hybrids appeared amused by her efforts. "Look, it tries to run," said one of the blue sleeves. "It has nowhere to run to," said the red sleeve, as he grabbed Lucy by her hair and dragged her through the opening. Lucy wiped the dust from her mouth as the Nolofan were unceremoniously dumped at her side, barely conscious. "Sedate them. The master says they are dangerous," said the red sleeve. Lucy attempted to get to her feet in defiance, but met with a metal-clad foot against her shoulder. "What can they do with no weapons? They are weak," said another blue sleeve as they began to fasten ties to Lucy's hands. "The master knows what he's talking about, fool, so do as you're told," said the red sleeve. Lucy watched devastated as medjets were squeezed into the forearms of the Nolofan, and they slumped further down. "You think you're pretty smart, but you have no idea who you're dealing with," said Lucy in defiance. "Be quiet, or I give you a few slaps, and then you find out who you are dealing with," said a blue sleeve. "Yes, master, that's correct," said the red sleeve, who spoke into a handheld to Lucy's left. "All the children are here and have been put to sleep. They will not wake for a while, and we'll bring them over right away." "It likes to be cheeky. Perhaps use the stun gun and teach it a lesson," said another Cerberuk as he pointed a device. 2 hybrids stared down at her before she felt the searing pain of electric current that rendered her helpless on the floor, as the air filled with the dreadful screams of Cerberuks, all congratulating each other. Dizzy and sick, Lucy looked at the red sleeve who squeezed a medjet against her forearm and sent her spinning out of consciousness. Chapter 54. Redundancies. The man with the beard sat bemused as he watched the news videos on the wall screen before him. Like victors dividing up the spoils, he and the rest of the Savantari congratulated each other and avidly discussed bold plans for the future. "This has been better than we could have imagined," said the man with the glasses. "Incredible. Not a single murmur from any of the credible media that this is anything less than an extraterrestrial invasion," said the man with the beard. "If Wolf's promises continue to be fruitful, we will be able to continue with the next stage of our plan. The sheeple of the world have been the victim of our most secret and effective weapon, the big bad wolf," laughed the round-faced and man. The rest of the group shared his humor. Suddenly, there was a crash on the double oak doors. Alarmed, the man with the beard looked around at the others, who were equally speechless. A second bang brought the doors flying open, and there stood 4 Cerberuk troops in full battle armor. "What are you doing here?" asked the man with the glasses, as if a vagrant had just walked into his gentleman's club. "Shut up and open your comms channel. The master would like to speak to you," said the first of the hybrids. "The master? You clearly don't know who your masters actually are," said the man with the beard, as he began to rise from his seat, only to find a large hand cover his face and push him back into the chair. "You will do as told. Open your comms channel," said the Cerberuk. The man with the beard felt sick. There was an inflexible tone to the lizard that worried him. He reached for a cube on the table that instantly morphed into a control panel and selected Wolf's normal channel and waited for the screen to light up. Unusually, it flickered for a moment, but then Wolf's face appeared in full focus. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said with a gleeful smirk smeared across his face. "What is this nonsense, Wolf? What are your gorillas doing here?" shouted the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. "You send these creatures to our secret meeting place. What is the reason for this intrusion?" added the round-faced man. "Ah, my apologies, of course. Your secret meetings in secret places," said Wolf, who seemed highly amused. "Your clandestine world that has led you to meddle with things from darker realms of which you have no understanding. I will remind you, Mr. Wolf, who it is you speak to, and who it is that financed this project," said the man with the beard, as he attempted to put on a brave face. "Tell your test tube mutts to withdraw immediately, or there will be consequences." Wolf roared with laughter, as the Cerberuks inched forward, seeming far less amused. "It is less than wise, gentlemen, to insult a creature whose muscular density gives it the ability to pull your arms off without even breaking a sweat. Wouldn't you agree?" The man with the beard wished he had kept his mouth shut, as the nearest of the Cerberuks glared at him, the hate-filled eyes leaving no room for compromise. The rest, Savantari, looked less sure of themselves as they glanced gingerly at the 4 Cerberuks, who stood less than 2 meters away. "What is it that you want?" asked the man with the beard, as he decided to adopt a more diplomatic tone. "Well now, that's the question, isn't it? Shall we first consider perhaps what it is that you yourselves want? If I remember, you would like my army to take control of the nuclear sites we discussed, force a deal for joint control of Earth, so as you may tighten your grip on the planet, raise the taxes and feast on the honey. Am I correct?" "The plans were discussed in great detail, Wolf. I don't see why we need to go back over them again," said the man with the glasses. "Well, the reason is, I am making a few revisions of my own," said the Garaeum, who paused for a second. "You see, I do not eat from the same bowl as you, my greedy friends. My appetite is unaroused by your money menu, and I think what I would prefer is that this miserable rock simply remains in a state of war for the moment." "For what purpose? Have you gone completely insane?" asked the round-faced man. "Just a different perspective. But let's just explore your vision for a second. Even if I were to follow your plan, which I might do further down the line, rather than a council of leaders, I would say I prefer a dictatorship." "Dictatorship? Have you lost the plot?" said the man with the glasses. "Oh, I don't think so. You see, a dictatorship, as I am sure you are aware, whether it is visible or invisible, is a government of absolute power. The number required in office is 1, and that means you, my greedy friends, have just become redundant." "Wolf, we can work together with you," said the man the beard. "A continued war like the one you speak of might just work. It would certainly help bring down the ridiculous population levels we have on the planet. But it will need funding, and our partnership has been a good one so far. What do you say?" "Nice try, but I think you've forgotten how long I have run around conducting your affairs and brokering your deals. I have access to enough of your money to do whatever I like. The autonomy you gave to me in your foolish laziness and over-concern to keep your identities secret has been your downfall. But you only have limited access to our organization. You need us for the rest," said the man with the beard. "No, I do not, and time is a precious commodity of which I have none to spare, listening to your disgusting weaselry any further. DHY-19, I think our friends may have been finding their snake den a little cold recently. Perhaps you can help them out." The man with the beard felt his legs begin to fill with adrenaline as he backed away from the Cerberuks. DHY-19 and his 3 companions all produced canisters from their belts, and as they flicked the nozzles, the air filled with petroleum fumes. "No, Wolf! What are they doing? Stop them, please. "Let's discuss this," said the man with the beard. DHY. 19's head tilted, allowing his jaw to drop 2 inches, and letting out a heinous scream, he began to douse the men with petrol. Like pigs to the slaughter, the group backed up to the wall. "Wolf, please, I beg you," said the man with the beard, as he dropped to his knees, and he watched in confusion as Wolf's figure changed on the screen. His body diluted into the black shadows and smoke that surrounded him, and his eyes shone bright purple. "My dear God, who are you?" said the man with the glasses. "I am the devil, sir," said Wolf. "I am the devil that you have used to dispense death 1,000 times without so much as a raised eyebrow while you chase your aspirations. But today, it's your turn. Please continue, 19. Leave some blast marks so it looks like any other attack scene." DHY-19 sent a short blast of plasma at the men that fell on the man with the glasses, lighting them all up like a bonfire. The man with the beard had never imagined such total and complete pain, and shrieked like a desperate child. It was as he felt the flesh run away from his bones that the darkness took him. The last sound he ever heard was delighted screams of Cerberuks about to taste his meat. Chapter 55. Conway Drive. Kevin checked out the corner of his eye to see if Klazina had noticed he had almost dozed off at the wheel. Luckily enough, she was half asleep too, and faced away to the left. It was nearly 3 days since they had parted company with their friends, and with little food, and their eyes red through lack of sleep, the pair approached yet another roadblock. "These stops are a nightmare," said Klazina. "I know we would be in Lucy's town a lot quicker without them for sure," said Kevin. "We did well, though," said Klazina. "We could not have been luckier with the journey. I thought the attacks would have made it far harder to move around." "Yeah, surprisingly easy wasn't—" "Oh, shit. No way," said Kevin, as the reality of what he saw further down the road hit him like a giant hammer. "What is it?" "It's a 1-in-a-million nightmare, that's what it is. You see the police officer in front. It's the one whose daughter Lucy helped." "You're kidding, right?" "I wish I was. There are also 2 AJB Urban behind him as well. It's the same cop, and he's looking right at us." As he approached, the sergeant looked straight at them, and a policeman through and through, he had recognized Kevin instantly. "Well, well, well, we meet again, Mr. Sutton," he said, as Kevin dropped the window. "Do you want to tell me where you have been, and what your business is?" "I was on an assignment in Axial Europe, Sergeant," said Kevin, realizing he needed to gain control of the conversation quickly. "I can remember you from that accident the other week. Did you manage to catch up with the strange girl you were telling me about?" "You have a good memory, Mr. Sutton. I suppose you need one in that job of yours. Thing is, I'm not really in the habit of discussing police matters with anyone other than fellow police officers. With everything that's going on, some of us need to keep a level head and keep our citizens safe. What's your name, madam? Do you have any ID?" "I'm Klazina, Kevin's fiancé officer, and yes, I do," she smiled. "Well, perhaps you could let me have a quick look then." "Sergeant," came a shout. "Sergeant, quick, get over here. This idiot's got 2 bags of cycanol powder in his dash, and the scanner is picking up something in the back too. Dogs are going crazy." "Get gone, Sutton, and keep your nose out of police business," barked the sergeant as he spun around and jogged over to his colleague. Kevin smiled as he started back off, hardly able to believe his luck. "He did not call the details in on what he saw Lucy do," said Kevin. "How can you be so sure?" said Klazina. "Can't put my finger on it, really, but I just know he never called it in. He would have had a few more minutes to think and realized how many questions his account would raise. Frightened, he would look an idiot. He never told them." "Nothing stranger than people," laughed Klazina. "Girlfriend?" said Kevin. "Yeah, okay, big guy. Don't be getting ideas. It always puts people at ease when they can relate more easily to a situation." "Well, if you say so." "I do say so." "Well, one can but dream, I suppose," replied Kevin, as they both began to laugh almost a little too much with the tiredness taking over. "Are we going to get there at a reasonable hour, do you think?" "Yes, I think we are going to be fine. We are on the home straight now. Let's hope we can pull this off. Neveneseon said we could not take no for an answer. Well, let's see, because if you can get a middle-aged woman to dig up sticks and join this insane party on the back of the tail you're about to present her with, I'll be very impressed. Always with the negatives, eh, Kev? Said Klazina. As they inched along Conway Drive a little later and moved towards Lucy's house, Klazina looked a little nervous. You know I'm beginning to worry myself now. What are we going to do if Lucy's mum just loses it? It'll be fine, replied Kevin. I'm not so sure. I mean, it's her only child, and we are about to say that not only are we unsure of Lucy's well-being, but we left her with 2 aliens. I'm sure if she's Lucy's mother, she's strong and balanced, said Kevin. As you said, concentrate on the positives. Tell her Lucy is in safe hands, and we have been dispatched to tell her the news and watch out for her. Well, okay, anyway. Lucy said park away from the house, as there are some very nosy neighbours. Yeah, well, outside the cities, the smaller communities can be a bit more close-knit. Your business is never your own. As Kevin looked across the road, he was sure he saw the curtains twitch at number 22 and wondered if his paranoia was getting the better of him. As he glanced back to his side of the road, he saw what he had been looking for a few meters away. There, the one with the blue car, she's in, he said excitedly. Okay, park further along and we can walk back, said Klazina. Having parked 100 yards further along, they passed like shadows through the gate and under Mrs. Barnett's radar. Kevin timidly tapped on the door, and it opened in a flash, and right in front of them stood Jane Watkins. Given a crowd of thousands, Kevin would have picked Jane out as Lucy's mother in 2 seconds. The apple certainly hadn't landed far from the tree. He was about to smile, but then noticed how frightened she was, as searching Kevin and Klazina's faces for some clue as to their presence. She's okay, Mrs. Watkins, said Kevin. She's okay, but please, we must talk. Oh, my God, come in quick, said Mrs. Watkins, tears in her eyes. Are you police? No, Mrs. Watkins, we are nothing to do with the police, said Klazina. A JB, said Jane. No, sorry, stuttered Kevin. What are you doing here then? How do you know about my daughter? Mrs. Watkins, said Kevin, as he struggled to choose his words. We have just come from being with your daughter, and she's safe. We are her friends. Her friends? Said Mrs. Watkins, who was beginning to sound quite agitated. You're older than me. How can you possibly be her friends? Please, said Klazina in a calm tone. We do not want to upset you. Let us introduce ourselves, and then my colleague here will show you some things that will, I believe, gain your confidence. May we do this? This needs to be damn good. Fire away, said Jane sternly. I'm Klazina. You'll not notice, but I'm Dutch, not English. I hold a doctorate in psychology and still lecture occasionally. Kevin here writes for a major news group. We met purely because of your daughter, Mrs. Watkins, and have got a lot to tell you. We have a video message for you from Lucy. I think it will hopefully give you some comfort. Show me the message, said Jane. Kevin, said Klazina, as she clicked her fingers, and he fetched out the folder cam and began to scroll through the files. Slowly he passed the camera to Jane and clicked the play button and watched Jane's eyes widen in appreciation. None of the travellers had heard Lucy's message when she made it, and as Kevin listened to Lucy's upbeat account of events, it sounded like a fantasy story. She turned and looked at her visitors as Lucy mentioned them. Then as the video closed, the tears welled up, and Jane looked searchingly to Klazina. So what now? She said. We would like you to come with us for the time being at least, said Klazina. Are you crazy? My life is here. What would I do for money, and with the attacks from space going on too? We need to speak to you about that as well, but money is not a problem, replied Klazina. The Nolofan moved some B accounts around so that we have more than we could spend. I know this all seems incredible, Mrs. Watkins. Not so much as you might imagine. Just wait a second. I have something for you too, said Jane. Jane reached down by the side of her chair and passed over the diary. Wow, said Klazina, as she thumbed through the pages. "What is it?" asked Kevin, who could barely contain his curiosity as he leaned over Klazina's shoulder. She kept a journal, documented her development. My God, she even talks about AmArn at the end here, although not by name. This is a blessing, though she never mentioned it to us. Probably didn't see the significance it might have in helping convince you, Mrs. Watkins. There was so much going on back there. "I want to know everything," said Jane. "Start at the beginning and tell me the story. Maybe when you're done, if I think it's the best way, and believe it's what my daughter wanted, I'll join you. I'll need to concoct some tale for my mother, though. I cannot expose her to this. It will not compute with her way of thinking." "Coming with us is the best plan, Mrs. Watkins," said Kevin eagerly. "It's Jane. Please just call me Jane. Like I said, just start at the beginning, and I'll judge for myself." "I think it would be best if I begin," said Klazina. "I was with Lucy a little longer, and I also have some of the same abilities. Maybe it would be a good idea to start where Lucy's diary finishes. The boy she mentions at the end is called AmArn, and AmArn Jane is an extraterrestrial. I would have said you were plain crazy if it wasn't for what has happened to the world over the last few days. But go on, I'm listening." It took Klazina just over an hour to tell her tale, with Kevin adding the occasional detail of his flavour. Jane had sat through with her hand on Lucy's book and said very little. "So you don't know how she is right now, and her safety depends on the arrival of some angelic super race. Is that what you're telling me?" "I wish I had more I could tell you, but yes, pretty much," said Klazina. "And you want me to go with you?" "You saw the film. It's what Lucy wanted. And Neveneseon thought you could be in danger further down the line if the enemy thought ever to use you as a bargaining chip." "And you can finance this?" "Oh, don't worry about money. There is no shortage. We have that covered," said Klazina. "My God, I think I'm just about to part with any last ounce of sanity I might have left. I need to speak to my mother and get her to look after Teddy, my cat. You'll have to stay here tonight. I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. Lord knows what my mother will say. She is going to be having kittens herself." "Jane, I need a favour from you," said Kevin. "I need an access point and surface to get these films we made uploaded." "Uploaded to where?" "Virality first, and then all the other top video dumps." "You want to turn my daughter into a freak show?" "I wouldn't have put it like that, but it's what Lucy wanted," said Jane. "Okay, I get the point. It's in the kitchen on the side. The password is Lucy14 written, rather than numbers, and it's all lowercase. I suppose you two are hungry." "Yes, we have not eaten properly for days," said Klazina. "Sit tight. I'm going to fix you something up," said Jane, as she followed Kevin through to the kitchen. As Kevin fiddled around with the surface, he could feel Jane standing just behind him. "Thank you, by the way. I was a bit shitty with you both earlier, but thanks. You came a long way." "We made a promise to your daughter, and it wasn't one that could be broken," said Kevin, feeling rather proud of himself. "Well, thanks all the same. I hope you're not fussy eaters." "I can only speak for myself, but right now I could eat the plate on its own," said Kevin, who could feel the hollow rumble of his stomach. Chapter 56. The Early Bright. Lucy drifted in and out of consciousness for over 60 hours, while the world outside continued to change forever. Occasionally she'd been able to wake up for a moment, only to be quickly given yet more sedative by her Cerberuk captors. Her eyes twitched under the lids in frantic bouts of sleep, and saw other versions of herself, isolated in parallel dimensions. Layer after layer she passed through, with the infinite complexity of the universe driving her insane. Attempts to escape merely presented other renditions of herself that howled with laughter at the vain efforts she made. This time, however, the awakening was different. Lucy felt far more alert than previously as she opened her eyes. It was not easy, but she could now move her toes and fingers a little. Lucy could see parts of the building that she was in were carved out from the surrounding rock, and it resembled something of a cave in places. She became aware of AmArn and Neveneseon, both looking at her from either end of the room. Lucy began to hear faint voices in the distance. She frowned and tried to make out the words, which were so quiet it was hard to tell if they were indeed real. Then the voices seemed to link and become just one, and then she knew it. Neveneseon. "Listen to me," she said inside Lucy's head. "The drugs are potent, and we must project together to succeed. There is only one guard." Lucy looked away towards the door and could see no one. It was as she turned her eyes toward the opposite end, near AmArn, that she was able to catch a glimpse of the Cerberuk that guarded them. He was a battle troop in full uniform, like the ones she had seen on the news report in Old Cairo. He looked incredibly strong and carried a large plasma rifle, leaving Lucy curious as to how they could get past him. "What are we trying to do?" asked Lucy, using her mind to communicate, and unsure she could make it work. "Concentrate on my bracelets," said AmArn's faint echo. "We free AmArn first, let him deal with the soldier," came the voice of Neveneseon. Lucy began to clear her thoughts and search for the vibrations the Nolafan. It took her a minute, but once they were attuned, she felt some strength returning and focused her attention on the metal strips around AmArn's wrists and feet. The entwining of their thoughts made her head buzz, and in the distance she could hear a low-frequency hum. Then, sure enough, one by one the clasps popped open. AmArn waited for the Cerberuk to pass by, and then, as light as a feather, he hopped from his perch in silence. He tapped the troop on the back, who turned around and locked eyes with AmArn, a mistake that was to be his downfall. From what Lucy could see, looking into AmArn's eyes had plunged the Cerberuk into a world of mental chaos that drove him mad within a second. Screaming while trying to undo his helmet, as though it might release him from his torment, he dropped to his knees. AmArn put his whole hand on the side of the creature's neck, who fell unconscious to the floor. Then quickly he ran to Lucy. "Concentrate with me," he said, and within a few seconds Lucy was free, and they ran to release Neveneseon. "I feel better already," Lucy said. "If we tried to work alone, we would not be standing here now," said Neveneseon. "The joining together of minds brings strength and rejuvenation. Something one as selfish as the Garaeum will not have foreseen. Come, we must go quickly." The double steel doors were easy for AmArn, as he raised his hand in front of him, and they sprang aside. As they ran into a large hall, Lucy could hear the filthy screams of the Cerberuks, who had been monitoring the cameras away in the distance. To the near right was a slim passageway that led to some stairs. Pulling the steel doors together and closing them behind them, Neveneseon pointed towards the entrance. "Quick, this way," she said. The stairs led to a maze of smaller corridors, and as they darted from one to the next, Lucy turned to AmArn. "Do you hear them? They talk in English?" she said. "Interesting," said AmArn. "Wait, go back a bit. That last turn to the left," said Neveneseon. The trio retraced their steps and looked along the passage, which seemed to drop off at the end. "More stairs. I think it's best to go this way." After the steps, they headed down an arched passageway that was larger, but was dark and tricky to judge. There were alcoves every 100 meters or so, and as they passed the third, AmArn stopped for a second. "Look," he said, and pointed into the recess. Part of the floor was raised a few inches, and covered with a metal lid, which was in turn sealed with a large padlock to the rear. "Where does this go?" "Let me," said Lucy, and as she knelt and placed her fingers on the lock, it instantly sprang open. As Lucy looked down the channel, it was around 30 foot deep, and the passage below dimly lit. Quickly, they started down a metal ladder fixed to the wall of the shaft, and Neveneseon pulled the hatch closed as AmArn reached the bottom with Lucy behind him. Lucy looked now along the long corridor in which they stood and tried to fathom its length, as it seemed to stretch on for miles, with various pipes and tubes running its walls. "I wonder where we are." "Where indeed," said Neveneseon, sounding less than pleased. "We will have more idea with clear sky above us. I am no great lover of enclosed spaces. Although structurally sound, the walls were rough in places with no facing, just the original rock. There were crates and cylinders stacked up along the way that Lucy imagined to contain supplies of some description. "Wait for a second," said AmArn, as he stopped at one of the crates. "What is it?" asked Lucy. "Water," replied AmArn. "Pull the cover away and pass 2 bottles," said Neveneseon. Quickly she placed a bottle on each side of her cloak. "Well done, AmArn, take one, and pass one to Lucy." "Active cellular systems all use water," said Lucy, as she ran her hand over AmArn's shoulder. "You have learned well, my friend," said AmArn, as he clasped her hand and smiled, and just for a second Lucy forgot her plight as the warmth of his touch reached her heart. For half an hour they trudged on, but at least the Cerberuks appeared to have lost the trail, and Lucy began to think how well they had outsmarted the lizards. "We must keep on," said Neveneseon. "I imagine those beasts can pick a scent up." "Yes, they are predators," said AmArn. One by one, the pipes disappeared, until eventually they reached the end of the line. What stood in front of them was a metal door that looked almost as if it might belong in a bank's vault. With the surrounding area also made of the same steel, there were large brackets and a series of hydraulic cables. The door itself had 8 large hinges and a large lever that operated the door. "This might take a minute," said AmArn with a frown. "Maybe not," laughed Lucy, as she skipped forward and leaned down on the bar. The hydraulics clicked into action, and the door began to open slowly. "It's made to keep people out, not in." "Very intelligent," said Neveneseon. As the door opened, they all squinted into the fresh morning light that poured through and warmed their skin. "Let's move," said Neveneseon. They filed through, and without any help, the door quickly closed again behind them. There was a path down between 2 natural ridges, which they followed, and then stopped for a second. Lucy looked out at the landscape in front of her. To her right, on the floor, were hundreds of bleached white bones. After this, a vast yellow sea stretched away into the distance. Facing them was another large ridge, its razor gullies both treacherous and uninviting. A path headed out to the left of the rocks, but the glare of the sun was already uncomfortable. "It would help if we knew where we are," said Neveneseon. "AmArn, I need you to help me." The Nolofan linked hands with their heads, raised slightly towards the sky. For 2 minutes they were silent, their open eyes running through the colours of the spectrum until they closed entirely, and another minute later they broke apart. "What is the piece of land, very large, like a point to the right of Cairo metropolis?" asked Neveneseon. "I do not know every single corner of the globe," laughed Lucy. "Yes, you know this, like a triangular peninsula. It's very big," said Neveneseon. "Sinai?" said Lucy. "Yes, right. My travels never really brought me here. What about you?" said Neveneseon as she turned to AmArn. "No, I have no experience of this place," he said. "The whole Sinai area is a pretty lawless mess," said Lucy. "It's non-union and a bed of rebel forces, a constant war zone." "Well, I can tell you that was no rebel base we just came from," said Neveneseon. "Which way?" said Lucy, as she looked back at the doors, eager to get moving. "Okay, we head along the path. There is no other option open to us," said Neveneseon. The 3 started at a steady pace, but the sun was no friend to them, and they soon slowed with every step. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the jagged ridge, already feeling exhausted. Lucy rounded the corner of the rocky vein and met with an unexpected sight. Like a picture from a history book, high up on his camel sat an elderly nomad, staring calmly down at them with a bemused look. A gleaming white keffiyeh covered most of his face, which reminded Lucy of worn orange leather. The camel itself was a light tan, adorned with 2 beautifully woven blankets that sat over a saddle. What made Lucy smile was that for his aesthetic charm, the native still had a state-of-the-art folder phone strapped to his right arm, pulling him straight into modern day. The Bedouin looked at Lucy, and his eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge, as though he knew her inside out. He smiled, nodded once, and quickly turned and headed away. "No, sir, please wait," said Lucy, sad to see the stranger leave so quickly. "Leave him," said Neveneseon. "I doubt he would be too keen to help us, and I have no wish to drag him into what could be his undoing." Lucy watched as he moved quickly away, and was soon just a small dot on the horizon. There was nothing of these old cultures left in the Unions, and she found it incredible they could still exist on the same planet. Neveneseon looked at Lucy, and then back in the direction of the nomad, and her eyebrow raised, she turned to AmArn. "Under the hooded top you have a shirt, don't you?" she said. "I do," he replied. "Take it off and put the hooded top back on." AmArn stared vacantly at Neveneseon. "Quickly, she has no protection for her head. Temperatures are going to rise." Lucy turned politely away as AmArn got changed before he handed the T-shirt to Neveneseon. She quickly took it in her hands and tore down one of the seams. "Hey! Do you still have that knife I've seen you playing with earlier?" asked Neveneseon. "No, the Cerberuks took it," answered AmArn. "Cerberuks?" said Lucy. "That's what the Garaeum called them, isn't it?" said AmArn. "I guess if he made them, he gets to give them a name then," said Lucy. "He does," said Neveneseon, very matter-of-factly, as she used her teeth to help tear pieces of the T-shirt off, ending up with an almost perfect square. She then folded the cloth into a triangle. "Stand here," she continued, and then with Lucy in front of her, she placed the long edge of the scarf along Lucy's forehead, making the sides uneven, passed the corners underneath and around, and tied them to make a kafia. "You look like a local now," laughed AmArn. "It's actually quite comfortable," said Lucy. "Put your hood up, AmArn, and let's create some distance between us and this place," said Neveneseon. Lucy and the Nolofan had walked for just over an hour and drank half the water they had found in the corridor before they halted for a second. "I have an uneasy feeling here," said AmArn. The path they had followed had led them upwards slowly along a ridge. There was just solid rock to the right and a sheer drop to the left, leaving them with only two choices of direction. "We must keep going and hope for the best," said Neveneseon, who for once sounded less than convincing, and then Lucy spotted a glint of metal in the sky. "What are they?" she said, and pointed upwards at the faint dots, which were getting bigger every second, and seemed to have trails of smoke behind them. "What can they possibly be?" "Cerberuk troops," said AmArn, as he turned to Neveneseon, wearing a look of undisguised fear. "We must move fast. Get off the track. Out the way." "It's not just the hybrid soldiers," said Neveneseon. "There is something far darker approaches. I feel the beast returns." "Look!" screamed Lucy. With their attention on the incoming Cerberuk soldiers, nobody noticed the Megiddo wasp that approached from the left. Shots exploded on the rocks beside them, and Lucy felt the real terror that this might finally be the end of the road, when suddenly Neveneseon jumped to the front. "Get behind me!" she shouted. "What's she doing?" asked Lucy, nervously crouched to AmArn's left. "She bends the light around us like a river passes a stone." Lucy tried to visualize what AmArn had suggested, and sure enough, whatever it was Neveneseon was up to seemed to be working. "It has stopped shooting at us," whispered Lucy, as she reached out to AmArn. "It cannot see us. An object is only visible when it reflects light. They cannot see even a heat signature. The problem is, she will not be able to make this happen for long." Lucy could see Neveneseon's fists clenched in concentration. With its engines at 90 degrees, the wasp hung like a falcon on a thermal. Neveneseon began to shake, and AmArn turned to Lucy and grabbed her arm. "She cannot hold for long. Make ready to run." "They will destroy us," said Lucy, as her voice betrayed the fear inside her. "You can never be destroyed," said AmArn, his voice regaining some calm as he held her hand. "You are forever. You are energy, energy that always was and always will be. Just another journey." Lucy smiled, taking some comfort in AmArn's words. "Get ready, Lucy. Our friend weakens." Lucy gritted her teeth as she sat on her haunches, ready to sprint. "Run!" screamed Neveneseon. As the three bolted from their position, the wasp sprang to life and released a spray of plasma right after them. They headed back in the direction they had come from, and away from the Cerberuk troops on the ground. Neveneseon winced in pain as a blast hit her calf, but sounded more determined than ever. "Keep moving," she shouted, as Lucy tried to turn and look at her. The wasp moved quickly past them, and let fly another blaze of shots right across their path. Forced to stop, they backed up against the rocks, and Lucy was convinced she could hear the laughter of the Garaeum dancing on the air. She stared up at what she thought was sure to be their end, when unexpectedly there came a new sound from the sky, a strange and overpowering vibration that focused on the wasp as it hovered above. Somewhere in the background, Lucy thought she heard screams from inside the craft, as the hum surrounding it became excruciatingly loud, that the ship began to shake visibly. Then, as the pitch changed to a higher frequency, the wasp shattered into 1,000,000 pieces that sparkled in the air for a second before slowly falling to earth. "My God! What just happened?" said Lucy. "I have no clue," said AmArn, "but whatever it was, it probably saved our lives." Then the sound came again, but the tone was now softer on the ear. First, from the heavens above, and then seeming to surround them, came a vibration that Lucy felt pass through her, which resonated with her entire body. Lucy held out her arm covered in goosebumps, and through the calm of the thick, hot air, the heavens above twisted and folded before her eyes. The sky, as if reinvented, opened back out on itself, and there appeared a spacecraft of such size and beauty that Lucy gasped out loud. Its center was a disk that's edges revolved against each other and emitted a beautiful blue-white light. Sleek silver wings, with sections that resembled feathers stretched over 1/2 mile long, shimmered in the early bright. Lucy stood breathless as the realization of what she saw hit her. She had seen ancient symbols that looked like this. The Egyptians had used the winged disk symbol, and in ancient Sumer, this was the sign of the sky god Anu. Was this what the ancient civilizations had seen? The Garaeum's troops had halted momentarily, struck now with confusion, shouting and arguing amongst themselves. "They come," said AmArn. Quickly they made their way down a smaller path to the flat below. Lucy squeezed AmArn's hand again, her eyes bright in expectation, and at that very second, the Aanorloran walked right out from the air in before her. 5 of them, there were 3 male and 2 female. With their visors retracted, Lucy was immediately overwhelmed by their presence, feeling the strength and love that radiated from them. Their suits, all individual in design, were of a magical cloth of many colors. With their faces uncovered now, she could see they were of more than one ethnicity. But the thing they all had in common was their eyes of molten silver. Lucy looked at the hands of the female nearest to her, and could see speckles of bright bluish light through the skin. It was as if they carried the energy of the universe within them. The male and female at the front stepped up towards them, and looked first to Neveneseon. "Hey, mi antat," said the female. "Enuk aset," replied Neveneson. "Napante nuarmue seni sisoshru ket an Aanorloran," he continued. Lucy almost understood the introduction, but once Neveneseon started to speak in more detail with them, she could no longer follow. Neveneseon turned to her a minute later and spoke. "Nuarmu and Sisoshru are here with the others to speak with you, Lucy," said Neveneseon. "I told them it was you at the top of the pyramid. The signal was received, and they have answered it, as was always intended, should it be sent. However, they now also understand we have an enemy to deal with. They have no love for the Garaeum, and have agreed already they will help us." Lucy wished the moment could last forever, but as she looked to the east, the Cerberuks were approaching again, with Wolf barking instructions from their near right flank. Clad appropriately for a creature from a starless dimension, he wore black armor similar to his troops without the headgear. There were at least 300 of them in total, and with such odds, Lucy began to fear the worst again. Plasma fire rained in, as along with the Aanorloran, the travellers dropped to their knees. "Let's see how the Garaeum and his dogs like these new odds," said AmArn to Lucy, when all at once a series of blasts fired down, one of them hitting him in the shoulder. He screamed in pain, and Lucy looked on in desperation as her dear friend's face crumbled and he fell to the sand. She quickly turned him around, balking at the stench of charred flesh. Nuarmu got back to her feet, and her form diffused with the surrounding air. Plasma blasts seemed to pass through or bounce off her as she raised her hands like a boxer. Hardly moving, she was able to return the shots down their paths, instantly taking out over a dozen Cerberuks. They fired even harder solely at Nuarmu, and as the blasts reflected, there was soon more than 30 of them dead or maimed. The Garaeum walked towards Nuarmu and unleashed a burst of black energy, which merely parted either side. The rest of the Aanorloran were on their feet, standing in formation behind her, as Nuarmu began an advance. Many of the Cerberuks faltered. Bewildered and screaming, they looked to their master for guidance. With a hand raised, the Garaeum approached, laughing as he did. "It is touching that you return to check on your mongrel spawn," he spat from his downturned lips. "But surely you realize the Garou can never be defeated." Everyone looked at Nuarmu, but it was Neveneseon who answered. "Your soldiers are frightened, Garaeum," she said. "You may not be destroyed entirely, but you have plagued this world for far too long, and it is time you returned to the darkness in which you belong." "You step to me, Neveneseon of the Nolifan," he said, emphasizing the last word, almost mocking their very existence. "What audacity! I am Dakumsaraeum, and I am Garue, you fool." It was the first time Lucy had heard this name, and she wondered if perhaps Neveneseon already knew it. The skies above had become black in a matter of minutes, creating weather that was alien to the surroundings. The dark, menacing folds hung low, as the gathering winds bore the sand up into the middle air. The Garaeum raised his hand again, as if conducting a symphony. "You may think yourself clever, but I was in this dimension before they ever called your name. I know you, Neveneseon. Running here and running there across the galaxy, interfering in the affairs of others, to give your barren existence some purpose." "Maybe it is so," replied Neveneseon, "but I will. See you leave this soul that you haunt, this world you torment, and return to the blackness that is your home." With that, the Garaeum let out a low, guttural roar, opened his mouth, and sent a stream of dark matter towards Neveneseon, knocking her off clean her feet, but she sprang up in a flash. He crouched slightly, assuming an attack-like position, and yet taking a step back, as if ready to protect a retreat at the same time. The remaining Cerberuks raised their weapons again. One of them, a blue sleeve, discharged a shot in the direction of Sisoshrou, who, without even lifting a hand, looked in the direction of the blast and destroyed it in flight. His form then flickered for a second, and then he vanished, reappearing next to the blue sleeve. Whispering something, he struck a blow at the lizard's chest that dropped him unconscious to the floor. Neveneseon ran at the Garaeum. They clashed, becoming entangled with hands at each other's throats, and again there was a blast of energy from Wolf. His appearance changed as if the size of his form increased, but at the same time his very seams were coming adrift as a dark purple light radiated from his mouth and core. "Leave this world! You are not welcome!" screamed Neveneseon. "You do not command the Garou," he replied, as with another explosion from within him, they thrown apart. Neveneseon ran back toward him, but then, as he raised his hand, there was a deafening noise of crashing thunder from above. As a single fork of lightning lashed out from the skies, it landed squarely on Neveneseon and brought her down to her knees as she gasped in pain. Like a jackal, the Garaeum was upon her, and grasping her neck with one hand, he pushed his fingers against her heart. As Neveneseon's eyes began to bulge, Nuarmu, realizing she was in trouble, flew to her side and tore the Garaeum away. Before she could take hold of the enemy, he dropped his hands to the side. "Goodbye, fools. You can never win," he said, as Wolf's body folded and hit the ground hard. Nuamu spoke to Neveneseon, who appeared to be coming around while the fighting continued with the remaining Cerberuks. 2 of the Aanorloran were hit with plasma bolts in the crossfire, but fought on. Nuamu signaled to one of the others, and they produced each an arc of light that resembled the shape of a boomerang. As they released these weapons, they set off in counter-circles, taking down scores of the Cerberuk troops, who began to make their retreat. By the time Sisoshrue found Lucy, there were tears in her eyes as she kneeled at AmArn's side. "I've tried to fix him, but it isn't working. I don't know what to do. Is he dying? Please don't let him die." Sisoshrue waved to one of the others, who came over and began to work on AmArn with her hands. Neveneseon dismissed the attention of Nuamu, although thanking her, and turned her own to Richard Wolf, who lay writhing on the floor, his infernal parasite having departed. The diabolical fire and rage that had consumed his body for so long had left him broken and demented. His eyes were wide with paranoid terror, and his inane mumbling unintelligible. Slowly, Neveneseon made her way towards him, and then knelt at his side, and taking his hand, she clasped it between both her own. "It has passed," she whispered, "gone from you, so that you may have peace at last." As she looked down at him, Wolf's body gradually relaxed, as just for a second understanding and calm seemed to return to his eyes, before finally they closed, and he slipped away in front of her. The battle overcame Neveneseon as she dropped to the ground vomiting and rolled around to lie face up with a hand to her chest. With the battle lost, and the Garaeum having made his exit, the remaining Cerberuks withdrew, using their jetpacks to get back to the Pythos that had deployed them. "Go to Neveneseon," said AmArn to Lucy as he reopened his eyes. "I am okay." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am going to be fine. It is a surface wound," replied AmArn as he began to inspect the dressing applied by the Aanorloran. "Come, I can stand." As the two approached, Neveneseon's hand was raised to them as she spoke with Nuamu, who crouched close beside her. "Wait, please," said Neveneseon, her voice quieter than before. The discussion seemed intense and continued for the next few minutes, while AmArn and Lucy sat nearby. "You were right. It does seem long since the day we began," said AmArn. "You never know what's around the corner," replied Lucy. "I would prefer not to. Klazina has this gift. I would not enjoy it." "I did not know Klazina had such power." "Do not underestimate her. She is powerful in different ways to you. I shall miss her. I feel your paths will cross again." "I hope so." "Lucy, AmArn, please come now," beckoned Neveneseon. "Lucy," she said, "we have spoken. We have decided that provided you agree, and you are to leave with the Aanorloran. Earth is in turmoil. The Garaeum has created chaos and confusion here. He may have run today, but he will not leave your world so easily." "He is dead, though," said Lucy, pointing to Wolf's body away to the right. "Lucy, you know what he is, and we cannot destroy his being so easy. He will simply infect another soul and continue his dark work. You may be able in the future to fight this evil, but you do not have the skills for such a challenge now. We think it best that you leave with them. They are your creators, just as they are ours, and they are the wisest beings in the galaxy, and there is no better place for you to learn." "But where do they want to take me?" asked Lucy. "They call it Aanorloran, and will not discuss the location with me. It was always the intention of the Aanorloran that should they find a human who had awoken in the way that you have, that they would take you back there with them. It is finding AmArn and myself here that is cause for discussion. Things did not end well when we turned away from them before. They vowed never to engage with the Nolofan again. However, because of all that has happened, It is agreed that AmArn will travel with you as an ambassador. But will you come with us too, Neveneseon? Come here, both of you, she replied with her arms outstretched, and took a hand each as they both dropped to her side. I am dying, Lucy. I will not survive this encounter. This beast has put a wound on me that cannot be healed. No, shouted AmArn, this cannot be. He turned to speak to Nuamu, who was already walking away. Say it is not true, his eyes black and wide with panic. You will look after Lucy, AmArn, said Neveneseon. You have done very well. Your mother will be proud when she hears of this story. Yours too, Lucy. Your paths are, I believe, linked together. There is a bond between you that is now so strong, and it cannot be denied. AmArn will help you with the language, Lucy. I believe it is destiny that you travel together. I did not tell you, AmArn, but I have sent word to Oddys. He is aware of our struggle. Our task is complete, Lucy is safe, and with the Aanorloran, and my time is finished. There was silence for a second, and then Neveneseon's grip relaxed. Goodbye, Lucy. Goodbye, AmArn. Her eyes closed as her hands fell limp, and Lucy began to shake uncontrollably as the tears rolled forth. She took the t-shirt AmArn had given her slowly from her head and placed it gently over Neveneseon's face. Do not cry, Lucy, said AmArn. Her time was well spent. Her spirit will rise, and we will continue. I loved her, AmArn. She was so beautiful and strong. And she loved you too. Come away. Let us speak with the Aanorloran. AmArn spoke with Shrew for a moment, and he came over to Lucy. He held out her palm towards Lucy. It was full of the same cosmic kaleidoscope she had seen before, in the hands of the Nolofan, slowly whirling around and hypnotic to behold. He nodded to Lucy, who placed her hand over Shrew's, and felt the energy released immediately tearing through her body. Touched by the Aanorloran, she suddenly felt her place was to be with them, never having experienced such clarity in all her life. She looked deep into Shrew's eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. They are going to take care of Neveneseon's body, said AmArn. A few yards ahead, a fold appeared in the air, and Shrew pointed towards it. Lucy turned once more to look upon Neveneson before she reached for AmArn's hand, and the two disappeared into the gap before them. Chapter 57. Download. Plug me in for a full charge, said Blake to the station attendant. Blake hadn't been in the place for years. It was one of the older garages that still had petrol pumps, which were few and far between. What made it even more interesting was the attendant himself, as most stations were self-serving. You see the latest on the news there, buddy? Here we go again, thought Blake, as he politely shook his head. We got one of 'em, said the young man, as he clenched his fist and waved it in the air. What you mean we captured one? No, the spaceships, man. 2 of our planes blew one clean out the sky. They've been on about it all morning. The big silver things? No, buddy. One of those zippy little fellas with round bits on the side. They ain't invincible, then, laughed Blake. Nope. Them green fellas gone messed with the wrong planet this time. Catch you later, buddy. As the attendant buzzed his way over to another car, Blake could hear the same story told again, which made him smile at the resilience of people in a crisis. The funeral was not going to be for a few more days, and Blake had decided to leave town for the meantime. In the back of the car was a small arsenal of weapons, and next to him sat his Surface. He grabbed it with his headphones as he headed for the cafe at the back of the charging points. Blake sat with his coffee a few minutes and scrolled back through his Netscape searches from earlier that day. As he clicked on some of the headings, false flag, bogus alien invasion, and invasion hoax, he was merely looking at the material he had already seen, and none of it impressed him. Then jumping back onto virality, he saw a new film of a red-haired woman and a young girl. Alien invasion is a trick. Learn the truth, announced the title. Quickly he loaded it up, and as his eyes widened, The older woman began the dialogue, and Blake turned up his headphones. "The news that I'm about to give you, and what we will now show you, might be difficult to understand at first, but I would ask that you listen to me, as Earth's future is at stake." The woman looked intelligent and spoke articulately, and as Blake paid attention to the speech as it continued, he already found her presentation very credible. She talked of an alien force that fed on Earth's misery and an evolutionary advance in humans before she allowed the younger girl to take the stage. Blake frowned as he watched the teenager and rewound the video. "Is this a joke?" he thought, as the youngster performed impossible tricks in front of the camera. She made things jump into her hands, then held objects in the air without touching them, and Blake shook his head in disbelief. Again and again, he moved the slider back, searching for a flaw in the film that might reveal an illusion, but found nothing. The quality was perfect, and the light angles matched precisely with the background, and as far as he could see, it was genuine. The red-haired woman continued again, speaking of humanity, fooled with greed and power, and the need for people to come together to fight this evil force. Blake copied the film to his Surface, having had the feeling the video would not be around for very long. "I need more information on this," he thought, as he methodically tapped his fingers on the table, when suddenly he had an idea. He packed up and marched back over to the Jeep and grabbed his folder phone. If there was one person who might have some clue as to what to make of this, it was the man who had trained him in his early days with AJB Tactical. Blake checked some travel times and had made up his mind that he would go and visit his mentor. It had been a while, but he was sure old Colonel Rinder would be able to take some time for him. Chapter 58. Resonance. Jane had taken quickly to her new companions and found there wasn't much to dislike about either of them. Klazina's academic background impressed her, although he had probably pulled a few stunts in his time. Kevin's heart was in the right place. "What made you pick a city to hide in?" she asked, and toyed with the sandwich in front of her. "I mean, this place is nice enough, but I'm no great fan of cities." "It was AmArn who suggested it," said Klazina. "He said we should head to a more built-up area, as it's easier to hide in a crowd. Provided you have no registered folder phone, and as long as you're not chipped, the cameras no longer know who you are. Thank God chipping is not compulsory. I'm sure it will be one day." "Well, I suppose so," nodded Jane. "It's going to take a while getting used to having no phone, though. Like having your arm chopped off at first, but I'm okay with it now," said Kevin. "Anyway, at least all your arrangements all went well." "I suppose so. I was lucky my bosses knew all about Lucy disappearing and said I could take as long as I wanted," said Jane. "I was lucky because, in the current crisis, all medical staff are working. They may even ask those in retirement to come in if the attack casualties get any worse." "It's going to be difficult at first changing your life in such a way," said Klazina. "Don't worry, we will stick together. I've a feeling we are going to be on the move a lot, though." Jane needed fresh air, and had, as far as she was concerned, been polite enough about the amount of time spent indoors, and decided it was time to make her point about a little exercise. "I'm happy to follow your plans, but can we at least go out for a while? I hate being cooped up in here for so long." Kevin seemed to look to Klazina, who gave a gentle nod. "Yeah, sure. Let's take a walk and leave the new car here," said Kevin. "At least you got a fair price for the old one," said Klazina. "Yeah, can't complain really, but the best bit is they cannot trace the payment for the new one." Jane would have frowned on such behavior a couple of weeks earlier and wondered how to pull such a trick, but now it was strangely comforting to have such a streetwise colleague. "I'm not even going to ask," she said, with a roll of her eyes. As they stepped a few minutes later out onto the cold street, a polydrone hovered near a smart light on the left-hand end of the road. "This way, I believe," said Klazina, as she turned to the right with a smile. Daily life had changed for the worse, with the presence of the AJB soldiers, now a permanent fixture. People's eyes would wander to the sky as they went about their business in mortal fear. The trio had walked for 40 minutes or so, discussing their situation, until they arrived at a tunnel that passed below a larger road. "I feel something," said Klazina, as she stopped dead in her tracks. "Like what?" asked Kevin. "I don't know. A strange sensation like a vibration, not unpleasant. I feel as though I should recognize it." Jane gave a curious glance towards Kevin, who burst out laughing. "Oh, don't worry, you're going to get very used to this kind of extrasensory madness," he said. "Your Lucy's no better, and as for our silver-haired amigos, they take it to a whole new level." "Is everything okay?" said Jane. "I don't feel we are in danger, but it's driving me crazy. What can it be?" said Klazina. "What indeed?" came a voice from the shadows ahead. "What is it that resonates but a single note of harmony throughout the universe that binds us all together?" "Odis!" cried Klazina. "It is good that you wear the disc so I may find you," replied Odis, as he emerged from the darkness ahead. "You have not changed. How have you been?" "Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you," said Klazina. "We are fine, but we have no clue what to do next, and desperately need your guidance. Do you have some news for us?" As Odis stepped from the shadow, his eyes filled with the deepest blue, and his silver hair became visible beneath the hood he wore. As Jane realized she was face to face with a real-life alien, she panicked a little and reached for Kevin's arm. "It's fine. He's is one of the good guys," whispered Kevin. "Odis, this is Kevin and Jane," said Klazina. "Kevin, Jane, it is good to meet with you," said Odis. "She is Lucy's mother," replied Klazina. "I understand, and yes, I have news. Some is good, and some is bad," said Odis. "I have come because Neveneseon sent me a message a few days ago. It explained much of what had been happening here, and she asked that I might speak with the chamber on her behalf. There was a lot of debate, Klazina, as to what was the best course to take, but then something else happened." "Please carry on," said Klazina. "A ship of the Aanorloran appeared near Algon," said Odis. "You know of our history, I believe, and must understand such a thing has not happened for a very long time." "Yeah, we got the full story when the Eraow were entertaining us," said Klazina. "The Aanorloran asked permission to come and speak with our leaders," said Odis. "It was a small craft. Only 2 of them came, but they brought something with them that will bring you sadness." Odis lowered his head and placed his hand on Klazina's shoulder. "They brought Neveneseon's body." "No, please do not tell me this," said Klazina, her eyes wide with panic. "And my daughter?" said Jane. "Lucy is alive, and I will come to this," said Odis. "I am sorry, Klazina, to bring such bad news, but Neveneseon has gone from us. She fought the Garaeum out in the desert, forced him from his host with the help of the Aanorloran, but she did not survive the injuries he inflicted upon her." "You mentioned you had news, good and bad," said Kevin. "Yes, I do. As I said, your daughter is safe," said Odis. "Oh, thank God," said Jane, who felt a bit selfish as the wave of relief washed over her, and she stepped forward to offer her hand to Odis. "Thank you so much. She has gone with the Aanorloran. AmArn is with her, and the door is opened." "Well, this is good news," replied Klazina. "This creature has murdered one of our own," said Odis. "It does not lie well with the chamber, and they will prepare to act upon it, but there are laws. There are community rules regarding assistance rendered to Inception planets when the senior species has not yet achieved a certain level of advancement. Much will depend upon Lucy's return, and that will rely on whether the Aanorloran can bring her forward, and when they feel she is ready. They will not rush this process, Klazina. It is not their way." "What will we do now?" "I am to remain here with you. We must keep moving, and try to see what we can do to expose this Garaeum until Lucy returns. We are grateful for the parts you have played, and to Jane for bringing this child into being. I have these for you both." Odis reached out his hands, one to Jane and one to Kevin. In each he held silvery charms identical to Klazina's. Please take them as tokens of our friendship and keep them with you. Should you be lost, we may find you by these. The road ahead is unsure, but I will stay as long as is necessary. This the chamber has ordered. Chapter 59. Aanorloran. Lucy's mind floated like a feather in a vacuum as she stared out into the depths of the cosmos. The ship of the Aanorloran was like nothing she could have imagined. There were no metallic walls or control panels, like the craft they travelled in with the Eraow. Just vast areas of white space, punctuated with large windows that allowed the traveller to feel that they were outside. The journey passed like a dream, with Lucy, losing any perception of real time and previous troubles, were now a distant memory. The ship appeared to bank slightly, and the scene outside changed from the darkness of deep space to a swirling silver vortex that made the hairs on Lucy's neck stand up. "What's happening?" she said to AmArn. "I think they make the jump now," he said. After a couple of minutes, the vortex gave way to soft clouds that were not like the white ones of Earth, but appeared to have a more bluish hue as the craft passed through them. Lucy pressed her nose against one of the portals and saw Aanorloran, the home of the Aanorloran, the measureless beauty unfolding before her as she looked across the lands. At the forefront stood one of many tall towers, and as white as snow, it glistened in the lights of the twin stars above. The two foremost sides of the outer walls descended at a perfect 52 degrees, dividing the sundering green sea to the right and land that rose quickly to the left. Lucy had never been a lover of the metropolis, but this was different. Every single building seemed to complement the next, and the patterns and symmetry they created drew the eye into their perspective like some optical trick. She could hear enchanting music in the distance, and the faint laughter of children on the air as she turned to AmArn. "Do you feel it?" she whispered. "Oh yes, like the pyramid but stronger. The energy is everywhere," he said. Leading up towards the tower, there appeared a white stone pathway. As Lucy took her first step, it seemed to her it had always been there, but was only now revealed to the eye. As she studied the steps, each stone was laid so precisely against the next, you would struggle to slide a razor blade between them. The path had tall white trees either side from which leaves of silver shone on Lucy's face as they began to climb. The Aanorloran took their positions on either side of the path and nodded as though to greet their guests. Lucy felt proud and grateful all at the same time, and held her head high as they walked along the path flanked by their welcoming hosts, and then she saw him. At the end of the way, like a statuesque paragon of knowledge, stood Neveneson. His platinum hair flowed over his shoulders, and his eyes smiled at Lucy as he beckoned for her to approach. Even the oldest of the Aanorloran learned his name in stories as children, and few could guess his age, if indeed it could be measured. He looked straight into Lucy, and she felt a wave of force pass through her so strong it was as though every single cell in her had suddenly become energized. Her body tingled from head to toe, and as she stood in euphoric harmony with the universe around her, it was all she could do not burst into laughter at such bliss. After a few seconds, Neveneson spoke to them in a voice far fairer than Lucy had expected. "Hi, AmArn, hi Lucy, napante Neveneson, me antat," he said, as he smiled down at them. "Enuk asset," answered AmArn. "I search for this language of Earth that you use, and now it comes to me." "But how? How can you know it in an instant?" said AmArn. "I read from you, AmArn," said Neveneson. "I read from you and everyone who has ever spoken it. All things can be known, you need but to ask. You understood this once on Algan. Perhaps you have forgotten. Come here, young one, that I might see you closer," continued Neveneson, as he held out his hand to Lucy. "Long we have waited for this day, and are pleased that you have arrived." "Thank you," she whispered, filled with love from the touch of his hand. "It is time to take responsibility for our offspring. You have begun your journey, and much depends upon you completing it. Before you can help your people, Lucy, you must understand your place in the universe, and with this, the Aanorloran can help. Amaninas turned away with a speed that startled Lucy and signaled them to follow. Come now, my children. You have much to learn, and much perhaps to unlearn. The end.